Alrighty, let us know when you want us to kick off. Okay, so good morning everybody. Welcome along. It is Surfest 2016. Tez McKenna working again with Rebecca Woods to take you through day number 6 here at the competition. And the Taggart Women's Pro is about to get underway. Morning, Beck.
Morning, Tez. How are you?
Very good. Yeah, we had a beautiful little morning down here this morning. Actually, the Merewether Surfboard Club gathered about 200 people to have a floral tribute for Ryan's dad, Gary Callahan, who sadly passed away last week. So we were down there right on sunrise with about 200 people. Some nice words were said, threw some flowers in the water, and it was just a really beautiful start to the day.
Yeah, it looked. The photos looked amazing, and unfortunately losing an amazing member of the community. But I think I was saying it's great that Ryan qualified and that his dad got to see that. And best of luck and best wishes to their family.
Absolutely, yeah, it was a beautiful day. There's actually a photo on the Surfest Facebook page, folks, if you want to jump along and have a look at it. But we've got two very talented young ladies in the lineup at the moment, Beck.
Yes, and I walked down this morning and had a quick look at the surf, and it looks like the girls are going to earn their positions in this heat and earn their income, because it is a bit of a messy swell, Taz.
It is indeed. You can see that it's pretty sizey. I guess around the 4 to 5 feet mark on the sets. Not quite as big as what they'd anticipated, which is probably a good thing, because you wouldn't want it too much bigger than this. The surf would really be overpowering the athletes, and I like it better when the athletes overpower the surf. It looks a bit more. It's a bit more entertaining as we see someone getting overpowered there. That was Joanne Dufay from France in the red singlet, and the priority will now go back to Philippa Anderson, the local girl in the black.
Yeah, a bit of a early morning whap out there. Just dust that one off, and that'll be a nice little wake up for Joanne, and she'll paddle back out the back and hopefully get an open face wave here. They do have jet ski assist, which makes life a little bit easier. Otherwise, I think you'd spend the whole heat paddling, especially when those sets are coming through. So Philippa Anderson, the local girl out in the water, I just talked to her mum, and I was just saying she looks super calm and relaxed in this event. At previous events, I think being at your local sometimes can be a little bit intimidating.
Sure.
And also you feel a bit of pressure, and you've got your whole family here, or you have all your friends staying with you. And this year Philippa just seems really composed. Like she's very centered, and previous years she gets a little bit nervous in heats, but she doesn't have that energy in this event, so that's really good to see.
No, I think she's just maturing as an individual as well, and growing up. And she got so close to qualifying one year, so I guess that there was a slight element of frustration in there as well, of being so close but yet so far. So she's really got herself into a really good frame of mind at the moment, and she's surfing unbelievably. We've had quite a few QS 1000 events leading up to this, and Philippa has been a big standout at those events as well, making several semi-finals and quarter-final appearances.
Yeah, did she get a few seconds as well?
She got 2 seconds, so she's done well out of 5 events, so she's on a bit of a tear. First wave scores for Joanne Dufay was a 0.2, so effectively this heat has not got underway, folks. You're watching the Taggart Women's Pro. It is a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League, and of course this webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with the gang at Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast. So thank you very much to Telstra.
It looks like Joanne Dufay's found a good-looking left here, and I spoke too soon. Not the best wave. So she's just getting her feet in the wax, I guess, and she's choosing to sit a bit further to the left than Philippa right now. So interesting to see where the girls sit in the lineup and what they're thinking. They must have been watching it for a good while, because we've started a little bit later today, and obviously there must be some sort of either rights or lefts going on over there in their part of the bank.
There are some nice waves that break out there on this size swell at the moment. Of course, it's the wrong direction. It's coming out at east-northeast. Merewether is a southern corner with a right-hand point break that loves the south swells. It wraps right around So not ideal, but definitely plenty of action wave-wise. High tide today is a 1.5 metre high tide at 12 noon. So we started off on dead low tide, and the old dead, low tide onshore combination is having a bit of a negative effect on the wave quality right now. But it will improve throughout the day with that incoming tide. We've seen it every day.
Yeah, that would be nice to see with a bit more water on it. Joanne Defay, hailing from Reunion Island, she's probably one of the most consistent competitors we've seen over the last 3 years. Watching her yesterday, she was pretty phenomenal, selecting the best waves, the best looking waves, the best size waves, and just on a tear. So I did with Shmoo yesterday say she was probably one of my picks for a win here, and
Sure.
and Philippa as well, because she's got the local knowledge, and now they've matched up in this heat.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, and that I guess that's just the way it goes. But Aussie and a girl from Reunion Island.
Lovely part of the world. You would have been to Reunion a couple of times.
I actually haven't.
You
No.
haven't been there? Okay,
No.
right. It's a beautiful island. I did one of the things you do as a tourist out in Reunion is that they have these things called lava veins, which is when the volcano erupts and it flows down into the ocean. Well, it goes hard and crusty on the outside, and the lava keeps flowing through the middle of it. And then eventually, what happens is it all dries up. A year later, when it's safe to go in there, they take you almost like caving. So you have oxygen tanks, helmets on with lights on them, and you actually you cave your way back up through these lava veins to the top of the volcano.
Wow.
It is amazing because you're actually inside kind of Mother Nature's womb. It feels like it's pretty
That is
crazy.
yeah.
It was one of the best things I've ever done with my son.
How did they even know how to do that? That's like the first person
Yeah.
to actually do was the person to first do that. It's pretty
I know,
scary.
that's what I thought. You wouldn't want to have a little eruption right about now. Well, here's somebody having a bit of fun on their first wave, just trying to get around the open face, and Philippa using priority. It looks like she's got the better of the first wave exchanges.
Yeah, she's got around that section with a lot of speed and managed to get a turn in here. Nice little wrapping roundhouse back into the whitewash, slashing turn there and looking for a finish here. Nice, really vertical, solid finish for Philippa, and she'll jump on the ski and get back out the back. Really good wave selection there.
Really nice stuff, and very consistent surfing. And that's how you build house, folks. You put the, you go out and you get your 2 foundation scores, and then from that point onwards, you go cherry picking for the good ones.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, probably getting the better of the peak of the waves. Joanne only with a few very small scores to start this heat this morning, but yeah, the local knowledge perhaps paying off for Philippa. I'm sure she's been out here a lot when it's messy over all the years that she's lived here. So, yes, back out the back. Do they have jet ski assist?
Well, this is interesting because we did bring the jet skis in this morning. I saw them talking with Patamo about the concept of using the skis. Maybe they decided against it because it's only about 3 to 5 feet. So maybe they have elected not to use the jet skis at this point in time. We'll get a confirmation on that and let you people out there in Webland know. Coming up in the next heat, number 2, the round of 16, we're going to see Nikki Van Dijk and Macy Callahan. Now, that's going to be a really good clash because Nikki, of course, is firmly established as one of the best surfers in Australia, if not the world. And Macy is the young girl coming through, really looking to make a name for herself. So this is going to be a real challenge for Macy.
Yeah.
And she's going to be up for it.
Yeah, I think watching the maturity of all her previous heats, it'll be a really good hit out between those two. And then looking at all of the heats, they're very stacked. Got Holly Warren, I saw her this morning, and she said, oh, yeah, I've got Steph Gilmore. I've never surfed against her. And then she said, oh, it doesn't really matter. Looking at the conditions, it's anyone's game out there. And, that was a great comment from her. So, yeah, Sally Fitz, Alana Blanchard in Heat 3. And, a lot of young up-and-comers against the more experienced girls. So it's going to be interesting. We can do a few stats and see who comes out on top.
It's going to be real interesting. Heat 6, Kobe Enright against Sage Eriksson. That's exactly what you're talking about, the youth versus experience kind of scenario. Bronte McCauley against Malia Manuel. And Izzy Nichols taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb. So, yeah, some really cool heats coming up today, folks. We've got 8 heats, and they're all half-hour heats, of course, as we get into the Taggart Women's Pro, day number 6 here at Surfest for 2016. And later on today, of course, we will roll back after the 8 heats of the girls. We'll have 8 heats of guys, so effectively 8 hours of surfing, 16 30-minute heats, and it's going to be a big day here in Merewether.
Yeah, it's a very huge day, and everybody will be down to quarterfinals, and so finals day will run quarter, semis, and finals all in one day. Got Red up and riding with a huge bottom turn there, nice slashing turn off the top. Looking for a second turn here, and Joanne, completing that as she always does. Very rarely have I seen Joanne fall off, and under pressure she's just very consistent. So she's going to ride this one all the way through to the shore, looking for a nice big bank off the inside there, and she lands that and rides out. So that's another good wave. That's kind of a wave each now for Joanne and Philippa.
That's right. Well, first wave score is Philippa Anderson, a 5.33. So judges will do a direct comparison on that wave there for Joanne Defay from France. So you're watching the first heat of the round of 16 here at the Taggart Women's Pro. Taggart, of course, Taggart Business Advisors winning the naming rights by going into a crowdfunding model. We'll talk more about that as we see the replay of Red.
Yeah, second turn there, nice and high, and manages to negotiate that little bumpy section there really well, Joanne. That looked a bit tricky, but yeah, I love it how she doesn't like bounce too much. She really just goes from rail to rail and then slashes nice and high, tight on that finish turn there. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons she took out the Huntington Beach World Tour event. Huntington Beach is such a hard wave to surf.
Because she didn't do the Huntington hop.
Yes, exactly.
What a classic. She carved her way through instead.
Yeah, she got the rail to rail and the fluency, and I think that's really hard to do, especially at Huntington, and looking at these waves as well. I think if I was out there, I'd just be like trying to get as much speed as I can, and sometimes you just can't help but get a bit excited and pump your board.
Sure.
So Joanne more so weaves her way through sections, and her boards look really good under her feet. And if I was surfing, now when you look at these young girls, it's definitely something you can take away from that.
Sure. It looks so much better when you see someone carving through a dead section rather than bouncing through it. Here, I mean, in America they call it the Huntington hop, but because it gets a bit fat there on the high tide, the old HB. But here in Australia we call it the Bondi bounce. Yeah, same kind of thing.
Yes, that's quite good. I haven't heard that. That's cool. Yeah.
So, well, I grew up at Merewether, so that's what we used to call it around there at Bondi. But that's a pretty good break, but it does get a bit fat occasionally. Yep. Well, it looks like the judges getting those comparisons going, and they think that Joanne Defay's wave was marginally better than Philippa Anderson's, and you probably got to agree with them. Philippa didn't get much on the outside, whereas Joanne at least got a couple of she got two half hits out there. One of them was a bit sticky, but at the end of the day, it's a point better. So last of Red, a 6.33. First to Black, a 5.33. So Philippa Anderson holding priority and only chasing a 2.18 in this first heat of the day.
Yeah, and we just saw a shot of the youngster Macy Callahan waxing her board up. She looked very determined, and very steely, and she looks like she's very ready for this heat. So kind of a good shot there, actually. It's always good to observe people, and I think the biggest thing I noticed at certain events was the man Kelly Slater himself. He there's the jet ski assist that we were wondering about, and Joanne waved the jet ski down. She looks like she's moving from right to left on the screen and going to get dropped straight back into the lineup. So yeah, I think that's great. They've got jet ski assist. Yeah,
awesome stuff. And you can see the three skis out there. And thank you very much to Zane's Water Patrol. He's got a good business on the northern beaches, and quite a big call for the jet ski guys these days. Of course, it's part of the licensing, agreements have changed there with Surfing Australia, handing out the insurance policies to run these kinds of events. And with the new shark mitigation laws and stuff like that, it's very much compulsory to have jet skis now as part of surfing competitions.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so these jet ski guys, most of them are lifeguards at work, just do stuff on the weekend like this. And Zane Ludlow, his name is, got Zane's Water Services doing a fantastic job here at Surfest. So, Joanne Defay is in the lead, Philippa Anderson in second, and Philippa only needing a 2.18 to go into the lead. So right now, 16 minutes left on the clock. And coming up next, Nikki Van Dijk, who's been on an absolute tear throughout the competition. She's probably, for my liking, out of everyone I've seen surf, apart from maybe Sally and Steph, I've really been impressed with Nikki's style. And Macy, well, I mean, for someone so young, she's just incredible. And this is going to be a moment in Macy Callahan's career that she's probably been dreaming about. Taking on some of the world's best girls in the QS 6000. So, it'll be a great little challenge for her.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that she obviously got a start in this event. It can be really hard for the young girls to get enough points to even get into these events. And great that the WSL opened and that Surfest opened this to 84 girls, because so often there's probably a waiting list of about another 20 girls trying to get in there. So Macy having some really solid results all in the beginning of this year, and winning her first QS up there at Burleigh Heads, and just growing as a competitor. And I think she'd be loving taking down some of these big names.
All right, well, Joanne Defay currently in the lead. She is 22 years of age. WSL ranking from last year was she finished 8th in the world, and she comes from France, of course. She's won career prize money around about $322,000. So she's done quite well out of this wonderful sport of surfing, and narrowly missed out on the Rookie of the Year honours in her first season on the tour last year. So Joanne Defay is a very talented surfer, but she is up against a former winner of Surfest, which is Philippa Anderson. So Philippa has got the skills to take on this young lady, and it's going to be an incredible battle. Philippa just needing a 2.18 with 14 and a half minutes on the clock. Yeah,
interesting that Joanne actually won an event. She still got 8th. That's like, it's very competitive to her, winning an event and still getting 8th in the world. So there's another 7 girls who've had stronger results than that. So we see surfer, I think that was Philippa maybe there. Can't really tell with the glare, but just a quick in and out there for her.
All right, actually it was Joanne, so the priority stayed the same. Little scores coming through. This is Philippa Anderson having a look at that one. Now that's going to be I was going to say an interesting scenario, because she almost motioned for the wave, but Joanne Defay, of course, is on the inside anyway, so Philippa would reassume priority even if she did lose it. But you've got to be very careful when it comes to the paddling. It's a slightly grey area. I read the rule book the other day because I wanted to get a real handle on it, and it's not really super defined. It's really up to the priority marshal, as they call them these days, the guys that look after the priority, who are usually guys like Ratzo and stuff on the World Tour, guys who are really good judges, or head judges of their national tours and stuff like that. So it is it can be a bit tricky there, but you can see the girls just paddling to get under a couple of bomb sets. Around about 3 to 5 feet here at Merewether. Winds moderate out of the southeast, so I guess they're coming from the top right-hand corner of your screen if you're watching the webcast, down towards the bottom left-hand corner. That's kind of the wind direction, and this is a good, clean, open face. Here we go.
This is a bomb. We've got Surfer in Black up and riding with a nice takeoff there, a solid bottom turn, going for a bit of grab rail off the bottom, looking to come around this section. Philippa Anderson, nice little slash there. The wave just fattening off a little bit, which is a bit unfortunate. But second section here, smashing it off the whitewash and coming unstuck there.
All right, well, I just don't think she ever had her feet firmly planted right from the get-go there. We'll try and get a replay happening if we can on this one, because that was an interesting wave. That looked like it was really had the potential to be a winning wave, didn't it, really?
Yeah, it really did, and unfortunately just a little bit of missed timing here. There was a bit of a bump there, so she did well to make the drop on that one, as we see, like she nearly grabbed the rail there just to get around the section.
She got kind of bumped there, and she tried to readjust her feet, and you can see here that she's just a back foot's a little high up. She tries to step back on the tail, and when she stepped back, I don't think she actually got a foot really firmly planted in the sweet spot. As a result, it won't be the kind of score that she was hoping for. It had potential to be like a really excellent wave, but that one there was a 4.0. So priority will go back to Joanne Defay. 12 minutes left on the clock. Philippa moves into the lead. Joanne now chasing a 3.0.
Yeah, looking at the jet ski there, he's looking like an experienced jet ski driver. Probably some of these younger girls maybe have never utilised jet ski assistance, so this is going to be a really good learning experience for them. I remember doing the tour, and my first event being in Tahiti at Chopu, and just thinking, what do I do? You get washed in over the reef, and then you've got these guys yelling at you to get on. You've got like half a second to get on before a wave comes and smashes you, and
you get tossed around a bit on the back line of those things, don't you?
Yeah.
What about, do you ever get, I mean, she's getting up onto the board now, which is probably a much better idea, because I found that when you lie on the board on the back of the sled, you can actually do some damage to your board.
Yeah, I think depending on where you're at, definitely at snapper and locations like that, when you've got time to climb up, as we see Philippa bouncing along there, and the jet ski driver, a lot of experience out running that wave. That's what I love about jet skis, get you out of danger zone. But yeah, if you don't have time, sometimes you just have to get on, and it doesn't really matter what happens to the board sometimes. But yeah, I remember, I didn't even know that jet skis kind of didn't have propellers, and they used to freak me out. I'd be like, I'm not coming near the back of that thing. I'm going to get chopped up. And they're like, get on. There's no propeller. What are you doing? And
sure.
we never really got taught anything. It was just just
thrown into deep end.
Just get on and kind of go. Here we go again. Rider in black. No.
Ooh, okay. Well, Philip has found that left bank up the beach there. Last night on that northern, this is just to the north of the competition area, folks. And last night there was some really big lefts coming through there. The swell seemed to have peaked last night, actually.
Yeah, it looked absolutely amazing. I just went up to catch up with my parents at the pub, which overlooks this beautiful beach, and it was almost, the wind was offshore. You see the replay there, Philippa just pressing the eject button and getting back out the back quickly and getting under that lip there. But yeah, it looked amazing out there. There was big bombs and it was clean, and the sun was kind of setting and the light looked really nice, and I was like, I almost want to go surfing, except I just don't know how my fitness level would have gotten me out the back. So
it looked pretty punchy. I tell you what, there were some kids out there who were just like ripping so hard yesterday. We had a great afternoon watching them all out there. Okay, so Philippa Aronson in the lead. She's got a 5.33 and a 4.0. Joanne Defay sitting on a 6.33 and a 1.17, only needing a 3.0 to take the lead. So at this point in time, whilst Joanne may be in second position, she's probably overall, in the big scope of things, probably holding the in the box seat at the moment with that bigger score.
Yeah, 9.5 minutes remaining. Probably maybe 2 waves left in each of them, or maybe 3 with jet ski assistance. But you can see Philippa's kind of hunting the lineup, which is great. She's moving, she's looking at waves, and she doesn't hold priority, so she's got really nothing to lose to keep building her campaign there. Joanne, I'm trying to look at the colours. It's a little bit hard, but Joanne looks like she's kind of sitting and just waiting for that second score, because she does have that 6.33. And those lefts, the lefts seem to be the ones, the pick of the waves. I was wondering with the swell direction and the wind, which waves, rights or lefts, or what the swell is going to offer. But it does look like the left-handers are offering a lot more scoring potential.
That's right. Well, there's a bit of a mix of swells out there today, because off that big southerly that we had yesterday, we have some kind of residual south in there as well, and there's also a bit of a fresh south swell moving up the coastline, mixed in with that eastern northeast swell off tropical cyclone Winston, which finally sort of made its way here. What happened when Winston started to, lose its power, and started to also just kind of move a bit further away from the coast again. So we've lost some energy off that cell, and as a result, I don't think it's going to get as big as what they had have hoped for, but definitely got some waves to put on a show here for the final series weekend of Surfest.
Yeah, I think the contest organisers down at Manly would be a little bit relieved. I heard they were worried that the scaffolding was going to wash away, and there was all these warnings down there and down the whole coastline. So in a way, it's kind of a good thing that it's lost a lot of energy. And I wonder how it is up in Queensland today. We've just been hearing every day that it's been absolutely pumping up there. So.
We saw some videos yesterday, and some of the most incredible waves I've ever seen in my life. But let's go back to this wave here for Philippa, throwing it up, and just a little wobbly again on that back foot, trying to get herself firmly planted on this wave.
Yeah, interesting there. I think she was going to go up and hit the lip, and then it came down a little bit faster than what she anticipated. But I love the way Philippa's kind of grabbing the rail on a bottom turn there. It looks really good. It looks effective. I just wanted to kind of grab the rail and connect as strongly as I know she can. Maybe she just needs to go for it. She's got nothing to lose. Instead of just backing off there, she could have gone up and over that lip. So,
all right. Well, here's the replay of Philippa Anderson finding some nice little left-handers out here off the section that we like to call Poggos. Had a little mishap at the start. It looked kind of cool anyway, because it was like a little drop knee action. It was kind of stylish, and then she weaved away on the inside here, and this thing stood up again, Beck.
Yeah, it stood up again, and here, see how she goes to grab the rail. It's awesome, but yeah, unfortunately, she just hasn't been able to whip that one up and over. I think we've got a
replay. This is a replay, and this was right behind Philippa, Joanne Defay from France. Probably if she gets another hit in here, well, she has, and then I think she goes up and loses control through the inside on this final manoeuvre. So they're really sucking up big time, and that's the final manoeuvre, and she just became one with the lip on that thing and got ragdolled. So the girls are decided to opt against the jet skis, you can just raise your hand if you want to get a quick, help out the back, or you can just charge it yourself.
Yeah, Joanne. That was a really nice wave for Joanne. Even though she didn't land that inside turn, it was kind of allowed a little bit more than Philippa's previous wave. But I think at the moment the major difference is Joanne is just kind of going hell for leather, and she threw it up on that last turn and went for it anyway with that nothing to lose kind of attitude, and she probably will get the better of that exchange because of that.
All right, you're watching the Taggart Women's Pro. It is day number 6 of Surfest here in Newcastle, and Beck Woods, Tez McKenna coming to you live out of Merewether, the home of the 4-time world champion Mark Richards. The king himself will be down here. I've seen him cruising around throughout the contest.
Yeah, he's been around, hasn't he?
He's such a low-key kind of a guy for someone who won 4 world titles. He's been a great role model for a lot of Novocastrians. And, of course, he set the tone back in the 80s when he won those 4 world titles. Everybody went down to his shop and bought a twin fin and said, I'm going to go and learn how to surf.
Yeah,
so,
right.
as a result, Newcastle's been a really mad surf town ever since.
Yeah, it's got that vibe when you come in here and come over the hill, hasn't it? It's you just feel the surf town vibe, and there's a few streets along here where you're just like, oh my gosh, this town is surf mad, and
yeah.
I love that. It's such a good energy. MR, he's been at a few functions and spoken at a few events that I've been to, and I have to say he's probably one of the best speakers I've ever listened to.
He is an incredible human being, that's for sure. The old wounded seagull, as they used to call him. So we're down to about 4.5 minutes on the clock. Philippa's got herself out there and she's assumed priority. So situation is, Joanne Defay got a 6.33. Philippa's last wave was a throwaway score. So judges weren't too impressed with that stuff. There was a bit of lost control, particularly on the outside section, and then she actually surrendered on the inside anyway. So Philippa now needing a 7.33. It's not out of the question, and she's got just over 4 minutes to find it, Beck.
Yeah, I think if she can find her feet straight away on a wave and, just belt the lip twice, it's a very attainable score, especially in waves like today. So hopefully she's reassessed and thought about her last few waves and thought, okay, I've made a few mistakes, and let's just go hard at it in the next wave that comes her way. So 3 minutes 50 remaining. She's definitely got time to do that.
Absolutely. We've seen those sets come through on about the 4 or 5 minute mark throughout this heat. So let's hope she gets at least one more opportunity to try and fight her way back into the next round against the French girl Joanne Defay, who's really surfed a very smart heat. In fact, she's the proud owner of a couple of 6.33. She's got 2 waves of that score, and she's currently in the lead. First priority black, second priority will go to red.
Not opting for jet ski assist here, Philippa. It looks like she's going to try and get out the back. Hopefully there's not going to be a set coming through the lineup. I think I'd probably maybe opt for jet ski assist a lot more than often than not, but it does look like she's out the back now and over that bank, so luckily she timed it well. I think, yeah, it looks like if you don't time it well, you can get washed around pretty quickly. I wonder if the swell is strong, or if it's a kind of a weak fluffy swell, looking at the size of it and the wind combined. But yeah, I had a surf the other day. It looked only kind of 2 foot, and it packed a punch. Newcastle always packs a punch, so
yes. But
that was a kind of a bit of a different swell. I mean, it was the same swell direction without the wind, so yeah, the girls handling the conditions very well today.
Yeah, you betcha. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Coming up next, we'll see an all-Australian affair here at the Taggart Women's Pro, folks. We'll have Nikki Van Dijk will be taking on Macy Callahan. So Nikki, of course, from Phillip Island in Victoria, and Macy is from Avoca on the Central Coast. Lovely little part of the world, and gee, there's some talent has come out of that part of the world, particularly with you got Macy and Wade Carmichael as well, really shining brightly on these first QS 1000s leading into here at Newcastle.
Yeah, the Avoca and Copa. I'm going to be a bit biased. It's really amazing training ground there. There is so many. I was home for summer, and there are so many grommets there, and like Kirabelle Olsen, who's Maddie Wilkinson's niece, and obviously Maddie Wilco. You've got Adrian Buchan, you've got Glenn Hall and Shane Powell from that area, and I think Ross Clark-Jones. And
he was, yeah, and Ross was in the Eddie yesterday. He got second, actually, to John, who won it. It was quite an incredible contest.
All right.
So, Ross turns 50 in a couple of months, and he's still out there ripping on his big 30-footers.
Yeah, phenomenal. I saw a photo of him, and I was going into that contest, and I was just like, oh my gosh, he must maintain such a great level of fitness for a 50-year-old. That's phenomenal that he's still out there doing that.
Yeah, I think the average age on the Eddie contest yesterday was around the 46 to 47-year-old mark. So it's really nice that whole big wave circuit. It's extending the careers of quite a lot of the guys from, that surfed in the 80s as pro surfers. Well, we've got 1 minute remaining. At the moment, it is Joanne Defay in the lead, looking to improve on a 6.33. And then you have Philippa Anderson. She's trying to find herself a 7.33. So, Tez McKenna and also Beck Woods taking through the first couple of heats of the day. Later on, of course, we'll have lots of other people coming in, including Luke Kennedy from Tracks Magazine. Will be here to take us through the next couple. And then we got Matthew Hoy, one of Merewether's favourite sons. Also Jesse Adam, who will be in to talk it up a treat, as well as a cavalcade of other commentators. But it looks like the Ocean is not going to cooperate with Philippa Anderson. I would have really liked to have seen her just try and hunt something down. There's about 10 seconds to go, and I wonder if she realises the magnitude of the situation here. Girls, there is the countdown, and it is official. Philippa Anderson, her dream of winning Surfest for 2016 has unfortunately come to an end at the hands of Joanne Defay from France. Joanne Defay posting a 6.33 on both of her top scores, and Philippa was left needing a 7.33. That was the first heat of the day here at the Taggart Women's Pro. We'll be back with more live Surfest right after this break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
to low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
As their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service
and a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane seater.
No, Mark said the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, well, welcome back to the final series weekend here at Merewether, folks. You're watching Surfest 2016. We're into day number 6 of the competition, and of course it's heat number 2 of the round of 16 in the water. It's the Taggart Women's Pro, and we have some real talent in this one, folks. Nikki Van Dijk from Phillippi and Victoria is in the red singlet, taking on Macy Callahan in the blue singlet from Avoca. And joining me once again in the booth here is Rebecca Woods. Morning, Beck.
Morning, Terry. How are you?
Yeah, good. It's well, we just saw Joanne Defay defeat Philippa Anderson, and now it's another sort of David and Goliath kind of battle, really. Nikki Van Dijk, firmly established as one of the world's best on the Dream Tour, and taking on the youngster Macy Callahan, who's got stars in her eyes and a lot of talent.
Yeah, Macy, as we said earlier, I saw her on the screen, and I don't know if the David and Goliath thing is really phasing her. She looks very, very determined and focused, and probably just thinking about her own campaign out there. The girls are sitting quite close together in the lineup, so they're not going to give each other anything. Competing, and when your competitors do sit that close to you in a big open beach break, sometimes I used to love to try and sneak away and sneak a few scores off them. But I don't think I think these girls are going to follow each other a little bit in the start of the heat in the lineup. But Nikki Van Dijk from Phillip Island, Macy Callahan from Avoca. Probably both girls have a lot of experience in these type of waves. You can get big and onshore Wollemi and a lot of rip bowls down there. So same for Macy Callahan from Avoca. There's plenty of rip bowls at home, and you get the big solid south swells. Obviously, it's only an hour and a half south of Newcastle. So both girls have a lot of experience in these conditions. So they're looking to play the patient game and pick off a few of these big bomber lefts and rights that are coming through.
All right, well, we've got 25 minutes remaining in this one, or just a little more than 25 and a half minutes to go. Once again, if nobody catches a wave in the first 10 minutes, we could be potentially looking at a restart here, so hopefully someone will hook in there. Nikki Van Dijk, well, she won the World Junior Championship in 2012, and she's entering her third year on the WSL Tour, and she had a whole stack of quarter-final appearances last year.
Yeah, quarterfinals, 6 of them. That's a lot. And finishing just inside the top 10, and she was on the bubble at the end of the year, the qualification bubble, which can be a bit stressful. It's always nice to have already qualified when you go to Hawaii, because lets you surf a lot more free and really throw some caution to the wind and go hard on some of those big waves that presented. Maui being their last stop on tour for the women, Honolulu Bay, which just is probably one of the best waves in the world, and it's awesome that the WSL has given them the opportunity to surf on that wave. I saw some of the footage coming out of there and some of the barrels, and oh my gosh, that wave is just so, it's crazy. It's really good.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great to see the WSL looking after the girls, and the women's tour is just going really from strength to strength. I know a few guys that are promoters around the world, and I was having some conversations with them, and they said to me, Tez, we'd probably rather run a women's event, Tez. It's a bit cheaper to run one. You get just as much, if not more, publicity, because all the news agencies want to come down and really, help to promote women in sport, and particularly women in surfing. And now the girls are all, they're all just so beautiful and marketable, and they're all such incredible athletes. It really is a very good product right now, women's pro surfing.
Yeah, and interesting with the emergence of social media. I think you have a look at some of the women's and girls' profiles online, and the amount of followers they do have, it's quite interesting. I think back in the day when I was younger, some of the brands weren't really sure how to market some of the women that they had, and they didn't really utilize them to the best of their ability as marketers. And I was only 21, but I would look at it and I think, there's such a strong market here. It's just we've got to somehow learn how to put it out there properly. Sure. And I think you look at certain people like Sally Fitz and Steph Gilmore, and you look at the amount of followers they have, and they've got 500,000 or something, 500,000 people following them, and that's just phenomenal. That's a stack of people around the world who are interested in them as people, but also in the fact that they charge big waves, and they're women in a sport, and they're powerful role models.
Yeah, you betcha. No, the WSL doing a very good job at developing the girls, so it's happy days all round. So Nikki Van Dijk in the red singlet, Macy Callahan is in the black. There's nothing locked in at the moment, folks, with 22:20 left on the clock. So only in another 2 or 3 minutes here. These girls don't get into a wave. We could be potentially looking at a restart in this one. The part of the WSL rules mean if no one catches a wave for 10 minutes, they go back and restart the heat. So if we have around about 2 minutes until we get to that point. Heat number 3 coming up next. Another great clash, folks, here at the Taggart Women's Pro. Will feature Sally Fitzgibbons from the south coast of New South Wales, taking on Alana Blanchard from Hawaii. That's going to be a good one, Beck.
Yeah, 2 very experienced competitors there, and you would almost think that Alana Blanchard is a bit of an underdog in that heat, but she has been actually on a tear in this contest. She's been super consistent, and her surfing looks like she's been training a lot, and she seems like she's interesting when she gets interviewed. She's like, oh yeah, I'm just kind of cruising, and I don't really mind, but she's an amazing competitor. When she switches on, she just kind of, I think because she's followed the modelling route a little bit, she doesn't have as much pressure on her to perform in contests, and they're kind of just a fun side event. I know her boyfriend Jack Freestone is here, so she's put her entry into this one, and she's just, without that pressure, I feel like she's just performing even better than when I've ever seen her before.
Well, we're talking about some of the pro surfing girls having a big following. Well, Alana is right up there. She has so many people interested in what she's doing, and it's just awesome stuff and very powerful social media. Okay, so speaking of media, let's thank some of our media partners. Thanks to NBN Television, not only doing the webcast, but also nightly highlights, making a TV show at the end of this whole thing. Thanks to NXFM, The Herald, and Tracks Magazine as well. Well, about 30 seconds remaining until we get a restart here, so let's hope that one of the girls can paddle onto a little something. Otherwise, we're going to go back and restart the heat and give them another 30 minutes. There we go.
Oh, as you were saying that, would that be deemed a rider surfable wave?
I don't think the hands left the rails, but it's going to be really interesting to watch and see what Patamo does here. The head judge of the WSL, of course, Patamo Wren, has got a very good judging crew up there with him, and occasionally slide up and say good day to the boys. There we go. That is the restart. So right now, folks, we're back to 30 minutes. No waves have been ridden in the first 10 minutes of this one between Nikki Van Dijk and Macy Callahan. And the girls will, you'll hear another. Well, that's the second hooter to restart it. So we're back to 30 minutes now, folks, for the current heat in the water. And let's see if the girls can get a bit of a wriggle on right now.
Yeah, interesting that they did choose to restart that, and that no waves were deemed rideable within that first minute. And even with the last 10 seconds there, one of the women did paddle for that. But it makes, I guess, they can evaluate the lineup a little bit better now, and have a reset and have another 30 minutes to figure out where they're going to sit. And it does look really, really tricky out there right now. Joanne and Philippa did find a few lumps and bumps. Philippa, unfortunately, having a bit of trouble, I feel like, with negotiating with the lip. It didn't look too easy. Even Joanne fell on a finish turn, and she never does that. So hopefully the women can find something in the next 10 minutes that is rideable.
All right, well, we're heading for high tide at about 12 noon today, troops, and it is a 1.5 metre high tide. We've seen the conditions improve rapidly with that incoming tide every day, so hopefully that will be the case again here today. But it is the final series weekend here at Surfest, the Super Saturdays we like to call it, and heaps of stuff happening throughout the day. But most importantly, of course, the round of 16 for both the guys and the girls will be surfed. The Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro, the men's division, will be coming up a little later on. So right now it's heat number 2. We've got 8 heats of the girls, 8 heats of the guys, and some other cool stuff happening in between.
Yeah, I was looking at the heat draw, and we used to surf round of 24 with 4 people, and kind of would just go from there to a round of 12. But kind of cool that they get to get experience in these man-on-man, woman-on-woman formats from the round of 16, and coming from the round of 24, it breaks the points up a bit, because at the end of the year we used to have people who were just in tied positions for the last spot on tour, and it was very hard to determine how to give the spot to the next person, and it would go down to the best result, I think, and it was a bit strange. So it's really good that they've looked at that too and made this extra round. We see the surfer in red up and riding on a left here, so we won't have another restart, Terry.
All right, well, that's good. We've finally got their feet into the wax, and this heat is officially underway. So, Nikki Van Dijk striking first blood there in the red singlet from Phillip Island, Victoria. Currently ranked 9th in the world, that young lady in the red singlet, taking on Macy Callahan from Avoca. Macy's only like 16 years of age or something. Here's Nikki's replay.
Yeah, the replay here, and the wave, it is quite a fat looking wave there, and not really the best wave for Nikki, but at least she's got a score on the board, and I'm sure she's just going to feel her way through this heat. Macy on a big bomb out the back. Looks like the wave's running away from her a little bit there, but she's going to try and nick this one through, and no, she's not. She pulls off that one, but yeah, Nikki Van Dijk, she had 6 quarterfinal appearances, and she sat in 9th place from last year. I wonder this year what her goals and ambitions are. It would be probably really good if she could. We see the replay here of Macy on a good-looking wave at the start, but yeah, it just closed out very quickly and then went very fat. So
it was really weird how it went from being like a 5 to 6 feet wave or something there, or a good 5-footer, and then it just ended up with nothing.
Yeah, so much power and then just into nothing. So yeah, I think back to Nikki Van Dijk. I'm sure this year she's probably looking to improve on those quarterfinal finishes. If she can make a few semis, that would, or even just making one semi would have probably pushed her a lot higher in the ratings. I know the points difference between quarters and semis is quite a lot at that level, and I know Nikki's definitely at a level where she can definitely climb higher than 9th. Just looking at the way she's been surfing through these heats, she's blazing and she's been training hard, and she said she has been working really hard, and her equipment looks good, so be good to see her crack a few semis and finals and even take a win.
All right, so 25.5 minutes left on the clock. Just the one score per surfer at the moment. It's Nikki Van Dijk in a marginal lead with a 2.5 on her opening ride, and Macy Callahan dropping a 1.33. So while there's a bit of a break in the action, we might actually throw down to Fiona, who's been interviewing people all week and doing a fantastic job, talking to the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Fiona.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm down here with Joanne Defay. Joanne, I was watching that heat super closely. Philippa got that first kind of decent score. What was going through your head? Because I know you only had like a 1, basically, and it was super hard to find waves.
It was really tricky to know where to see it and to see which one's going to be a pretty decent one to get like 1 or 2 turns. And I kind of focused on the left, so I was trying to be patient and get a one clean with a clean face. And yeah, that's it. I just got the first one, and after, but we couldn't hear anything anyway. So I just saw Philippa got the inside, and I was like, oh, I'm sure it's like a good score. So I'm just gonna focus on my surfing and catch wave, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And Joanne, I seen you cop that absolute monster of a set on the head. You couldn't have been in a worse spot. I was up in the competitors area, and everybody was feeling for you up there. How was that?
Oh, really? Yeah. And it was like very at the end of the heat, and I was sure I was second. So I was like fast, and Philippa just made it in time, and then I just got coconut, like you said.
And I think you're straight into the quarters now. I think we got the quarters up next. So I mean, that's already a good result, even if you don't get through that.
Yeah, I know. I'm very happy about that, and I'm just gonna continue like that. I think we're not surfing again today. We're just gonna. I'm not sure, but I'm just gonna check, and if I have to surf again, I'm gonna go stretch a little bit fast, and then come back.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Might see you later, or might see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Fiona, doing a nice little interview there, of course, with Joanne Defay. She won't be surfing again today. Beck, it's just the 16 heats here that we have on the program for day number 6 here at Surfest.
Yeah, I bet she's pretty happy about not having to head back out there, and she did put on an awesome display, showing a lot of experience there, and interesting to read, and yeah, obviously to know. Joanne has struggled a little bit with sponsorship over the years, and she looks like she's got a few sponsors now on her board, and she's building momentum, and yeah, like winning a World Tour event is no easy feat. That's probably one of the hardest things to do, and she's she's just climbing in confidence. I'm sure she's happy with the quarters, but I know you could tell by that interview that she's determined and she wants to go further than that. So
I like her demeanour at the moment. I think she's looking very relaxed and slightly confident. So it's very cool to watch. Notice she had the Team Spirit sticker on the board there. I was just trying to work out what that was for. It looks like it could be anything. Hey, it could be anything from an airline to some kind of holistic kind of business that's maybe backed her out. Some bloke called Tim might be helping her spiritually. It's a phone company in France. There we go.
Yeah, right.
Okay, nice one. Thank you, Team Spirit. We'll have to
getting Joanne all the way to the other side of the world to compete at this amazing event that's been running for 31 years. Terry, is that right?
That's right, 31 years, and I think that I'm pretty sure that I've been at every one of them.
Yeah, there you go. That's a record.
I surfed in the first couple, and then after that I started working at 89. I got a job with New FM, the local radio station, when FM radio started, and they sponsored Surfest, and we were doing a live broadcast on the beach, and Smithy said, "Can you come up?" Because one of the commentators hadn't showed up or something that day, and I said, "Me?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I went, "No, I can't do commentary, mate." And he said, "Come and have a go at it," and here we are, sort of like 31 years later.
There you go, every single year.
I think 27 years I've been doing the microphone here at this contest, so it's pretty cool.
That's awesome, yeah. A lot of knowledge there.
I've seen so many kids come through and grow up and retire.
Yeah, I love it.
It's pretty cool. I'm stoked to just be here. So, and thanks for putting up with me, by the way. Nikki Van Dijk, last wave 5.83, and Nikki has got a pretty good lead now. Macy Callahan is chasing a 7.0, but she's up for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, Macy's only carrying a very small score, and I don't think I saw that 5.83 of Surfer in red, but that's a solid score for today. There was a few sixes thrown out by the judges as well. They do cut off the highest and the lowest wave scores there in the judging panel, so very close and looking like good consistency with the judges as well, which is always nice.
All right, well, we've had some sideline events happening in and around Surfest. We'll come back to those sideline events right after this wave here for, I think that's red.
Yeah, it's Nikki with the cutting back into the whitewash there, Terry, and looking for a big finish here. The wave standing up really nicely, and that's a good looking turn there for Nikki. Riding this one through to the inside. So
yeah, lovely stuff. And the camera, of course, these girls are surfing to the north, right up where the sun rises up over the ocean. So a little flashed out this morning, folks, but it kind of has some nice little cool silhouettes, really, for the people watching the webcast. So I hope you're enjoying the action, and thank you very much to the gang from 180 and NBN, of course, doing a great job with the webcast itself. You're watching the Taggart Women's Pro. It's the Super Saturday here at Surfest. Scores for last of Red Bull come through for Nikki Van Dijk. And here's the replay. And this one had a nice little tapered wall on it.
Yeah, it did. She really selected this one nicely with the wave going a little bit fat there and having to bounce through that section. But she did come back to the power section of the wave and really draw this bottom turn out perfectly here, and timing that so well off the top. And then managing to finish clean, sorry, Terry. And it also looked like Macy got another wave potentially down the beach on the end of that wave there. So here we see Macy's wave that she caught in the background as well.
All right, so Macy Callahan up and driving up into her first turn. Just a little sticky there. It can be quite tricky. She tic-tacs away through the inside, and some really nice opportunities on the inside sections here today, Beck.
Yeah, the inside looks a lot more manageable than the outside. The outside, as we saw both of those girls, we see Macy cutting back again into the whitewash, and she got a few turns on that one and probably happy to build on the scores, looking for the inside belt, and that's a nice vertical hit there just to finish the wave off. So the outside's looking very difficult to negotiate, a little bit tricky, a little bit bumpy, and a little bit of water moving, but as soon as it hits that inside bank, it seems to clean up well. So it'll be, as the tide fills in, I dare say some of these insiders are going to be very good looking waves.
This is a real critical exchange at this point in time, folks. 18 minutes left on the clock, heat number 2 of the round of 16 here at the Taggart Women's Pro. Coming up in heat number 3, Sally Fitzgibbons will take on Alana Blanchard. We've got some of the world's best on show here today in Merewether in Newcastle, lovely little part of the world, around about 2.5 hours north of the capital of New South Wales, of good old city of Sydney. So, congratulations to the Sandbar Surf team in yesterday's Evolution Surf Aid Cup. Those guys have been almost unbeatable for, I think they've won in about 5 or 6 years Maybe they lost the last couple of years to Dwayne and the gang. I think some guys from Newcastle, some board manufacturers, but Dwayne and the gang didn't go in it this year. Sam Barr taking victory in that Evolution Cup for raising money for a great cause, the gang at Surf Aid.
Yeah, is that Jesse in that team? That Jesse
Yeah, that was
as
Jesse.
well? Yeah, Jesse Adams.
He had to take off, and so it was Trav Lynch and Jesse, and they had Jax Brandt and Reece Smith, of course, and they really.
Wow, it's a solid team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, have you been down to the Sandbar Surf Shop at the Junction?
I have when I was younger, but I saw they've had a few book signings and a few events on over there as well.
Well, they bought the Commonwealth Bank that was on the corner, and then they expanded their store into there, and I think there was a coffee shop there. They bought into that one. I mean, it is just the most incredibly stacked surf shop you've ever been in your life. I think there's got something like 300 boards in there, and
wow.
they're all the kind of boards that you could probably just pick one off the rack and come and surf a heat and probably win your heat.
I'd love to go in there and have a look at the boards in there, but I think I'll have to stay away also because I probably need to save my money to head to uni instead of spending money on surfboards. I think I've spent way too much money on surfboards now, and might need to save it all up for the weeks ahead, which are going to be stacked with a lot of study. So no surfboards for me, unfortunately, but looking is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's somebody asking what's happening, and we'll give you the update here for the people watching the webcast too, folks. At the moment, Nikki Van Dijk is in the lead. She's had a 5.83 and a 4.67. Judges awarding a 4.67 for Macy's ride as well. That's interesting. Quite often, I know that one of the things that they don't like to do is to drop the same numbers for the same waves, because it's very hard to say that wave was exactly the same as the other one. So they try and avoid that sort of stuff, but that's just how it came out in the mix, folks. So it's Macy Callahan now chasing a 5.84 to take the lead, and Nikki Van Dijk in the lead, looking to improve on a 4.67.
Yeah, the 4.67 for Nikki. She did get that second vertical turn on the inside there. But Macy did kind of get a few more turns on the inside. So interesting that it's come out at the same score. Obviously, especially the finish turn for Macy was quite strong as well. So yeah, the score's coming out 4.67. It is Nikki Van Dijk in the lead slightly. Macy Callahan only needing a 5.84 with 15 or 14 minutes remaining. So closer to 15 minutes remaining, so it's still early days for both these girls, and we have had a restart, so I think they're finding their feet and finding the location that they're happy with in the lineup now, and they're going to start building into some higher wave scores because they know what they're looking for.
All right, well, I'm just putting a little post up onto the Surfest Facebook page. Just tell Tez and Beck where you at. Where are you watching from?
Yeah, nice.
I heard. I only say that like that because I was watching the Eddie yesterday, and they had such cool commentary. Oh man, those guys from the WSL are awesome. And they're all like, "Where you at, man? Where you at?" You know, this is the coolest terminology.
Yeah.
So
American and Hawaiian accent.
Oh, the Hawaiians, more so, and I just love the way those guys talk. But so jump onto the Facebook page, Surfest. Like the page first and foremost, and then go to that post at the top that I've just put up there and tell us where you're watching, because Rebecca Woods, former winner of Surfest, and myself would really love to interact with you people. You might want to send a cheerio out to someone, or just tell us where you're at, or what the weather's like where you are yesterday.
Yeah, and what the waves are like, and from around the world. I'd love to see or hear about some waves around the world, and how it's going today. Wherever you're at in the world.
That's right. Someone hit us up from Canada the other day and said it's like 20 degrees below zero, and they're in a hot tub watching the webcast on their big
awesome.
Screen in the back. Yeah,
awesome. I'd love to go to Canada. Actually, I've never been there, but there's waves and there's snow, so it would be such an amazing experience to have a surf and to walk over some snow. I think be a bit cold, but it's Ryder and Red up and riding on a nice looking left.
Wow.
And really connecting well with that section there for Nikki Van Dijk. Doing a bit of a check turn and looking for the inside here. She's riding smoothly through this section, and that way the belt out the back. There's a lot of really. I think it's going to be a high scoring wave if she can land this, and she does. She rides cleanly out of that lip line floater there, and looking for another section again. bit of a soft hit on the inside, but all the work was done out the back there for Nikki. So that was a really, really good-looking wave and great wave selection for Nikki Van Dijk.
All right, so we're just waiting for that score to come through. Priority, of course, will go to Macy Callahan. Macy, prior to that, was chasing a 5.84, so you can only imagine with a wave like this that is going to raise significantly. But here's the replay for Nikki, and that was a great-looking wave.
Yeah, that first opening belt, she really timed that well and didn't rush anything. And yeah, that was awesome to watch. She then threaded through this big lumpy whitewash section and kind of waited for the wave to stand up, and she saw this section coming back at her and hits and connects with that. So nice, a very smooth lip line, and didn't kind of overextend and get too excited with that, and then cleanly finished. So very experienced way to surf that wave. She didn't over surf it or over amp on it. She just did the job, and the first turn was kind of where all the and that second turn, they were both where all the points were at, and that I think is going to make things pretty tricky for Macy Callahan now.
All right, well, we got a first of our little comments came through on the Facey page, and it's from Freya Prum, who was one of the competitors here at Surfest. She's a great surfer, and she surfed in the Pro Junior and also had a bit of a go in the main event. She goes, "Yo, legends, Tezza and Woodsy, watching from Nora Head/Aldous in New South Wales."
Oh, on the sunny coast.
Yeah, frothing on the swell. You.
Love it.
Yeah, good on you. And let's hear from more people online too, because this is our way that we interact with you guys. As we said, it's on the Facebook page. I've just pinned that post to the top, so jump on there and let us know where you're watching. It's the Super Saturday here at Surfest for 2016.
Yeah, and as we look at the screen now, that is the hugest of scores, 8.17 for Nikki Van Dijk. She's done amazingly well to find a wave of substance like that out in the tricky conditions today. And now Macy Callahan, we kind of thought it might make things difficult for her. She does need a 9.33. That's a big score, but there is 10 minutes remaining. She can either be out the back and get two scores. She's going to need at least 2 sevens, I think, to go past Nikki Van Dijk here. And she might have to reassess her tactics right now. And we see her picking a really good-looking left as well. Hopefully I haven't spoken too soon, but nice opening slash there for Macy. This is a better-looking wave for her as she threads through this inside section here, and looking to connect again with another turn on the inside. Waiting for this. Didn't know which way she was going to go then, but she's going to come off the bottom here and really bank off the top. She's just gone a little bit too hard, and I think that's a shame there for Macy, because yeah, if she had banked that last one and put a score on the board to improve that 4.67, she would have been back in the heat. But unfortunately, I'm just coming unstuck, and I think that is the experience. Playing out for Nikki Van Dijk there. We saw Nikki not overcook anything. She kind of just surfed really smart, but whereas Macy's kind of gone a little bit too hard. We see the replay, Terry.
All right, so just a little double pump on that bottom turn out the back, and then she weaves her way through to the inside. Previous wave for Nikki Van Dijk was an 8.17, so if Macy wants to, seriously take on the world's best, she's going to have to match the scores, and just trying to explore options through the inside. Throws it up, and yes, as you said, maybe a little bit of inexperience there from our 16-year-old Central Coaster. Got more people commenting on the Facebook page. Lucas Meyerhofer, I think it is, watching from Austria in Europe, saying great webcast, guys. And look, he's put a little picture in there of Austria.
It looks amazing. Oh my gosh, it looks like some seriously amazing powder there in Austria, and I'd love to have a bit of a surf on that, so to speak. Whenever I go snowboarding, I get in trouble because I have a surf stance, and I don't stand up properly, and people come up and be like, "Stop surfing! You have to stand up straight." And I try to do that, but it's very hard. I just want to go along and do cutties.
I ride it like a skateboard. That's exactly the same as what I do. Also, a big shout out to Kerry Roberts. I think it's Gittins, watching in Barbados in the West Indies and getting ready to watch Chelsea Tuak, of course, will be coming up in a little heat later on today. And Jeff Perkins back from OB. Good on you, mate, in San Diego. Waiting to go to work tonight. He said it's 71 Fahrenheit and sunny here with the building swell. Forecast is calling for 4 to 8 foot surf this weekend here at the pier. So that's good stuff down there at OB. I used to love hanging out at OB in San Diego.
Yeah, it is a good spot. I remember having an event there, and the left-handers off the pier were super fun. So yeah, big shout out to everyone from OB. We've got the rider in red, and negotiating a very big backwash there. She's Yeah, she did well to land that, and she's looking for an inside section here. She's got a 5.83. She's going to need to do a few more. Yeah, that's a nice looking turn there for Nikki, but I'm not sure if that's going to improve her situation. She has got a few solid scores there. Yeah, we'll see what the judges have to say. I have been very wrong before with that, and hence why I'm not in the judges' booth. But yeah, Macy's running up the beach apparently to get back in and get back out the back after that last ride. So you can see how difficult conditions are for the women today. Macy's looking at the rip here and trying to negotiate that shore break and get back out the back. We've seen the shore break take out a few of the competitors, but look at that replay there of Nikki Van Dijk's takeoff. She did so well to land that, Terry.
That was just a full tippy-toe takeoff, wasn't it? And she just weaving away once again through the inside. A bit of froth on the face of that one, but looking unfazed by the texture on the wave face on that one for Nikki Van Dijk. Looking to replace a 5.83, but that takeoff was just extraordinary. She turned into like a little piece of plasticine there, and she just extended the body.
Yeah, she did. She did very well. Yeah, nearly. I mean, just showing her balance, really. She trains hard, but yeah, to land that and not even be phased by it is pretty awesome.
Here it is again, and you watch the body just stretch right out. Bit of backwash in there. Oh, hands go up right over the board there, and with that compressed landing, and just like you said, it was more the athleticism and the dexterity to be able to pull something like that off was very impressive. Got a couple of taps through the inside, threw it up there just the once, and that is a 4.60. Didn't go in the top two, but just very impressive stuff there once again from Nikki Van Dijk.
Yeah, 5 minutes 45 remaining. Still a bit of time here, but Macy does need a 9.33, and the faster that this clock ticks away, it's going to be more and more difficult. She is very capable of getting a 9.93 in one wave, but yeah, obviously if you can get two waves and 2 waves of 7, it would be a lot easier than getting a 9. So yeah, I guess Macy's going to have to get out the back and wait for a really good-looking wave, and it's going to be harder and harder for her as this heat counts down.
Okay, so just over 5 minutes left on the clock, hanging out with Tez McKenna, Beck Woods, taking you through day number 6 of Surfest, and of course it's the Taggart Women's Pro that is currently in the water. Coming up next, we've got Sally Fitzgibbons from Australia taking on Hawaii's Alana Blanchard. Some other great heats coming away in this round include Mahina Maeda from Hawaii taking on Chelsea Tuark from Barbados. We just heard from some of her fans. Stephanie Gilmore will take on Holly Warren. That's another great battle of youth and experience. Kobe Enright Sage Eriksson can say pretty much the same about that. Malia Manuel will take on Bronte McCauley, and Izzy Nichols will take on Tatiana Weston Webb. So we're really showcasing some of the really established surfing stars in women's pro surfing, along with the next generation of superstars as well.
Yeah, it's making it really exciting to watch experience versus fresh young whippersnappers coming through, and even right now it's a little bit of experience with Nikki Van Dijk in the lead at the moment. Total heat score of 14, and she's done really well so far to have a score of that much. But I think it's just been really awesome for me to watch some of the young Aussies up and coming. I have stepped away for a few years, and to see Kobe Enright and Holly Warren, they're doing really well this year. We've got new World Tour qualifiers, Bronte McCauley, heading into her first year on the World Tour, and it's going to be really awesome to watch her and see how she approaches heats and uses her youth in the lineup, especially at Snapper, to have a goofy footer out at Snapper. That'll be exciting because there's not too many goofy footers on the tour.
No, that's right, and it's always Gabe's has won. Gabe Medina won Snapper recently, so the proving that the guys on the heel are just as powerful, if not more powerful. Big shout out to Katie. I think it's Konakowski watching from Carlsbad in California. Good old Carlsbad. That's a good old surf city right there, and And she said here, this is pretty cool, Katie. She said, Surfest has motivated me to get out there and experience our own swell here. She said she loves watching and listening to Surfest, and good job, guys. Thank you very much, Katie, for those nice positive comments. And Lynn Zutmalder, I think it is, watching from South Africa. She said, come and surf supers here in J Bay. Thank you very much, Lynn, for tuning in as well.
Yeah, interesting. Carlsbad is probably one of my favourite places on the West Coast. I used to have a few friends there and would stay there for like a month when the American contests were on, and I love that place. There's cream of the crop there, and I used to visit that shop. It's a health food shop, and it's got the best food. And yeah, the California summers, it's always so warm, and you can just chill on the rooftops there overlooking the ocean. So yeah, shout outs to anyone from Carlsbad. Good spot in the world. Yeah, and what was the next place after that? It was
South Africa. Yeah, J-Bay, South Africa.
The reason I actually qualified for the tour was because I wanted to surf J-Bay.
Sure.
And then they took the event off the year that I qualified, and I was so upset. But I mean, there were so many other good locations.
Yeah.
But I still haven't got to J-Bay. It's one spot in the world where I'm just like, oh my gosh, that wave looks so amazing.
It's so crazy. But my sister has lived just out of Cape Town in a little suburb called Knysna. It's about 45 minutes to an hour out of Cape Town, and she's been there for 30-something years, and I have not visited her once.
Wow,
I'm so
Terry,
crushed.
you have to go.
I know. I'm in so much trouble. She's come over here to see me so many times, but hi to Kerry, my sister, if she's watching. We've also got Nicole Bogert. She says, go Nikki, and also Aaron Burr is watching from Ventura in California. Also, a big, very good morning to Kurt Nylholm, who's a great surfer, watching the girls shredding. He's down there working in the Aqua Surf Shop in Milton on the south coast. Lovely little part of the world down there. And good on you, Kurt. Stoked to have you comment on the Facebook page. Jump on the Surfest Facebook page. Tell us where you're watching, and we will give you a little shout out.
So awesome that you can interact like that with social media now, and yeah, I mean, the way that the social media has changed the world is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest game changers for the women's tour when you know, the power of Instagram and Facebook and all of these things came into. Yeah, I just appeared on the scene. It kind of showed the athletes took a lot more power back from sponsors and
Sure.
could show their marketability. So we've only got 30 seconds remaining in this heat, Terry, and Macy. Yeah, still needing a 9.33.
That's right, and Nikki's actually holding priority, and she's going to stick to her like glue. So whilst Macy Callahan has got some incredible potential, she's got a little way to go yet to be able to take down some of the world's best. Nikki Van Dijk just showing through sheer experience there. As we see this little set coming through, Macy's going to try and get on the corner of this one. We've got about 5 seconds remaining. I don't think it's going to happen. She is going to play her priority very well there for Nikki Van Dijk, showing the experience right through to the closing stages of this one. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the hooter in the background, so that makes it official. And you can see Macy just looking, and that is a wonderful use of priority there right to the closing stages.
Yeah, Nikki being smart there, knowing that Macy's capable of getting a 9.9 in the dying seconds, so utilising her priority very well. Riding into shore, it's always nice to ride in standing on a wave and not having to bounce down the face on your belly. So, yeah, experience winning over youth in that exchange. Great surfing there for the young surfer from Phillip Island.
All right, so just looks like it's going to be victory. Goes to Nikki Van Dijk. Nice little silhouette running out of the surf here at Merewether. It's the Super Saturday, folks, at Surfest. There's Macy Callahan. A great campaign, but she'll move down to the next competition in Manly for the Australian Open of Surfing. Ladies and gentlemen, that was heat number 2 of the day. We're going to be back with more action right after this ad break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane teacher.
No, the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
We are back at the Taggart Women's Pro here with heat number 3 of this round of 6, and welcome to the booth, Luke from Tracks Magazine.
Yes, it's a great morning down here, Beck. I'm just watching from the beachfront down there on the promenade, and there are some bombs rolling through. This big east swell is squaring up on Merewether Beach, and the girls are taking it on.
Yeah, I was wondering how it would look from front on, because we are locked away in a little booth here to the side of the contest, and I'm always watching on TV. I'm like, oh, it actually looks fine. It looks nice and easy, but obviously it would be a bit of a different story if you're out in the lineup. Yeah,
watching this live from down on the beach, you can see the girls are really hunting down some of the corners on these big swinging lefts. We saw Nikki Van Dijk have some success in the last heat, getting some really vertical takeoffs, making some critical drops, getting a turn, and then just negotiating her way through to that inside section. Yeah, Nikki really showing a lot of experience and in that heat, and her fluency is just phenomenal, the way that she approaches waves and doesn't overcook too many of her turns, because she knows obviously what she needs to do to get through heats, and throwing down some really solid scores there, and even at the end holding Macy off a wave. But really it's still an amazing result for Macy Callahan. This is probably one of her first campaigns in a 6,000 event, and she's made it through to the final 16, and that's a really solid result for her. She's only 15 or 16 years old, so she's done really well. Yeah, Macy, an absolute world beater of the future. She's really been extremely successful in all of the junior and amateur competitions over the last year, and definitely a name of the future to watch. Macy Callahan, it's going to be interesting to see, well, how long it actually takes Macy to qualify for that elite level tour. Based on current form, you'd have to predict that it's only a couple of years away. Yeah, definitely. I think she's showing a lot of just a very mature approach to heats, and I think it's been great for me to watch her in this event, as we see the rider in black up and riding right now. Actually, sorry, no, that's red. Sally Fitzgibbons with a slash off the top there, and looking for the right-hander here. So, is that Alana or Sally? I'm sorry. It's hard to determine because of the glare on our camera screens. It's we're basing our analysis on styles rather than the colour of the jerseys. Yeah, she looked like Sally for a second there, but it was actually Alana, and Alana's got a pretty fierce attack on her forehand. She gets nice and vertical. I'll never forget a heat a few years ago with Alana Blanchard and Coco Ho up at Snapper. They went just like absolute wave for wave. We've got the surfer in red up and riding. She's looking very, very energetic today, Sally. The last few heats she's looked like she's been in a bit of cruise control, but now she's really, really looking like she's putting some energy into her surfing. Yeah, and Sally's athletic accomplishments are well documented. We know she's was a very successful junior runner also, and I think soccer player. As we take a look at Alana's first wave, really like that second arcing turn off the top. It was a difficult, wobbly section back, but Alana timed it really well, buried the rail, and I think it's going to be a solid scoring turn. The big problem she's got now, she went the wrong way right, and it's a long paddle out. Yeah, the lefts definitely. See, here's a replay here of Red's first wave, and a bit of a fat section on the left, but she did manage to get a turn in, and then was looking for a connection here on the inside, a bit of a linking fluent carve there, and a a finish, another snap there. I really like the way Sally was kind of whipping her body around. As I was saying yesterday, I was talking to Shmoo, and yeah, she had a little bit less energy. She was kind of in second gear, and yeah, that's not saying anything about the other competitors, but she yeah, she looks like she knows it's coming down to finals day, and she's putting a lot more energy into her surfing. So we're going to throw down to Fiona with Nikki Van Dijk, previous winner of the last heat.
Yeah, I'm just here with Nikki Van Dijk. Nikki, I think you grabbed an 8.33 in that heat, which is pretty hard to get out there this morning. But I just found out you had no idea about that. But did you know that that was a good wave after you got that one?
I think so. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what was going on out there. That was, yeah, that was really all over the place. But I'm stoked to hear that I got an 8. And I think at the end I heard, like, Nikki, you're in the lead, and Black needed, like, a 9 maybe, and I kind of knew that, like, I might have gotten a bigger score. She needed that. I don't even know. It was all over the place, but I'm stoked to make it through.
Yeah, and you had that heat restart at 10 minutes, I think, and do you think maybe that was kind of a good thing? It just gave you that extra 10 minutes to sit out there and get a feel for that?
For sure. I think there was a little wave that kind of broke at the end of that first 10 minutes, and I was like, oh, like, so close to a restart. So yeah, that was awesome. We got a restart, and it's just because the paddle out is really rough. It takes a long time, and you kind of don't really know where you're sitting out there. So yeah, an extra 10 minutes is definitely, you know, doesn't go straight out there. So I'm stoked, and Macy's surfing really well as well. So good luck to her.
Yeah, it's great that you got the heat win. How is it getting on the jet skis?
Yeah, it's good because you know they're gonna take you out. So yeah, they'll pick you up if you're in this rip over here. So yeah, we're lucky to have them out there, and it's fun.
Okay, well, thanks for speaking with us, Nikki, and see you in the next round. Be safe.
Yes, Nikki, obviously enjoying the ride on the back of the jet ski. There's a bit of an art to riding the jet ski back out to the lineup. Did you have the chance during your career, Beck, to actually enjoy the benefits of the jet ski assist?
Yeah, I did. I was talking to Terry about it a bit earlier. It can be quite intimidating because I had never previously been on a ski, and yeah, I didn't really know much about the machine and how it worked. Now I've done a bit of lifeguarding. I understand them a lot better, but I used to think I used to just be terrified of the back. I used to think there was a propeller there, and nobody ever really explained to me how they operated. And yeah, my first experience with them was at Chopu, so it was a bit of a baptism of fire there, and they come in and start yelling at you to jump on the back, and you've got like a split second to jump on, and if you miss it, then you just get absolutely annihilated on the inside reef there. So yeah, you've got one chance to jump on, and it's pretty intense actually, especially if there's a swell at Chopes. But yeah, the guys who are on the back of the skis in the WSL, they've got so much experience, and you know, it just makes you charge a lot harder when they're there, because you know that you don't have to paddle out the back. Especially at waves like Cloud Break. Sometimes you get, as you will probably know, you get caught on the inside there and you get flushed, and you just end up so far down the reef, and you are dry docked a lot of the time. You can't duck dive, and you're star fishing on the reef there. So if someone can come and pick you up and drop you out the back, and you know that that's there, you can almost push so much harder on the waves that you take off on. So yeah, it's great that they've got the jet skis here today. It just allows for more waves to be ridden.
Can you ride a ski yourself? Can you actually handle one?
Yeah, well, now I've spent a few seasons lifeguarding, and thankfully the boys, they love to get out there and get experience almost every day. And yeah, I'm a lot more confident, and yeah, I spent a lot of time this summer on the skis, and that's probably the best part about lifeguarding. You can go out and play around on the skis and get the experience, you know, in the case that you have to pick somebody up when they're in trouble. The more experience you have, the better. But yeah, just super fun, those machines. I really love them.
So we will see you out on the next big East Coast swell. When you're not commentating, you'll be towing someone in for sure. Yeah,
well, I don't know how my tow skills go towing someone in. I think yeah, maintaining the speed seems like the way to go with that. But yeah, I think I'd need a bit of experience. I feel sorry for the person who I'd be towing in for the first maybe hour or so. Be interesting, but we see yeah, it's looking to be one of the competitors on the back of the ski there. And even interesting to note that some people prefer to just lie on the back and get dragged out the back, and as opposed to climbing up and jumping on the back. I think at certain locations it's always better to climb up. Say Bells Beach, instead of being dragged around, you can go so much faster if you climb up on the ski, and it doesn't damage your board.
Yeah, there is some risk if you're travelling at high speeds, bouncing on the back of the sled, that you could potentially crease the board.
Yeah, and I mean, fins popping out and all of that sort of thing. So we see scores dropping for Sally and Alana. It was Sally who slightly got the better of that exchange with a 4.17. Both girls super experienced. This is probably one of the only heats where it's not a David and Goliath match with the name versus the up and coming Grommy in the lineup. So Alana Blanchard. I was mentioning earlier, Luke, Alana and Coco's heat at Snapper on the Gold Coast, and it's just one heat I don't think I'll ever forget. I think you almost kind of looked at it and thought, oh, okay, well, maybe at the time Coco was absolutely killing it, and I thought, oh, Coco's going to go really well in this heat, and then Alana and her just went wave for wave. They were so solidly off the bottom, off the top, and doing, they were just in complete form, and the surfing that went down in that heat. I think Alana in the end ended up with 2 really high 9s and took that heat off Coco, even though Coco had 2 9s as well. And it was just a really entertaining and next level type of heat, and it will always stick with me. It was great to watch. Yeah,
it is great when you see those moments where 2 surfers are at their absolute best and pushing one another to whole new levels. Interestingly, with Alana, I think her partner Jack Freestone is out of the men's event, but he was operating as coach and cornerman down there on the beach this morning, obviously helping Alana out with her pre-heat preparation, probably evaluating the lineup. He may even be down there throwing a few hand signals on the beach. Not a bad backup to have.
Yeah, it's always a nice coach to have, a boyfriend on the world tour. That would that would be very nice, and I guess vice versa as well. Alana's had a lot of experience in her own right, and probably helps Jack out as well. So it's a good little partnership that they'd have going on. But I think you'd need all the help you can get against the surfer in red, Sally Fitzgibbons, because she has had some phenomenal showings and results over the years, and she's a hard competitor to beat.
And Sally obviously does have a reputation for performing well in bigger conditions. We've seen her perform extremely well at Cloudbreak is one event that springs to mind. But you'd have to assume that Alana, growing up in Hawaii, is comfortable in these 4 foot plus conditions, as we see. Sally just loses the fins as she drops into this sparkling looking wave, comes off the top, throws in an extra little carve, knows that this wave may not reform, so you have to really make the most of it. But a critical drop back, a strong first turn, and then just a little check turn to kind of look for that bonus extra 0.5 or point extra.
Yeah, and again, watching the way Sally approached that wave, she was super aggressive, didn't hold back at all when hitting this section. A bit of an elevated drop there at the start, and then just bottom turn and slashes, brings it around with a second whip there. And that was a solid turn there for Sally. Interesting to see how the judges go with that score. But yeah, she looks like she's probably moving into 3rd to 4th gear now of her 5th gear range, and I love watching Sally when she kind of starts building momentum into a contest. We do have 15 minutes, almost 16 minutes remaining, and half an hour heats out here. We've got, looks like unfortunately, Alana coming unstuck on a good-looking left there.
Yeah, we saw that one, that really bowly left run off unridden, and unfortunately we saw Alana just couldn't get the rail in the water on that bottom turn.
Yeah, she just she seemed to kind of go over the heels there a bit, and she'll probably be kicking herself because that wave did look really nice there, and there are some solid scores dropping for Sally Fitz's last wave. Just for the kind of one turn there, it's a 6.0. So she's building a solid heat already, Sally. I imagine if she gets a wave with a few more scoring opportunities, she's going to go very, very high into the highest scoring range. But she knows what she has to do. She's just getting out there and getting scores on the board in the first 15 minutes. And I'm sure she's going to be a little bit more selective coming to the back end of this heat.
And one thing, I guess it's a little bit of a change for the surfers is they've been going right pretty much all week in that corner bank at Merewether. Now in the situation, we saw Alana fall on a left-hander there on her backhand, where, if she hadn't been doing a little bit of practice on the left-handers through the week. It might have been you're just that little bit rustier going left.
Yeah, everybody has been going right. Sally's still choosing these rights right now, which is interesting. Yeah, because, you know, her backhand is so solid, like you said. She's had, I think, back-to-back Fiji wins, and watching her over there is pretty amazing.
I think perhaps the right-handers are standing up a little bit more, so you're getting actually a more critical section, even though the bank is perhaps a more natural left. The lefts are running into a big, deep channel, meaning you're getting only one section really quickly before it runs into deep water and it gets fat.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Nikki did really well in that last heat to find a few of those the waves, the link ups and through the inside, and using her fluency and her surfing to get over that big fat section, because it does look hard to negotiate there. So yeah, coming down to 13 minutes or 14 minutes. I keep saying that, but it's closer to 14 minutes for these women in the lineup. It is Sally with quite a strong lead. Alana needing a 6.34. It's not the largest of scores, but she's only carrying 3.83 as she looks to be paddling into this wave here, and it is not the best wave.
No, just an indication of how tricky the conditions are. Alana taking off on what looked to be an inviting left-hand peak. Unfortunately, the wave is closed out a little bit wide. These swells are really swinging down the beach. So I had a free surf out there yesterday afternoon with a few of the excitable Brazilian contingent from the men's tour, and it was really hard to find the waves with the corners on them. And I think the same thing is happening this morning.
Yeah, was this yesterday afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I was saying I was watching from up on the hill, and it just looked really beautiful with the light on it and the swell lines coming in, and it was very clean. And some of the guys out there were shredding, actually, just picking up some of those bombs from out the back, and everyone dusting off their bigger boards. And I saw a guy with a big rhino chaser this morning, and I was like, oh, okay, it must be big. And then got down here, and there is definitely a swell running. So kind of good that there is this condition. This event always offers so many different conditions within the space of 1 week. It's an interesting way that it's run. Usually women's events for the QS only kind of run over a few days. So Newcastle throwing absolutely every different type of condition at these women, and the more experienced ones are obviously working their way through the draw, it seems.
I actually really enjoy watching the girls compete when it does get bigger. I think it's really exciting, and I think it's an area of women's surfing we probably don't get to see enough of. It's great seeing them when the waves get solid.
Yeah, it is definitely good. I think sometimes if there is a shared event, the men kind of tend to get the pick of the swells sometimes, not necessarily all the time, but they tend to get the bigger waves, and that's what they kind of wait for. But it is great to see the women being given the opportunity to get out there and to showcase their surfing in waves of consequence. And I think obviously that's why Maui and Fiji is really good for the women, because they have standalone events there, and can get the pick of the swell, and they really rise to the occasion. I think particularly Fiji. Sally, she burst her eardrum there last year, is that right? She burst her eardrum. And
I think she surfed with the wrapped up bandage.
Yeah, she surfed with that and did so well to take the event out with half a balance. So we see her up and riding right now with a huge backhand hack there, and oh my gosh, she's done a second belt there, and I think that's going to make things really, really difficult for Alana. She's managed to find a link up as well on this wave, and she's really, really energizing through the inside section here, and is looking for a final turn as she makes her way through to the shore break here. That was pretty phenomenal, surfing out the back there, and she's going to finish this one with a nice little fin throwing bank off the top, and she'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, did we see even a little fist clench in the shore break there, perhaps? Becca, Sally, rightfully so, very happy with her performance on that wave. Showed incredible commitment to that first turn, pulled it off, almost went into a layback to come out of it, and then backed it up with another really good whitewash rebound, rolled through to the inside, connected, got the finishing turn, and I think we're going to see a score in the excellent range.
Yeah, that was kind of next level from Sally, and that's kind of showing the difference between a world tour surfer who's won so many events and some of the other women so far this morning. Totally committed to that first turn, nearly lost it, kind of bent down and regained so quickly and just smashed the second section there. So a little bit of a link third turn there, and then obviously made her way through with a few more turns on the inside here. That was awesome to watch. I think watching a few of the women who have lost this morning, the reason they have lost is because they've held back a little bit, I find, and that's a nice little fin throw to finish that wave. So
yeah, I think we did see the double fist clench there.
Yeah, and you don't see that often from Sally,
No.
so she's quite a modest competitor, and it looks like scores have dropped there for Surfer in Red, and it's come through as an 8.83, making things very hard for Alana.
You've been in the booth all morning. I'd have to say, is that our highest single wave score of the morning so far?
I think Joanne may have had a wave similar, but yeah, I think it is nearly a 9 and an 8.83. That would be the highest wave score there. So, yeah, massive difference there. I think that's something that maybe some of the surfers who have been knocked out this morning could take away from this. So just the level of commitment on those first two turns from Sally, that was really a big fin throw, and obviously came over her heels, regained, and just smashed, absolutely belted the second section. And I think in waves like today on the East Coast, if you hold back a little bit, the wave's just going to totally overpower you. So you've got to go in with full commitment to the lip, and that's what Sally's doing right now, and that's why Alana is comboed.
Yeah, it's really the wave size where it's actually where I think performance surfing is at its best. We're sort of in that 4 to 6 foot. It's not huge, but it's really solid. So you're seeing surfers not having to necessarily step up and ride bigger boards or surf like they're riding, big waves. They're still doing, all the turns are still there. They're still there on offer, but they're just happening on a much bigger scale. So anything in that sort of 4 to 8 foot range is really exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of allows and showcases how a surfer uses their rail a lot more. Too often if waves are in small wave, if contests are in small waves, it gets a bit tricky. Kind of finding a point of difference between surfers because they don't get to show their full extension. And it has been nice to watch a few sets rolling through here, and how the women are negotiating that in the lineup.
Hopefully, that last turn of Sally's was huge, and hopefully there's more of that to come. But once you go beyond that 8 foot realm, then you're getting into kind of where the focus just becomes on sort of making the drop, maybe getting a barrel, and the performance element can often sort of be eliminated. But when we're seeing waves, as I said, on tour in that 4 to 8 foot range with big performance sections on offer, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, it is. It kind of brings the best out, and in every performer, and technique is always something I love to watch, especially at certain locations. Obviously, Snapper is coming up pretty soon, and I think it's just watching how different people approach waves and just their technique. Snapper is the type of place, if you have a technical fault in any of your surfing, you can see it straight away. I used to struggle a little bit up there on my opening snap because, my rotation wasn't perfect. I grew up surfing a left, so my rights were always tricky for me. But, as soon as it gets bigger than that up there and it just becomes about barrel riding, I guess it changes the story. But hopefully that bank hangs around for the first event of the year.
Everyone's praying that the sand stays in position for the upcoming Quicksilver Pro, the opening event of the WSL. But there's been incredible action from up and down the coast all through the week, and also from yesterday's Eddie Aikau event. So if you want to do a quick flashback on what's been transpiring, I suggest you jump onto tracksmag.com and have a look.
Yeah, that was an exciting event yesterday, and as to has been this event, this Surfest event all week in Newcastle. Every competitor just showing excellent poise, and there's been so many contests up and down the East Coast as well, so I think that's awesome with the surfing organisations allowing for the youngsters to kind of get some experience and some points, and also this Taggart Women's Pro is one of the events where they opened it up another round, and it has allowed some of these younger competitors to kind of pick their way through the draw, whereas they may not have gotten into the contest at all. And it's really opened up, given them an opportunity to potentially continue with the rest of the QS as well. So I know for Macy Callahan, that was a solid result for her. Obviously, she would have liked to have kept going, but you get 1,550 points, and that's a lot of points as opposed to what you'd get in a 1-star, and that would really help her campaign for this year.
Yeah, that's going to help Macy build a better seed, so she gets an earlier entry into those bigger events. I was thinking about it a little bit, and I didn't do the exact stats, but winning a contest like this one, the Taggart Women's Pro, is actually almost, in some respects, if you're coming in right from the back rounds, it's almost harder than winning a WSL CT event, because you've got to surf so many times, and you have a field of competitors that features a number of elite tour surfers. So, you can make an argument that it's almost as hard.
Yeah, definitely. I think, and you're surfing, a lot of heats. If you're coming from the first round, there's, 7 or 8 or more heats that you're surfing through and picking your way through the draw, and trying to, winning so many heats is difficult. So making it all the way through to a final, prize money there looking like $10,000 up for grabs for the winner, and that's a nice little bonus there. 6,000 points, and I think you could set your year up perfectly. It would take a bit of pressure off, and all you'd need is maybe like a few quarterfinals, and you'll be on tour the next year. So that anybody still left in the draw will definitely be eyeing off a big win here at the Taggart Women's Pro.
Yeah, I was talking about that with the girls yesterday with Paulina Doan. Gave an indication of just how important this event is for the girls, who have a limited number of events on their tour this year on the WQS. So if you post a good result in one of these bigger events, you're actually setting yourself up for potential qualification with maybe 2 strong results.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They did lose the New Zealand Surf Festival over there in New Plymouth, but Surfest has picked up this event here, so props to all the local community for crowdfunding this event and supporting the women with 3 minutes remaining in the lineup. Alana Blanchard is in a combination situation. To find a way out of that now with 3 minutes to go is going to be a little bit tricky. We do have Mahina Maeda in the next heat number 4 from Hawaii and against Chelsea Tuak. That's going to be a really good little hit out for those 2 young surfers. Chelsea from Barbados. Different areas of the globe for all of these competitors. But Mahina Maeda and Chelsea both been performing extremely well so far in this event, and I would say that's a double youth hit out there for both of those girls. They're very young, and it'll be good to watch them out here and then how they approach this tricky lineup.
Yeah, just watching the girls this week, it feels like the gap between the younger girls and the more established girls who are actually on the elite level tour has probably narrowed a little bit, where the elite girls really have to be on their game against a lot of the younger emerging surfers.
Yeah, one of the surfers, I think it might have been Joanne, made a point that every single heat is really difficult to get through now. Even back to round of 48 is just kind of like, if you're not on your game and surfing your best, you're really looking at getting eliminated by some of these young surfers, because they obviously are surfing with absolutely nothing to lose, and they don't really care about who they come up against, and they've got so much contest experience already because they've been competing for many years. And that's quite interesting to watch, because when I was younger, I think I was pretty intimidated by a lot of the older women on tour, and there was, some of them were like 13 years older, and these young girls, they don't seem to have that intimidation at all, as we see Alana Blanchard up and riding on she's found one of these left-handers, but they're always a little bit fat, and the wave behind catching up with her a little bit there. So not the best wave for Alana there, and I think she kind of knows with a minute remaining.
I think she's resigned herself to the fact that she won't be progressing through this round. It will be with just under 50 seconds to go. Looks like Sally Fitzgibbons with a convincing victory.
Yeah, Sally. She's stepped up. She's thrown into it in a higher gear, and I think she'd be happy with that performance. Obviously, with almost a 9 there, that's a phenomenal way to start the morning. And I don't think the women are surfing again today, so job done for her. She'll go back and reset for tomorrow's final day, where I think she'll just be absolutely flaring and building again into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Sally being Sally loves to stay busy. I dare say she'll hunt down another little wave up and down the coast somewhere just to maintain her flow and focus.
Yeah, there would be a few little point locations around. We see the end of the heat there. yeah, there would be a few little points on up and down close to this area. Actually, I was thinking about that today. It'd be interesting to see how they would be turning on today with this big swell. But yeah, a bit of a victory lap for Sally. She's going to ride this one all the way through. She's done well to negotiate that tricky bit in the middle there. But this wave actually standing up, and she's going to have a bit of fun here on her way in, knowing she's won that heat convincingly. So solid fin throw there for Sal, and yeah, she's going to make her way in. Great performance there from Sally Fitzgibbons and Alana Blanchard, unfortunately bowing out, but it's still a strong result and showing from her, and a good way to start the year. So we're going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We've got an awesome heat with Mahina Maeda and Chelsea Tuak coming up.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro, to that short commercial break. We have started this next heat, which is heat number 4 of round 6. This is a final 16 women that we have left in this event, and it is Mahina Maeda from Hawaii. I'm sorry if I'm wrecking that name, but and up and riding right now is Mahina. She's looking for a backhand hit here, a little bit of a fat section for her, but I'm sure this wave's going to build up on the inside. It looks to be building as a left-hander, and a bit of a slashing turn there, but she's not liking that one, and she gets off.
I thought that one was going to double up on the inside, Beck, and start looking like Rocky Point lefts, where Mahina does a lot of her training back in Hawaii.
Yeah, it looked like it was standing up there on the bank. Unfortunately, it just kind of had a bit of a morning sickness vibe to it, and just had a few flat sections there. We see the replay here, taking off. Looks to be a bit of a inside wave, and looked nice actually, but then see how it just flattens off there. Didn't allow for much scoring potential wise, and then like you said, looking like a bit of a Rocky Point left here, but yeah, a bit of a turn there, but not liking that one. It looked like it was going to close out, and maybe the turn was a bit mistimed, so she just thought, no, I'm going to get back out in the back, and nice to get some fluency going, some feet in the wax, and yeah, back out the back before hopefully this set comes through.
Yeah, the paddle outs have been pretty treacherous this morning. I'm not sure if our webcast does it justice, but there's some 6-foot bomb sets. It's kind of a little bit like dodging landmines as you try and paddle back out.
Yeah, we can see this one. Looks like it's going to just explode in front of Mahina there. It's always a nice little morning dip when something like that bombards you. So yeah, this next one maybe looks even bigger. So I don't know. Yeah, I was saying to you, Luke, earlier, it looks kind of like manageable and okay, but I think for the women in the lineup, it is a solid swell, and yeah, they'll be working hard for their money today.
Yeah, I think the fitness levels are going to be a major factor. It's a long paddle out, and it's actually requires a lot of strength from the girls to actually punch through some of those 4 to 5 foot rolling lumps of whitewaters. We see Mahina here. It's about the 4th duck dive in a row. She'll probably turn around and look at the beach and go, oh no, I might have even gone backwards.
Yeah.
So there's kind of a channel to paddle out in, but then there's waves breaking in that channel. And Mahina's probably thinking, I took a smaller inside wave that maybe, it's only hurt me a 2-point right, now I've got to paddle.
Chelsea Tuak taking off on this one, looking to be a nice looking right-hander with an opening slash there. This middle section does tend to go a bit fat here, but she has held a nice rail and done a roundhouse cut back into the powerful section, and a little bit of a check turn here, and she's found a bit of a left link up here, so nice wave selection for Chelsea, a slashing turn off the top. Bit of a fat section there, but she's looking to finish this one, and she pulls off cleanly, so not a bad opener there for Chelsea.
Yeah, but perhaps a little conservative back, but maybe wisely throw. I was kind of wisely so. I was hoping she was going to race down the line and really hit that section coming her way while heading right, but proved to be a good decision because she got the left-hand reform on the inside.
Yeah, and we see the replay here. It was a nice carving turn on her forehand there with the smooth wrap back into the power section. But yeah, it would have been nice if she had raced this and just really banked it off the top with that left section there. But yeah, allowing this turn here because she didn't do that, and then a bit of a finish turn there for Chelsea. So yeah, I think a tiny bit. Negotiating, as you see the difference between Sally, who's been absolutely, she just went to town and attacked the wave. Chelsea a little bit conservative there on the inside, but yeah, she's put a score on the board, and that's what you need to do in conditions like this.
Yeah, and I guess with these longer half-hour heats, the girls can think, well, given the fact that I've got a long paddle out, I don't want to do what Mahina did. I don't want to get a wave really early and make it only a super low-scoring ride, because then I've got a long, arduous paddle back out, and I haven't really got a score of any substance to my name. So Chelsea may be reasoning, well, I'll be a little bit conservative, but at least I'm going to have a good mid-range score, which she does. It's coming in at a 5, and that puts me in a good situation to build.
Yeah, exactly. Halfway a 5.0 there, and yeah, I wonder if Mahina had to paddle back out the back in order to get the jet ski there. It probably would have been good if she could have jumped on a bit earlier and got out the back, because that did take a solid nearly 7-minute turnaround for one kind of poor wave choice there. So you do that a few times and the heat's going to run out of time pretty quickly. So
yeah, that's right. If you're doing 3 or 4 7-minute paddle efforts, you're going to be pretty exhausted by the end of the heat.
Definitely.
So that's where the fitness comes into play, and that not only do you have to be fit and strong enough to get out, but you've got to be fit and strong enough so that when the wave does come your way, you've got enough energy and enough zip left in the system to really attack it.
Yeah, so I'm a bit curious to see why the girls are paddling right now, but it looks like Mahina is out the back again, and she's going to try and reposition and find a better looking wave. Chelsea's opener, a 5.0 on a nice wave, choosing a right-hander, and it did then come back magically into a left-hander. So yeah, it seems like some of these reforms are going to really turn on with the water coming in, and it'll be interesting to see what the conditions turn into this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, as you say, what the bank will do. Will it shift to the inside as we see Chelsea duck diving and waving for the ski? It looks like she wants to get out of here quick. And we can see the ski driver, he's kind of negotiating his way through. He's looking back over his shoulder, making sure there's not a bomb set that's going to catch him out. So he's looking for Chelsea in amongst all that froth and white water. And let's see how smooth the pickup is here.
A bit of pressure for the ski rider. We're putting some pressure on him, but he's done well to come out right next to Chelsea, and if she can quickly jump on that, a bit of a slip there, quickly jump on that before this wave breaks, yeah, it'll be good.
Yep. Come on, he's saying, let's hit the gas.
Let's go. Yeah, get out of there before a wave comes through and lands on their head. So, yeah, Chelsea, maybe one of her first experiences with a ski. I'm sure she's.
I was about to say, yeah. This would be quite a novelty for some of the girls, but also a challenge. I'm saying it's probably for many of the competitors the first time.
Yeah, in a contest. I'm sure that they've ridden skis before. Maybe you never know, but yeah, that's a big wave there for the ski. He really did well to get
Chelsea
over that.
just punching through that one and holding on.
Yeah, doing well to hold on there, and she's back out the back, and I think that was a smart move there, waving for the ski. She's out the back a lot faster than what Mahina's paddle was. A bit of a nightmare paddle. I think she got every set on the head on the way back out. So Chelsea back into the lineup and where she wants to be at to keep building
scores in this heat. Looks quite fun actually in the back of that.
It does. As we see Mahina having a look at this one, another mid-sized wave. It may be one of the, a little bit of experience with using the ski. It's one of those situations where it could prove valuable. If you're not comfortable or confident calling for the ski, if you haven't done that before, it's fine doing it in a free surfing scenario. But when you're in a heat with only that 30-minute, all the pressure gets compounded and all your decisions feel much more urgent. So it's a lot harder to make clear, convincing decisions in that kind of a setting. And calling for the ski or choosing to paddle, you can't sort of and will I get the ski? Won't I get the ski? Will I paddle? You've got to make a pretty clear decision as soon as you get off that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely at certain locations, you just know, okay, I'm going to get the ski, or should I paddle? Yeah, a lot of the time, you know, that decision should be rapid and fast, because you've only got 30 minutes in a heat, and especially on days like today, you can get completely lost at sea and then only have 10 minutes where you're like, oh, this is where I should have been sitting. And having that ski there really helps out with that. I think the best place and location for a ski for me was always Bells Beach. A lot of the time you're in a really thick wetsuit. For me, I'm not a massive fan of cold water, and then to be in such, you know, with rubber on and then catching a wave that's probably one of the longest waves you've ridden, and then having to turn around and paddle all the way back out the back again. It's kind of like a 15-minute turnaround, and having skis down there is just awesome. It really it changed a lot of things. As we see the surfer in red up and riding here on this left-hander. She went to attack that one. The lip kind of came down at a funny angle at her, but she's looking to get the inside section here. Negotiating that rail to rail. Really nice rail to rail movement there for Mahina. I love watching that as opposed to bouncing, I was saying earlier. Nice slashing turn there. Really fluent, this surfer, and she's gone from strength to strength over the years, but unfortunately just overcooking that one.
Yeah, I think she would have really wanted to ride cleanly out of that last turn, because she'd worked so hard, as you suggested, to get there, and using really smooth rail-to-rail transitions rather than pumping, which allowed her to maintain her speed.
Yeah, it did. She really she maintained that well. This turn here, she's just gone up and it's kind of come down at a funny angle at her. So yeah, I think you know, wave selection wise, the wave wasn't the best. There was a lot of the rail to rail in between sections here, and yeah, to get through to the inside and have to, you know, and actually nice. That was a nice slash, and that will help her situation. But yeah, to overcook this on the inside, disappointing. But yeah, even the section out the back wasn't the best either. But it is still really, you know, anybody's heat. Chelsea's got a 5. Mahina only needs a 3.01 to go into the lead, and she may do that on that wave. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. But
I think you're right. Yeah, the real critical element with this wave is going to be that opening section. The lip wasn't really well defined, and you can see Mahina had every inclination to hit the lip really hard and crisp. Unfortunately, the kind of the target was kind of hard to find, so she sort of backed off right in the lip, which made the turn not quite as critical. But the compromise was that she rode out cleanly.
Yeah, and managed to get that one section in the middle of the wave where she whipped the board around, and I'd love to see her get a few more solid lefts and just absolutely unleash on some of those first sections, because yeah, her technique is pretty phenomenal. We've got two ski riders at the back and a bit of a set coming through, and again Mahina choosing to paddle, which is interesting. I'm sure. Yeah, she's thinking, okay, well, this is my tactic, and yeah, I'm not sure why she's doing that, but that's okay. Maybe she'll pick something up on the way back out the back. But yeah, that left that they have been riding is a little bit further up the beach. So yeah, I think 3.5 dropping here for Mahina Maeda, and that has put her into a slight lead there. Chelsea Tuak only needing a 0.5, and she does only have one wave. There is 16 minutes remaining in this heat.
And we're just looking at the wave counts relative to yesterday, just to give you an indication of how challenging the conditions are. Yesterday, some surfers were getting up close to 10 rides, as we see Chelsea up and riding on her backhand, swings off the bottom, slashes back to the pocket, looking for some steeper wave face. Unfortunately, the wave not corresponding. But yeah, we saw so many more waves ridden yesterday. So looking today, probably 3 or 4 waves a heat, perhaps on average. Even with the jet ski assist, which means every wave you catch, you have to try and make it count.
Yeah, and we see a replay here of Chelsea's last wave, not actually offering too much there, but she did look like she had a lot of energy on that wave, which is great to see. She wants to really attack the wave when it comes at her, and yeah, I think compared to yesterday, yeah, you've got to really utilise those skis well and select the appropriate waves. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to take a long time, and you're just not going to get scores today. It seems Sally picked the eyes out of her last heat, but there's a bit of a bomb set coming through and landing on Chelsea, but she got under that one just in time. So she's going to get straight back out the back and into the lineup to give herself another chance at getting a better score than a 1.73, but she is in the lead right now. She only needed a 0.5, so yeah, 14 minutes, 14:45 remaining. Both of these girls are looking to build waves. I think for Chelsea right now with that 5-point ride, she could really, if she picked up, say, a 7 right now, it would make things very, very difficult for Mahina. So yeah, and then for Mahina, getting 2 waves in 14 minutes is very possible as well, especially with ski assist. So both girls are, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this heat plays out with the time left.
How hard is it, Beck, for the girls when they're only chasing a small score, like a 2 or a 3 to go into the lead, to actually focus and think, well, yeah, I can easily get the 2 or the 3, but what I really need is a 5 or a 6 or a 7. It's always tempting to see it and just claim the lead, and that's obviously the objective. But in that situation, if you sell yourself short, you're only going to reclaim the lead temporarily. That's the...
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you do have heats where you need a 2, and yeah, you think, oh, I could just get a 2 and go into the lead and hold that lead. But I think for me, it almost makes me feel worse because your competitor only needs such a small score. So you're like, okay, you just really got to focus on your own heat, and knowing that you've got small scores like that, or in yourself that you haven't got the wave that you're looking for. And yeah, I think it's best to spend the time that you have out there just picking the eyes out of whatever's going to come, and really get the turns in that you want, and perform the way you want to, as opposed to thinking about scores. If you've only got one wave, and you're thinking, okay, I need a backup wave, I need to smash the lip. And I think having little cues for that and keeping it really focused on where you're at within that time frame is just the way to kind of go about a heat, as opposed to listening to what you need. And because a lot of the time you can think, oh, I only need a 3, and then you do one turn and they give you a 2.8, and you're like, yeah, that wasn't really the way I wanted to surf. So.
Yeah, that's an interesting insight into psychology. So rather than think about the number, you're actually thinking, what's the next turn I've got to do? Where's the next lip I've got to hit? And that's what I need to have as my focus, and then the score will hopefully take care of itself.
Yeah, give a jinx there. But yeah, I think yeah, just keeping it really focused and in the moment. Sometimes your head can run away with you in heats, and you start, I've learned a little bit at uni, as soon as you get into a high stress state, your decision making area of your brain cuts off. It just actually shuts off. So it's really good to remain composed. And you see a lot of the older competitors, they're like 24 or something, but yeah, the more experienced competitors in this contest so far, you can see how relaxed they are. They've really, they're calm, and they are poised in each turn, and they haven't got into that kind of frantic state, which sometimes, I mean, it happens to everybody. It definitely has happened to me over the years, and yeah, it's not a nice state to get into when you're in that state of mind, because you just make so many mistakes.
Yeah, well, I think in those high pressure scenarios, whether it be in the surf or anywhere, most of us revert back to whatever our default performance is, and if our default performance isn't the right one, then we're going to make mistakes in that high pressure situation.
Yeah, definitely. And you see Surfer in black having a little sniff at that one. She didn't have priority, so she can kind of have a look at any wave she wants to. And this heat's yeah, it's a close one. Mahina only needing a 3.24, so she's definitely still in this one
We've got plenty of time left, and I guess, as you said, girls will focus on what they need to do in the immediate, the next turn, the next lip to hit, the next section. But prior to a heat, they probably watched the earlier rounds, seen what's transpired. They're probably still thinking, okay, I'm paddling out there. If I get a pair of sixes, I'm with a good chance. Or if I get an 8 and a 6. Often, will competitors have those couple of figures at the back of their mind to give them an indication of what they think on average, based on the previous few heats they need to do?
Yeah, I think depending on which heats, if you've got a 4-man heat, you can think, oh yeah, you know, having a combo score of 13, you would think would get you through with 4 people in the lineup, and you're averaging kind of 2.65s. You would think that would get you through, but watching the round of 48, we see Surfer in black up and riding on this left-hander here, and quick in and out for her, so she is keeping busy. But yeah, watching the round of 48, it kind of this contest in particular, I was like, I don't even know if you're safe with a 13 anymore. You've kind of just got to, really focus again on looking at the conditions, and those surfers who aren't holding back are really being rewarded for that. And I think, it's pretty exciting seeing the depth of talent now all the way back to round of 48 and even into the round before that, the round of 60. It really it showcases how much women's surfing is kind of coming ahead. And you do notice when you're in the lineup now at different locations, there's a lot more females in the water, all giggling and laughing and having a good time with their friends, and it's great to see. You know, that's what surfing should be about.
I think it's better for the environment, surfing environment all round. You've got to lower the testosterone levels a little bit, and there's nothing like having a group of girls in the water to remind you, who can also get pretty serious too. But often the girls remind you that you're out there to have fun.
Yeah, definitely. You can pull up at some locations, and I always found it a bit interesting if you're at a new location and you're a female and you paddle out, and people kind of are interested to see how you can surf, how many waves you're going to steal of theirs, and a lot of the time you find the guys super mellow and really nice, and they seem to enjoy having a mixed crew in the lineup, and it's great to see. There's like young girls as young as 6 and 7 shredding. I've seen a bit of footage of a few of them in Australia, and there was the flying squirrel that I've seen up on the Gold Coast. She's so little, and she just like cruises along and destroys waves. And at that age, I wasn't even I don't think I started surfing till I was 12. So getting amazing experiences from a very young age, and that's really cool. I mean, obviously with the young grommets as well, I've seen people starting at the age of 2. So as soon as they can swim, they're in the water on their little boards, and away they go, and it's pretty exciting actually.
Yeah, and we're seeing sort of surfing for girls becoming both a viable competitive career if you're in that excellent realm, and also just a great lifelong lifestyle sport to pursue.
Yeah, I think as I've gotten older, I've really appreciated my dad's influence in introducing me to surfing. It's definitely one of those things that I think I just really want to do for the rest of my life. Keep my body in shape, and it keeps you fit, and wanting to always be in the water just keeps you it's healthy. It's just a really healthy existence, and as I get older, I am more and more thankful to my father for that. So shout outs to my dad. He had 4 girls, so that was pretty hard for him, I think, having 4 girls. But we see the surfer in red up and riding on a good-looking ride, actually, with a nice backhand hack there for Maitland, and going around that section. Interesting, she went around that second section there. I feel like she should have gone up and belted it, but that first turn, it was super strong, and nice drawn-out bottom turn. She attacked that, so let's have a look at the replay here, Luke.
Yeah, Mahina steep takeoff, just a little bit of an airdrop, slashes off the top, nice and high, which we'd like to see. Wave face was a little bit steeper than some of the other outside waves we've seen. I'm calling it was probably the best single turn of this heat. What's going to be interesting is she only needed a 3.24. Was that a 3.24 turn? I think it's going to give us a real insight into what the judges are looking for. The other girls will be watching intently, because they'll then have an idea about what one big turn on the outside bank is worth.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said there, yeah, she'd done all the hard work on the outside turn there, and it would have been lovely if she had just thrown it quickly straight up and into the wave on that second section, because it looked like she was going to go for the inside shore break and try and connect there, but it didn't happen for her. So it's kind of like, yeah, you need to kind of surf the section that is in front of you, and she probably would have got an excellent score if she had just attacked that second section.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, Beck. She already had a solid score, and we're seeing the scores coming through. Here's an idea, coming in at a 4.93, so a really good score for basically a single turn.
Yeah, that's a really solid score. So if she had attacked that second section, she probably would have got 8s or higher there. So Mahina displaying what an excellent young surfer she is technically, and her experience levels are growing there. One turn, a 4.93. Yeah, technically a really sound surfer. But yeah, it's still a very low scoring affair, because I feel like a little bit of a few mistakes on waves, but 4.93 and a 3.5. Mahina is in the lead. Chelsea Tuak only needing a 3.43, and yeah, that's a close heat and a very small wave score with 4 minutes remaining. So yeah, Mahina could have maybe had a bit more of an opportunity to shut Chelsea out, make things a lot harder for Chelsea. But yeah, they're going to come. It's going to come down to the wire with 4 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, I think the judges really sending a message with that score, though, Beck, that they really want to see the surfers going for it on that outside bank, performing big manoeuvres before they get to the inside. What's going to be interesting here is it's Chelsea with priority, taking off on a nice bowly looking left, swings off the bottom right up into the lip, solid opening turn, still heading left at this stage, looking for the wave to bowl up again, just slashes back into the pocket. Now she gets some steeper face to work with. Again, coming hard off the bottom, nice verticals to the lap, free falls out of the lip, and well, that's the first time we've seen a surfer really connect 2 big turns in this heat.
Yeah, and I think Chelsea kind of reevaluated and knew what she needed to do there. She was holding and is holding the highest wave score, so only needing a 3.43 here. We see the replay. She takes off a little bit late here, but she's managed to come around, and it almost made it better for that first section. It made it nice and crisp and very critical in that section, and then she got around the middle fat bit here and just absolutely went upside down, negotiated that timing-wise so well, and yeah, rides out of that cleanly. I think that's going to be a big score, Luke, and it's going to make things very difficult for Mahina Maeda.
And I think the difference here, Beck, is that, as you pointed out, Mahina had one big opening turn on her last wave and didn't go for the second turn. Chelsea had a huge turn on the outside and then went for it again on the inside.
Yeah, and yeah, went really hard on that second section. I mean, yeah, things could have gone bad, but you know, not even thinking about that and knowing that this is a pivotal moment in the heat with 2 minutes 30 remaining, just threw caution to the wind there on nearly a 6 foot shorey. So we see the surfer in red having a look at this one. Unfortunately, just not getting that one, and maybe losing priority if. Is Chelsea back out the back? Maybe she's not, but yeah, Mahina opting not to go that one, and it didn't look like the best wave. But yeah, now getting a bit of a set on the head, which is a shame there. You can see the power in the wave. When Mahina duck dived there, she got pulled back a fair bit, and she was still gripping a board. But yeah, it's solid. It's a solid swell, and it's a powerful place, Newcastle. It tends to get even the other day I went for a little paddle, and it was 3 foot, and I was getting pushed back and quite quickly actually, and yeah, I think that's the one thing I love about Newcastle is that it's a powerful location, kind of like Pantin in Spain. It's the other location that has packs a bit of punch, and it's refreshing to have that on the QS because a lot of the time there is really little waves, and yeah, you have to generate a lot of speed as you get older. That gets harder and harder. So yeah, Newcastle just allows you to free flow and does a lot of the work for you, but yeah, it can make things pretty hard if you're paddling back out the back.
And we just saw how much the judges in fact like that last ride of Chelsea's. It's come in at an 8.17, so definitely the highest wave score of the heat. 2 huge backhand turns and a well-deserved score in the excellent range.
Yeah, that was a amazing, super strong wave there for Chelsea, and she got rewarded for that. And that's made things pretty hard for Mahina Maeda. She's still in the heat though, only needing not only, but it's a big score, but it is possible for this surfer, as we saw her get a 4.93 for 1 turn. So needing an 8.24 with 28 seconds remaining. There's a bit of pressure here for Mahina to find something before the time counts down. And looking like Chelsea would be pretty happy with the way she's performed in this heat, with that solid 8.17 and a 5 so far. And moving on through, 10 seconds to go. Surfer in red, lineup looking a bit flat here, Luke. But yeah, great result here for Chelsea, moving on through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result. Mahina Maeda had her opportunities, but a convincing win to Chelsea.
Yeah, well done to Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. Great surfing there from the young up-and-comer. And looking at this next heat, it's going to be, again, a David and Goliath affair with Stephanie Gilmore, 6 times world champion, up against Holly Warren, the Sydney surfer. So this is going to be an interesting hit out for these 2 competitors. But we are going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with 6-time world champion Steph Gilmore.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro right here in the beautiful Merewether Beach, just up the coast from Sydney, Australia. John Shamoka alongside Luke Kennedy, editor-at-large, Tracks Magazine. Luke, well, different feel to what it had yesterday.
Yeah, we've got sort of 4 to 6 foot conditions today, John. Super challenging, but I've talked about it before. It's really exciting to watch the girls in the bigger conditions. The judges kind of indicating in that last heat that they're looking for the girls to really commit to the bigger turns on the outside bank. We've seen Sally Fitzgibbon do really well with the big outside manoeuvres. Chelsea Tuak winning that last heat with 2 huge backside turns. So it's once again really exciting to see the girls in chunky conditions, and Steph Gilmore obviously in this heat I think will be super exciting to watch.
Yeah, 2008 winner Stephanie Gilmore takes on the young gun Holly Wan, as you were just saying. Should be a great heat. Stephanie won't back down, nor will Holly. You know, she loves the bigger stuff, and she just had a big win up there at Boomerang Beach. It was a QS 1000, and well, she's going to give Stephanie a lot of competition out there. I saw Stephanie in the competitors area having a look at the conditions, so she's been primed and ready. But right now we're going to throw down to Fiona, who's down there with the last heat winner.
I'm actually here with Philippa Anderson. She was in the first heat. I just grabbed her before I could grab Sally. Philsy, you know, you didn't make it through to the quarters, unfortunately, but you still made the round of 16 here. It's a QS 6000, so that's still, you know, a pretty good result for the ratings. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was kind of super bummed I didn't get through this morning. Wasn't nervous at all. I mean, I surf it when it's like this all the time in case this kind of stuff happens. So, yeah, I was really disappointed. But then on the other hand, really excited and feeling happy that I started off making the round of 16 this year with the first 60,000 event. Yeah, like just I've had a few heats already in the 1000s that we had across New South Wales. Yeah, and I got 2 seconds there, so to start off here is, yeah, really good.
Will you be down here watching the local boy Ryan in his heat later?
Yeah, definitely. Ryan surfs these lefts all the time. And yeah, he's looking really solid, and I think just good vibes in the water. So hopefully he can fly that flag for the Novocastrians. And yeah, he got 2 8s yesterday, and that fired me up. And yeah, I'm just really excited to watch him surf.
Yeah, I've surfed these lefts a couple of times with Ryan, and he's always ripping on them. You want to say thanks to anybody out there just before you head off out of the contest?
Yeah, I guess just for all the local guys that are watching, it was pretty special coming down here. Like, I didn't even know half the people that were saying good luck and well done. So it really makes me feel at home here. Yeah, and just thanks to my family for just supporting me this week and throughout my career. And yeah, just a big thanks to Surfest and all the event sponsors that had this opportunity for us girls. And yeah, obviously thanks to the man above. I didn't drown this morning, so yeah, it's all good.
For sure, Philsy, and I think we're going to have a talk to you in the booth soon, so I'll be talking to you in a minute.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, well, it's great insight there. Very philosophical. Philippa Anderson, you know, hometown. Obviously, he's won here before and would have loved to have repeated a win here in 2016, but not the case. But she's here to back Ryan Callahan, and the rest of the Novocastrians will do so as well. So at the moment, a few waves have been ridden. 2 by Holly 1. Very small scores there. Luke and Stephanie Gilmore with a 1.5. So nothing of big significance so far in this heat. And the fireworks, well, maybe they're just holding off. It looks like the conditions, tell me if I'm wrong, have subsided just a little bit with the changing of the tides.
Yeah, we should see it get a little bit easier to negotiate with that incoming tide. And I think maybe the wind forecast to go a little bit more round to the southeast, so hopefully we'll see the faces clean up a little bit more too, John. Well, said that like the weatherman, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah, Tim Bailey, watch out. So 23 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here in this heat. The jet skis are a massive assistance to the girls out there today. There's a lot of water still moving. It's 6 to 8 foot, and you got to be super selective. If you were to design a game plan, what would your game plan be today?
Well, we've got the longer heats, which is sort of half hour. I'd be looking to post a strong score early, and then maybe get 2 solid scores early, and then look for a much higher scoring wave later in the heat.
I was in the athletes area and listening to a lot of the banter going on, a lot of the coaches. We saw Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, Jim Hogan, former tour competitor in the United States and on the World Tour, is her coach. Jim living in Costa Rica. And if you're out there in Costa Rica or Barbados listening to the live broadcast, welcome to Surfest 2016. Of course, Hawaii too, tuning in on Oceanic Cable. Dean Luke and the crew, thank you for joining in, and much aloha to you. And of course, my dad, who's probably over there, Papa Shmoo, joining in, listening to the live broadcast. He's a massive fan. But going back to Chelsea Tuak, I spoke to Jim Hogan, her coach, and he was saying that they wanted to keep it very much like it was yesterday. Keep it simple, not get intimidated by the size of the waves, the messiness or the difficult and challenging conditions, but just really look for those waves that are going to allow probably the second or third waves in the set. Let the first one go, smooth it up a little bit, and look for those ones with the small shoulders on them. And I think that's what she did in that last heat, and it proved successful.
Yeah, it did work really well for Chelsea. And I guess the other real point tactically is that the judges have been rewarding a big manoeuvre on the outside bank. Although Mahina Mahita didn't go through that last heat, we saw her get a 4.93 for basically one turn. So because the conditions are bigger, the judges actually want to see the girls performing their manoeuvres in those bigger critical sections. They don't want to see them kind of get an easy takeoff and wind through to the inside and do all their surfing on the inside. They want to see a big turn out the back.
Yeah, well, no risk deems no reward. So that's exactly what the judges are looking for, and we'll wait to see if Stephanie and/or Holly can find one of those solid-looking sets here on the, I guess, the northern end of Merewether Beach. Good big lefts, very uncommon swell direction, easterly swell here, but still, you know, some of these girls finding some very, very good waves, and again with those jet skis assisting, it really does help. I mean, we see I know we've got a lot of lull in between each wave, but it still allows for the girls to get back out the back, and the guys later on today, to produce some really, really good surfing.
Yeah, adds a whole new dynamic to the event, and we were talking about earlier with Beck. Some of the girls probably not familiar with using the jet ski. This is probably the first time they've had an opportunity to actually get the lift back out in a heat situation, and you know, a little bit of an obstacle to overcome. It's like, okay, I'm used to paddling. All of a sudden, I've got to signal someone down, like hail a cab down almost, to get the ride out the back, and work out how to get comfortable on the back of the sled. Yeah, definitely. Another interesting contrast we should talk about is Holly Wan coming off that victory at Boomerang Beach. He's going to give her a ton of confidence going up against the multiple world champion in Stephanie Gilmore. And then you have Stephanie coming off an injury, and she's going to have to build that confidence. So it's an interesting contrast playing out here. But right now I think that Fiona's down there with Sally Fitzgibbons. Maybe not. Could have been Sally, could have been Chelsea. Okay, is it Sally or was it Chelsea Tuack from last team?
I think it was Sally Fitzgibbons, and we have a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll get back to that interview with 19 minutes on the clock here, 19 minutes 50 seconds to be exact. Holly Wan, a slight edge over Stephanie Gilmore at the moment, and you know, no real big scores as of yet. Today, wave selection extremely important. You've got 25 minutes to select two good waves, and you need to be spot on with that with those selections, don't you?
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of the waves ridden earlier or in the day where waves looked promising, big drops, big takeoffs, but then they've just sort of petered out into fat water. So it's really about looking for one of those sets. It's got to have corner. It can't be a closeout, but then it can't just roll straight into fat water and do nothing.
Yeah, too right. All right, let's go back down to the beach with Fiona, who's, I believe, standing with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, guys, I finally got a hold of Sally down here. Sal, pretty good heat out there. You know, you got a couple of waves, you got an 8. How was that?
It was really challenging in that one because you can't hear a thing, and I saw Alana disappear for a while. I thought she might have had a few in the bag, so I just kept working away, and there was definitely a lot of sprint paddles and hard work to get out the back, but there's a few gems out there, and you just got to be patient and try and be a bit strategic with the ones you're picking.
And I just you just let me know that you paddled out here this morning. What were you even thinking? That's just crazy.
I paddled out on first light. I already had the weddy on, so I committed. And there were a few, but I was like, oh, it's definitely going to be a tough one today. And I just kind of tried to channel all those years I've surfed here in Grom events where we get the big swell come in for finals weekend. And yeah, so it's good to get that momentum now and move on through to the quarters.
Yeah, that's so typical of Surfest, big surf for the finals. I had a look at the surf today, and I thought, you know, you're going to surf pretty well because you always just seem to pick him. So, were you pretty glad when you rocked up this morning and seen it like this?
Well, I think growing up on the south coast, you know, I've always been blessed with some pretty challenging beach break conditions, and it served me well over the years. There's so many events that you show up, and you never know what you're going to get, but it's good to have, you know, that skill set and ocean knowledge to go out in anything and try and find those 2 good scores.
Yeah, well, we can't wait to see you in the next round, Sal, and be safe, please. Not going out there too early.
And one more thing, it's a huge thanks to all the community that are turning out. It's a great finals weekend, and I'm stoked to see everyone coming down and supporting us. So see you over Sunday, everyone.
Thanks, Sal.
Well, always interesting to talk to Sally, and you can just see the exuberance of confidence. She just exudes confidence, and rightly so. I actually watched her heat from the athletes area, and she just looked by far and away the much more superior surfer. And yeah, you know, she's just going from strength to strength. Of course, she won out here last in 2012, Luke. So she would love to have another win here. As we look at a replay of Stephanie Gilmore, take us through this wave right here.
Steph looking very relaxed as she winds down the line, big slashing turn off the top. Another section in front just arcs back into the pocket. Winds this way. That's the third solid turn. So Steph really showing her experience, picking up a solid wrong way right on a bank that is sort of predominantly left.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Holly won. We're going to take a look at Holly's last ride. She chose to go left, the youngster. So Holly looking for some more open face here, but not going to quite get it. So she'll be a little frustrated there. But look at the scores for Stephanie Gilmore. And you know what? No disrespect to Holly Wan or anyone out there, but she was probably realistically in third or fourth gear. Wasn't even in fifth. Probably more realistically third gear as she just blasted through that three-turn sequence or combination. Look at that score, Luke. It's massive.
Yes, a couple of judges actually throwing down the 10, but it's averaged out at a 9.9. Definitely the biggest wave score we've seen of the morning. And Steph Gilmore, well, really making it worth the while of fans who have come down to watch this event.
Yeah, and you know, we spoke about just before the importance of wave selection, being very critical of the waves that you take. Stephanie just picked the absolute eyes out of that wave, utilized her priority, and just went to town on that wave. Just beautiful surfing, good transition from one turn into the next, and going against the grain, as you said, and still able to post a 9.90. That was brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, we saw that the real distinction in those two waves, and that Holly's wave, even though it's swinging left onto the bank, it went straight into deep water, where Steph, finding that corner on the little wrong way right against the grain, the wave stood up a lot more, which presented a much higher potential for scoring, and she really utilized it.
Yeah, she looks very strong, you know, coming off an injury-plagued season last year. Doesn't look like anything is out of order for Stephanie Gilmore. You see her there live on your screen in the red. Holly Wan sitting out there with priority, 14 and a half minutes. Still Holly with a big chance of taking out the multiple world champion here in Stephanie Gilmore, coming off that big win up in Boomerang Beach, just up the street. And the youngster, well, she needs now a 9.48. 3 10s, a 9.3, and a 9.7. You average that out, that comes out to a 9.90 for the world champion surfer in Stephanie Gilmore. And there's Sally Fitzgibbons, saying good day to a lot of the fans there. And in between heats, she's probably running fitness camps. And
well, we got a pretty good insight into how committed Sally is. She mentioned in her posted interview that at dawn she was out in the water this morning. So that's her usual routine. Really early in the morning before a heat, she'll have a surf, become familiar with the conditions. So you talk about how confident she is, but that confidence is based upon her commitment.
Yeah, well, let's see how committed Holly Wan is here. Just having a look, she will not lose priority. She'll retain first priority. So that means that Stephanie Gilmore has to sit and wait for Holly to select the wave that she wants, because you can see they're really close together there. And coming up next, another fantastic heat, another young lady who's been on fire, and another a young lady who's actually got a ton of experience in Kobe Enright. The youngster from Australia will take on the USA server Sage Erickson. So two very informed surfers, followed by, of course, Bronte Macaulay and Malia Manuel. Isabella Nichols and Tatiana. That's the heat I want to see, is Isabella Nichols and Tatiana Weston Webb. That is a fantastic heat to finish the round of 16 for the women at the Taggart Women's Pro for 2016. 12:40 on the clock, Luke. The laundry list of winners here, going as far back as 1985 with Wendy Botha, the likes of Wendy Botha, Frida Zamba, Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, Michelle Donahue. Pam Burge actually was a multiple winner, as was Rebecca Woods, who's joined us in the commentary box. Last year it was Ellie Brooks. Year before that, upcoming surfer Malia Manuel won it. So, the standard gets better every year. 84 surfers in the draw this year. It's a massive field.
It's huge, and the caliber of surfing has been really impressive. And one thing I love about this crowdfunding concept for the Women's Taggart Pro is that the businesses that entered actually got given a surfer as part of their entry, or part of their sponsorship. So if your surfer wins, you get 10 grand back,
What a great investment. $1,650 for a possible return of just under $10,000. And naming rights to the event, the Taggart Women's Pro. Just a brilliant concept, I think. You know, I mean, the community here in Newcastle really rallying around each other to make sure that this event continues on 31 years later. It is an iconic event. It's a must attend. It's a must-watch event if you're visiting from overseas on our live broadcast. Welcome. This is the women's side of the draw with the Taggart Women's Pro for 2016. And right now in the water, former world champion Stephanie Gilmore is up against the young upstart of Holly Wan, coming off a pretty solid QS 1000 victory at Boomerang. So it's a great matchup between the emerging talents of Australia and, of course, the formidable opponent in Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, a lot of the matchups we've seen this morning are of that nature. We've got a much more established, experienced competitor against an emerging up-and-comer. We obviously saw Macy Callahan earlier this morning, unfortunately bowing out to Nikki Van Dijk, but just a great opportunity for the younger competitors to know what it's like to surf against one of their heroes.
Yeah, it must be such a thrill, such a buzz, and there's quite a big buzz. I was walking around the area, and there's a lot of people down here. You got the markets up the back, but the main focus obviously is on the surfing. So they've all come down, but there's a lot to do outside of watching some fantastic talent out there in the water. And speaking of fantastic talent, Luke, we're going to go down again to talk to Chelsea, who is standing with Chelsea Tuak.
Yeah, thanks guys. I am here with Chelsea. Chelsea, your heat was really kind of slow. I think I ran up and I checked the scores with you were halfway through the heat and you both had one score. Just tell me what you were thinking at the start there.
Oh goodness. Well, I mean, I was trying to be patient. I knew I only needed 2 waves and couldn't really play around too much because once I got that one wave, it was a long paddle back out. So I had my first wave. I think about I got back out with 10 minutes that had gone, and then I sat for quite a while, maybe 15 minutes, and I only had a 5 and a 1, and I knew I needed a score, but I knew I didn't need a big score, so I just stayed patient and waited for that one, because in my free surf I was getting some good lefts that were coming through, so I was just hoping that one would come my way, and right at the end, I think 5 minutes ago, I got that left and had 2 big turns in and got an 8, so that was nice to end the heat that way. I knew that I hoped that my patience would pay off.
Yeah, for sure, that 8 was pretty nice. You know, this is the first QS 6000 of the season, and you've qualified for Tour this year, but, you know, it's always, I'm sure that you're going to chase the QS just in case you're on that bubble. So you're pretty happy with this result? You're already in the quarters.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy to start the year with a good result, with a strong result. Really helps with the confidence going into Snapper and Bells and so on. So I'm still going to be doing the QS's event. Hopefully I can do well on both. And but you know whatever it is, I'm going to keep getting stronger every heat. So it's all good.
And just quickly, who's your tip for our Rookie of the Year this year on the Women's World Tour?
What's the tip?
What's your tip for Rookie of the Year?
I'm hoping for it. I've got one other girl, Keely, and we actually have the same birthday, the 2nd of December, so we're going to be fighting hard. But hopefully that last event is right by our birthdays, and hopefully I come away with it, but we'll see.
Yeah, Keely's a good mate of mine, so this is going to be interesting. I wish you both the best.
Thank you. Yeah, she's a good friend of mine as well.
Good luck in the heat.
Well, confidence. I just sensed a whole lot of confidence in such a young surfer. I mean, you know, she's just taking the whole world in. You know, a lot of first times coming to Newcastle, you know, coming from a small country in Barbados. But she just seems to have a really good game face and a good outlook on what's going to happen in 2016. I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Chelsea actually putting in her bid for that Rookie of the Year award.
It's never an easy fight, the Rookie of the Year. I mean, even on the men's side, you see it. The women's is no different. But her and Keely Andrews will definitely they're already turning heads. I mean, to have another a representative from such a small nation in Barbados out on the world tour is fantastic, and a testament to surfing and how much it's grown over the last 10 years. So well done to Chelsea Tuak, who is into the quarters after defeating Mahina Maeda from Hawaii. But right now, it's Stephanie Gilmore in the driver's seat with that 9.90 over Holly Won, who posted a 3.77. So the youngster still chasing a 7.64 with 6.5 minutes to go. Luke, Stephanie Gilmore with that first priority. Your thoughts as to what Stephanie will be contemplating right now? What do you think she's thinking about?
Well, obviously, Steph with a commanding opening ride and a very small backup score. Steph's just looking for a really good backup wave here and probably looking to put Holly into a combination situation.
Yeah, this is that 3.77 from Holly Won while we were talking to, I think, Chelsea Tuak. And not bad, a couple of turns there for Holly, but still comparing that to that 9.90 of Stephanie Gilmore. She just needs to get a lot more open face to allow her to seek out some big scoring potential.
It's a real interesting situation for Holly, as you say, coming off a win in an event, and then all of a sudden, you're on a high, you're feeling super confident, you're taking everyone else down, then suddenly you're up against Stephanie Gilmore, and you get a real indication of, okay, where am I in the scheme of things now?
Yeah, it's a massive difference, going up against a lot of competitors that she competes with day in and day out on the QS series, and then all of a sudden you get, like you said, thrown into, the lion's den with the biggest lioness of them all, and that's Stephanie Gilmore. It's a buzz, but yet the anxiety levels would be going through the roof, and she's just got to keep her game face on and concentrate on what Holly Won's doing and not what Stephanie Gilmore's doing, because we all get caught up in what the other guy's doing out there. Or the other girl in this case is doing out there, and sometimes that unnerves what we really need to be concentrating on.
Yeah, I mean, even if Holly doesn't progress and we've still got some time left in this heat, it's going to be a massive learning experience for her.
Well, look, here we go.
Up and riding, Steph Gilmore fades on a big open face, carving turn right back into the pocket. Looks so smooth and relaxed, just kicks out. Now, we only saw one turn on that wave, John, one of the bigger waves we've seen ridden this heat. But I still think it's going to be right up there around the 5-point plus mark for a single turn.
Yeah, well, that one turn was mighty handy, wasn't it? She just looks like it's effortless for Stephanie Gilmore. I know we talk about this all the time, but just have a look at this. It's just a ho-hum walk in the park here. Thank you very much. Nice, beautiful, sweeping top turn, throwing a lot of spray. No wall in front of me, so I'll be smart and I'll kick out. And I've got another score, and it's going to be... It's one turn is going to be up over, the 6-point range or just on 6 points, and it'll make things very, very difficult for Holly Won now with 3 minutes and 45 seconds, the conditions being the way they are. To think that you can get two waves in 3 minutes and 40 seconds is a big ask.
Particularly when it's two waves that are going to be 8 points plus.
Yeah. All right, well, Holly Won now has her work cut out for her as Stephanie Gilmore. That lady in red out there leading this battle between herself and Holly Won. Just posted a 6.17 with a bit of a walk in the park type top turn. And she has got her competitor comboed. Absolutely. There she is on screen, just nice and relaxed.
It is great to see Steph looking in such good form leading into the 2016 WSL season. Obviously coming back from injury, but based on her performance in this heat, you'd have to say she will be right back in the thick of it, contending for another world title.
Well, with surfing like what we've just saw on those last two rides, and being that she'll be up at Snapper Rocks in her backyard, she's just got to wake up, look over her shoulder, and see what the waves are doing. If the contest is on, all right, I'll stroll down to the beach and then win a few heats and maybe even probably win the contest. With surfing like that, you have to think straight away she is a massive favorite for the Roxy Pro. Because we all know she's hungry. She had to stay out of the water for a number of months last year, getting her injuries back to where nothing's niggling her. Looks like she's firing on all cylinders, and if the waves continue like they have been up on the Gold Coast, Luke, we're not going to only see amazing performances from Stephanie Gilmore, but I think every one of the men and women in that event are absolutely going to just light it up.
Yeah, we're all anticipating the update. It's fun. We've been watching Wave, we've been watching the Eddie Aikawa for the last few days. We've been watching all the free surfing from Cyclone Winston. Now everyone is waiting for the the bank report on the Superbank in the lead up to the Quicksilver Pro. It's going to be more important than any stock report or weather report. Tell us what the bank's doing.
That's right. Well, I talked to Darren Hanley. He reckons it'll just groom it a little bit nicer and better for when the surf is small. So we'll see. Yet to be seen. But right now, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The only thing Stephanie Gilmore is concentrating on at the moment is making it into the quarterfinals. So we're down to our final 16 women in this 84 women field, thanks to Taggart. The Taggart Women's Pro here. Here we go, Holly Wan. One to never say die, and unfortunately those waves, she's trying to emulate what Stephanie's doing, and it's just not paying off.
So we see Steph having a look at fades left in the end. Just hooks it under the pocket, just looking really comfortable. No sense of unnecessary force maneuvers or over urgency, just cruises through to the inside. Probably going to get a little connection here, swings it off the bottom. This one's bowling up through the inside, throws it up in the lip and just doesn't ride out of the second turn. Perhaps not looking quite as comfortable on her backhand as her forehand.
Yeah, I think that wave was a little bit, had a little bit less steepness in it, and it was more of a victory lap than anything. She's probably just trying to get to the beach and not get cleaned up by some of those rogue sets with 30 seconds to go. She's quite comfortably in the lead over Holly Wan, and, Happy Gilmore smiling away, loving life. She's in the water. The water's beautiful up here in Merewether. It's warm. The surf's up. The sun's out. The people are enjoying some of the best surfers in the world right here in their backyard. With 10 seconds to go, Luke, Stephanie Gilmore will move on into the quarterfinals, where she will meet the winner of this next heat between Kobe Enright and Sage Eriksson.
Yes, another good reason to get down to Surfest tomorrow or tune into the webcast. Stephanie Gilmore into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great result there from the former winner and former world champion Stephanie Gilmore. She moves on into the quarter, defeating the young gun Holly Wan. Holly will take a lot of confidence out of this heat with Stephanie. And coming up next in heat number 6 here at the Taggart Women's Pro, we will watch Kobe Enright up against Sage Eriksson. That's on the backside of this break from right here at Surfest. Stay with us.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
All right, welcome back to Merewether Beach here in the beautiful country of Australia. And we are into, well, the final 3 heats of the round of 16 at the Taggart Women's Pro. It is a beautiful day, as you see on your screen there. A lot of people out and about watching the world's best women surfers compete in some very large conditions today at Merewether. And I've been joined by a very special guest, former winner out here at our home beach, Philippa Anderson. Welcome to the broadcast, Philippa.
Thank you.
We saw you on screen just a little while ago, and you were very philosophical about your result here, quarterfinals. Not within reach this year, but very happy with how you went in the event so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first 6,000 event of the year, make it to the weekend is pretty good. So yeah, I mean, the waves are a little bit challenging out there, but it's good that we actually got some waves, and like we just saw Steph, the girls' level now is we can handle it out there. So there's been some big scores dropping, and yeah, just stoked that I made it to today.
Well, you've had a lot of heats under your belt so far in 2016. I noticed you've been competing on some of the QS 1000s up and down the coast. How important is that to Philippa Anderson and her campaign to make the WSL Tour as we watch Sage Eriksson up and riding? Here, hold that thought for just 1 second there, Sage. Ooh, getting a little caught up there. And a lot of water moving out there, isn't there, Philippa?
Yeah, definitely. It's totally different to when you're out there watching from the beach, as you just see Sage coming inside here. We think that's sucks up really quickly on the inside here, but she manages to fit in 2 lovely turns in the end there. So that was actually really well done.
How hard is it to pick the timing in getting to those turns? I mean, with a lot of water moving there, the surface is ever changing, and you trying to sort of, not get caught up in all the lumps and bumps that are out there. How difficult is that?
Yeah, a lot of water moving out there, but Sage actually managed to pick off an alright wall here out the back. Couple turns out the back here, which was, she had to kind of wait there because it got a little bit stuck up the top. But yeah, that's what the judges are looking for. I think that one turn out the back, and as she brings it through on the replay, just a lot of water moving. So she did really well to kind of figure out, okay, I'm just going to try finish off strong, and actually ended up getting 2 ways in there. So we've seen a couple girls and myself, we got all the way to the inside and kind of mistimed it, or just because there's so much water moving. But yeah, really well done there by Sage.
Yeah, I really like those last 2 turns where she bounced from one off into that final closeout reentry. I think that was an important little sequence of maneuvers for Sage. That'll get her an 8.0 just to start off with. So an excellent scoring ride for Sage straight out of the gate. She charges into an 8.0. Now Kobe Enright, the youngster, she's got a work cut out for her, but she's been surfing very, very well. I mean, let's talk a little bit about your campaign in 2016. Straight from here, go to the Australian Open of Surfing next week.
Yep.
How important is it to back up what result you got this week with one that's better, if not a podium finish next week?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a long year for us. 2 events now within the space of probably 2.5 weeks. So, yeah, really good start with making round 6 today. And yeah, I'm going to go into Manly and hopefully just try better that. I think it's just good to be surfing heats. Like you mentioned, we did the 1,000 events up and down the coast at the start of the year, and that's been good to just get in the water. We haven't really had big waves like this in any of the events, so it's good to get out there and different stuff. But yeah, I think it's really good that all the girls are getting out there, and a lot of the CT girls, obviously the first event for them is coming up soon at Snapper, so they came down here for a bit of a warm-up. So I think it's important for anyone to just, well, personally for me, I think just to surf heats, because that's how you're going to get better, is surfing and, going through all that. So it's really good that all the girls came down for this.
Well, you mentioned something that I've been screaming about for so long, and it's not rocket science when you think about it, is that getting heat under your belt, especially for ladies like Stephanie Gilmore and Sally Fitzgibbons, just to name a few, that will have to compete in 2 weeks' time on the biggest stage in professional surfing. A lot of people forego that. They don't think it's that important, but I disagree. I'm glad you said that, because any other sport does it. So you believe that's extremely important for those ladies and these guys to do that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone has their own thing that they do, but it's just like anything. Practice makes perfect, and you can surf, but it's totally different to free surfing than going in a heat. Just focusing on getting two good ways that the judges are going to score, and just getting in that head zone for that 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and just practice. So that's why we had a few of the CT girls come and do this event, and they might be doing Manly as well. And we have Ryan as well. He's doing this event, not so much, I don't think he's doing Manly, but I think he said as well just to surf and get those nerves out of the way.
That's right. I totally agree. All right, well, 23 minutes to go, and Sage Eriksson, you saw on the screen there, she was getting a lift from the water safety, who do a brilliant job making sure that the women and the men are safe and sound. Obviously, with the conditions today coming straight out of the east, a little bit of north potentially in this swell. The winds were forecast to be a lot stronger than they actually are right now. Philippa, while we wait for Kobe or Sage to get their next rides, As we see Sage having a look at this one, take us back to 2009 when you won, and you were just a Grom back then. Not that you're old, but you were a Grom back then.
I definitely was.
You were just a young Grom, trying to follow in brother's footsteps. Craig was a competitive surfer. Of course, for those of you who don't know, Craig Anderson, well, he just so happens to be one of the best free surfers in the world, and brother to Philippa Anderson. Take us back to 2009, and that moment, the horn went, you won the contest. It must have been an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I just purely went to the event for experience. I was 17 years old, and on my doorstep, Dad was like, "Oh, we'll just enter and see how you go." And I just kept getting through heats, and I was just blown away. With the girls that were in the draw, like Sophia and Rebecca Woods, there was some really, really tough competition, and me being a Grom, just going in to have fun and experience, and yeah, just ended up making the final, and against one of my good friends at the time, Dimini, and yeah, walking away with the win, which was really incredible.
Well, you mentioned one key word in all of surfing that you should be doing. If not, don't do it anymore. It's fun. Do you still take that into competition to make sure you're having fun and it not becomes just a job?
Oh, definitely. I've been on the QS now for almost 5 years, and a little bit in the middle of my career then it was kind of just not really being fun because I was focusing on the wrong things. And then I talked to my brother, and he's like, you got to go surfing and have fun, and I guess he's really good at doing that. And
Very good.
Yeah, it was really good that he mentioned that to me, and yeah, since then I've just focused on why I got in the water, and yeah, it's just definitely turns your mental side around, and you just start to perform better, and yeah, it's been really good.
Well, I know that you've had so much success between 2009 and as currently. This year, the goal obviously to post some big results and get on the big stage.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to get on the world tour. It's been my goal for a while. But yeah, it's a long year. It's definitely not a sprint. A couple of years I started off really badly and then finished off well and almost missed out on getting on tour. So it's just taking it each heat at a time, each wave at a time, which is what me and my trainer have talked about. And yeah, so far it's been all right.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you on that path. And right now with just that one wave, an 8.0, 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. What does Philippa Anderson need to do differently in 2016?
I'm not sure. I guess I finished off pretty well last year. Sorry, as we just see Ray taking off in her first wave here.
Yeah, Kobe Enright onto this inside, and how hard is it to negotiate that stuff right there?
You can even just see her then just managing to, unfortunately falling off there, but how bumpy it was then. I think she got to turn out the back, so she was thinking probably I'm just going to try and milk this and then finish off strong. So, but unfortunately just coming unstuck in the middle there, but at least she's got a score on the board. She's sat now 10 minutes without catching waves, so I think, just getting a score on the board might, settle those nerves for her.
So sitting out there for 10 minutes, what is that like with conditions the way they are today? Is it something that that you shouldn't be doing, or most girls are wanting to avoid that and really sort of get out of the gates quick and try and get a wave?
Yeah, it's kind of just depends on the surf. For myself, I wanted to get I would like to get a wave at the start, just because it is a bit bigger today. Maybe you don't want to go a bad wave and then kind of risk maybe taking 5 minutes to get back out the back. But as you see, a 3.5 just dropped then. So she's got an average score on the board. Probably not one that she'd want to keep, but maybe today it actually might come into play in the top two just because it is pretty tricky out there.
Yeah, well, no one knows this place better than you do, Philippa Anderson. So let's go back to that question as we have 19 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. A 3.5 from Kobe Enright, and 8, an excellent scoring ride for Sage Eriksson. 2016, there's got to be something that you feel you need to do differently just to get you into that esteemed group of top women surfers and qualify. Was there anything you thought, reflecting back over the last 5 years, that was amiss and that you need to change?
Yeah. It's just mental side of it, I think. Now that I'm 24 years old, I've definitely, and talking to a few people, definitely that's a big thing that I've worked on changing. So
all right, well, mental strength and fun. All right, we're going to throw down. Speaking of fun, we love talking to this young lady. She was the winner of that last heat with a near 10-point ride.
Yep.
She's down there with Fiona Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, guys, I've got a hold of Steph down here finally. Steph, that wave, I'm sure you know the one I'm talking about. Big whack, another one. You know, you got a 9.9 there. Are you even aware of that yet?
Yeah, I only heard it towards the end of the heat. I thought, you know, I knew it was a good wave, and it was probably the first really nice right that anyone had got this morning. So I knew it would be a good score, but I didn't think it was going to be a 9.9. So I was pretty happy with that, and it definitely took the pressure off because it was kind of difficult to catch waves out there, like to find decent ones. So it just kind of let me relax a bit and then try and search for a backup score, which I didn't really get a good backup, but yeah, it was all right.
Had me feeling like a little grommet again. I was pretty excited about that one. When you rocked up this morning, did you have a free surf or you just headed straight out there for your heat?
Yeah, no, I just headed out for my heat. The conditions looked, you know, it looked a little bit full on. You could see the power in the swell was sort of pushing through, and I changed boards too. I grabbed a different board. I haven't ridden it yet down here, but it felt really good. It just kind of seems to work when the waves are a little bit bigger, and yeah, so it feels good, and I'm happy with that. So yeah, it was nice morning so far.
Everything seems to be working out for you at the moment. Are you excited for finals day tomorrow? It seems like it's going to be a good day down here.
Yeah, I think the conditions will, you know, the swell will stick around, and the crowds are here. I mean, it's an insane day already. All of the boys will be up next, and I'm sure they'll put on a great show for everyone, so it should be fun.
Yeah, there's beats and barrels happening on the hill up there behind you, so that's pretty sick. And Steph, see you in the next round. Good luck, and please be safe out there.
Stephanie Gilmore, Philippa,
Such a pleasure.
What an infectious smile. You just can't help but smile when she smiles.
Oh, definitely. I think just Steph, just her approach to everything, not just surfing, just lifestyle, and yeah, she's really a female ambassador for the sport.
I say it's almost like, well, like Joe Parkinson, almost looks like they're not even trying, but you know they are, obviously, because it just looks so darn good. But I just love listening to her words and the way she approaches not only heat but life. You can just sense that she's in a good place. She's had some real tests throughout probably the last 3 or 4 years, and she's overcome those, and she's come out the other side as strong as ever, and she looks fantastic. So if she keeps surfing the way she does, she's going to be a big threat going into the quarterfinals and onward. So, but right now we saw that wave there as we came back to the live broadcast here. Kobe Enright just lost a little bit of speed going out. Do you have to stay right in the pocket out here today?
As we see it taking off, that's a lot better there. Looking for that first opening turn, and yeah, in the pocket, definitely out the back, trying to get that first turn, and then the girls have just been milking it to try build a score and come through the inside here. As we're gonna try get a closeout turn.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was good, and she rode out of that cleanly. So I think the judges will like it. Oh, she's even got on her backhand here, and yeah, that's really good to, I think, to show the judges finish, and then we thought she was finished, but she just tried to finish one more then. Yeah, that was really good.
Well, the 3.5, another score will be added to that. She's got a 1 in her scoreline. That'll be thrown out completely after this next score does drop. Here we go, Kobe Enright. Nice looking left-hander, as Philippa was saying. She got a nice turn out the back. The judges want to see a lot of that, of course. That's going to get you some points. Now she milks the inside section, going from outside to inside, keeping the speed of her board up, bouncing back and forth. Now a redirection going on her forehand, and beautiful carving top turn, throwing a lot of spray, in control, and up into a floater to finish off. So the judges will be impressed. So a good-looking ride, a 6.50 if you like for Kobe Enright. And now she takes the lead, puts a little bit of pressure, not too much, on Sage Eriksson with 14 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Sage with that 8 now, Philippa only needs a 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think that will make Kobe feel a lot better. Rode all the way to inside, so she might take a couple minutes to get out the back. But I think for Sage now, hopefully she can hear it there. She's got an 8-point ride. That's an excellent score. Only needs a 2, which we all know Sage can do that. So I think she might now, with 13 minutes, just under 14 minutes remaining, maybe wait for a wave that might offer definitely that first turn. But maybe tactic, she might just, if she can hear, she might just, I'm just going to go and get a wave so I can be in first position in case, and here she goes here, pulling left. Really good turn out the back there. And she's probably going to try to do the same now, stick with it. Obviously open up with a backhand turn and going to keep coming through the inside here.
Yeah, that first turn was very committed. You could see her eyeing up the lip of that wave and just timed it perfectly for Sage Eriksson. So one would have to think with that wave there, she's going to regain the lead.
Yeah.
Scores, your thoughts initially?
I'm really pretty bad at this.
I'm terrible,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, let's watch it again on the replay here. So was thinking about going straight up, but then she managed to still get one of that. And like you said, really committed. So vertical turn out the back and didn't offer as much as Kobe's wave coming into the inside, but she still managed to get a little bit of a back end turn there. So that's, yeah, it's definitely going to be a 2. Maybe, I'm going to go maybe like a 4 or a 5.
I'm just going to go with whatever you say.
One turn out the back, because there wasn't really much on the all but
well, there you go. There you go. Maybe you should be a judge after your career, not now. You got a big career in front of you. I'm not saying now. All right, 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and it was almost right in between a 4 and a 5. Yeah. So well done to Philippa Anderson. I'm gonna go with your scores from now on. A 4.33 sees Sage Eriksson take back the lead from young Kobe Enright in the red, who now needs a 5.84. So it's still anyone's heat, and the one advantage that Sage has is she's got that excellent score, and for Kobe, she's got a 6.5. So right now, you'd think Kobe is thinking, okay, 6.5 I got. I'm looking 7s and above.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, with that 8-point ride, I'm not sure if they can hear out there, but you'd be feeling pretty good. But then Kobe with a 6.5 and needs a 5.8, so she, like you said, definitely doable. I think she's maybe with under 12 minutes remaining.
You can just see when that wave broke in front of Kobe Enright how shallow it is. You can see all the sand there on your screen, and that's no less than a 6-foot wave there, and that's top to bottom.
Yeah.
There's a lot of churning you can see. Look at the sand still sort of churning around there, and that's just, it's a great indication of just how gnarly, how tough the conditions are, not just to ride, but to actually get back out.
Try to get out the back, yeah.
Well, until the ski comes and gets you.
Yeah, so you can see the ski trying to deal with the water here, seeing if she needs any help there. Looks like she's maybe halfway or just out the back. There's a lot of water moving once you get out there with the rip. So, I mean, a couple times in my head, I was just paddling and I thought I wasn't going to make it out, and then it kind of sucked me out. So that's one thing that I think down the beach now. There's 2 rips which you can't really see on the screen. In the middle where the girls are surfing the left to it, but then where the competition was held yesterday on the rocks, it's kind of sucking you out that way. And I do believe that if you do get farther enough down, the jet skis will come take you up at the back and drop you.
Yeah, well, and it's tough for them too, because they have a duty of care, not for themselves, but also for the athletes. You know, if they get caught in a predicament, well, then all hell will break loose, and we could see carnage. So they have to be very on their game. But she's done quite well, Kobe Enright. She's got out the back by herself, the youngster. 10 minutes to go. She needs the 5.84 here in heat number 6 of the round of 16. The Taggart Women's Pro, we spoke about this earlier. I mean, it was a lucky draw. It was a lottery. They all donated $16.50 to get this 70 businesses around the community. Fantastic efforts. And then they were given a surfer. So out of 84 surfers in the field, 70 of them were chosen to
represent a company here in Newcastle.
That's just an amazing concept. I think we should do more of that, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people were really surprised at the crowdfunding for an event, but all the companies were jumped on board and they were really, really excited about it. I think in the first maybe week when we announced it, I think we had 60 companies that jumped straight on board. And then I was just asking around a few more that people who probably hadn't heard about it, what Surfest was doing. So
you played a big part in getting some companies on board as well. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of them hearing a story from someone like myself that doesn't really have a major sponsor backing. How important it is for the Australian girls to have an event where they can showcase their skills. And if you look who's left in the field, the majority of them are, or at least today and yesterday, majority were Australians. So it's really good that we've given this opportunity. And yeah, big thanks to all the companies in Surfest.
Yeah, it would probably take an hour to list all.
Make it happen, yeah.
70 companies at $16.50 a pop, and then they got another chance at getting $10,000 if that surfer actually wins the event.
Yeah.
So it's a great investment. It 2 times over, I think, say for women surfing, and then to possibly get just under $10,000 in return for your 50 investment.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, the heat before, Steph actually drew one of the Blue Dog, which is a cafe right on the beach here. So they were cheering for her when I got knocked.
Oh, that's great. And they can come down and they take a bit of ownership in this event. And obviously Taggart Taggart was the one that actually got the naming rights.
Yep.
So that's great by them. And so far it's just been fantastic. And the women really showcasing their true grit and steel and skills. You guys just going out there and, you know, really taking it to some tough conditions today. And you know, even yesterday when the wind was howling, it wasn't exactly snapper rock. It wasn't snapper rocks yesterday. But 7:40 on the clock as we wind this one down. Coming up next is former winner out here, Malia Manuel of Kauai over there in Hawaii, and Bronte Macaulay all the way from Mexico, I say, Western Australia.
But yeah, as you see, Sage up and riding here, so I'm not sure who had priority there, but she just went that wave, and probably not going to definitely get in a scoreline there, but she's got an 8 and a 4, so I think for her, she probably wants to definitely build on that 4.33, which she's dropped an 8, so she can easily do that. But then Kobe needs a 5.8, and she's got a 6.5, so yeah, 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, look.
Could go.
Yeah, it was. I think it's anyone's game here, but you know, with the ladies out there being extremely selective, there's a few scenarios that could play out here. But right now, Kobe Enright, with like you said, needs a 5.84. She's got to utilize that priority very well and properly.
Yes, which this is all a young Kobe Jr. from Australia. So this is where, you know, she could make a mistake and learn from that. So this is what it's all about for her, making it into woman on woman against Sage, who's been on tour and then fallen off and got back. So it just shows that.
Well, it's kind of like, it reminds me of a young Philippa Anderson, being a junior, being out there and having to either, you know, unfortunately make that mistake and learn from it, or go on and win the contest.
Yeah.
Does it bring back memories seeing someone like Kobe out there, and then you know, in 2009, you know, winning the event with girls like Sage Erickson, who had a ton of experience already under their belt? Yeah,
definitely. I think just having that experience, and Kobe's quite young, just making it till today, around 16. So.
Well, look at that site. I mean, everyone from Newcastle is coming down to the beach. I mean, that's just one section of where we are here at Surfest.
The stretch goes all the way up the hill, and I was just out there before, and yeah, it's pretty crazy down there. I couldn't even find a park. A lot of us locals are like, "Oh, you might as well walk from home." Well,
that's just testament to how important this event is. This Surfest festival of surfing and music and surf art and everything that comes along with it. Warren Smith and the crew doing an amazing job. We don't give enough praise to someone like himself. When I got the call, when I was talking to Warren, it wasn't even a hesitation. It's like, all right, you know, he goes, you want to do some more broadcasting? I said, when do you need me up there? He said, come up on Friday. I said, I'm there. So I'm here now, and I've enjoyed it. Yesterday was a blast. Today is even more of a blast. The sun's out, surf's up, people are on the beach, and also people who have just joined us there over in Hawaii. Yesterday we watched the Eddie, of course, Oceanic Cable crew on the Surf Channel over there in Hawaii. All around the world, people are watching from Barbados and Japan and Russia and the East Coast of America and the West Coast of America. It's just surf-centric at the moment, and you can see the crowds on the beach here. Live shots from Merewether Beach. It's just fantastic. It's such a beach culture. In fact, I think he is one of the Newcastle Knights players. Yeah.
So we got all kinds coming down here to watch surfing.
And speaking of Newcastle Knights, their season kicks off next week. Obviously, they have an away game.
Yeah.
They're playing I believe they're playing the Titans, but footy and surfing in this town are two very important things, and of course the Newcastle Jets. But I'm not a soccer player. As we see, young Kobe Enright up and riding. She needs a 5.84, Philippa. Is she going to get it here?
So I think she just made a decision. Maybe she didn't know that, there was 4 minutes left. But yeah, probably she had priority then. Maybe wrong decision going that way. But it could have ended up being a good one on the inside. So yeah, unfortunately, she's not going to get the score there. But it's looking like she didn't come too far in. So she might be able to get back with just under 4 minutes remaining. It's this replay here, she probably thought it was going to wall up at the back there, and then it just kind of hit that inside
It looks like the tide's coming in, so that flatness and the lump and the bump is really different. You can see right there,
Yeah.
she just tracks out and comes unglued from her surfboard, and she probably weighs about 30 kilos.
Yeah, she's definitely a young grom.
Yeah, so it's really tough, and probably the trick is there. I would think would be to sort of sit a little bit more down on your board, so you're a bit more stable, but easier said than done. The youngster, Kobe Enright, chasing a 5.84, 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. I'm joined here with the wonderful Philippa Anderson, of course, winning out here in 2009 as a grommet herself, as a young junior, and now really making a massive charge in 2016 at a spot on the women's WSL tour. Let's fast forward while we wait this 3 minutes out here, and we might see a last few exchanges from the girls. Let's fast forward to December 2016, or even let's go November, and you're right on the cusp. How important is the last few events going to be for Philippa Anderson to really have a strong start like you're having and a strong finish?
Yeah, really important. I was just speaking to my trainer before, and he said normally I start off really bad and end well, so I've started off pretty good this year, so hopefully I can just keep that flowing. But yeah, if I'm not on the cusp at the end of the year, it's just gonna, we go out and literally focus on wave by wave, not thinking too far ahead, because a lot of people, you tend to like, if I had made this heat, or I just gotta make the finals, or I'm gonna make semis and I'll progress. I think like I said, that mental side of me just focusing on what's right in front of me, and that's what I did this event. It would have been great to make the finals or make tomorrow, but I was just taking it heat by heat, and I wasn't really that nervous this morning because I surfed out here a lot. It was just taking it heat by heat, which
I think that's a great way to look at it. As we have 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Sage Erickson leads. Kobe Enright chasing needs a 5.84. Surf what's in front of you, never what's behind you.
Definitely.
So I think that's a great way to look at it, Philippa, and I think you're going to have an outstanding season this year. You seem to be in the right headspace, and the consistency is obviously another factor in qualifying too, being consistent, not just starting strong and finishing bad, or starting bad and finishing strong, but everything in the middle, right, is going to play a significant part in your place on the WSL tour, which is the ultimate goal, right?
Yep.
No pressure, though. I'm not putting any pressure on you at all. 1 minute and 1 minute and 1 second. Here we go. Kobe Enright and Sage Erickson with priority. She let her have a look at that one. That was interesting.
Maybe Sage just knowing that looking at that in case she's probably not going to get a 5.8 on that. But sometimes, sometimes you let them go because you think they're not going to get the score, and then something magical happens and the wave just ends up being a really good one and they end up getting the score. So it's hard with priority, especially in the last 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, I can say I honestly have been on the other receiving end of, okay, you can have this wave, and all of a sudden the 9 drops and you go, okay, that was the straw that broke my back, not the camel's. With 20 seconds to go, the USA surfer Sage Erickson.
Looking like, she's going to take this one out.
She does look like she will shadow the young junior Kobe Enright.
Definitely see Kobe trying, though, with 10 seconds remaining, just trying to get away there from Sage. Obviously, Sage's first priority there. So
sitting in the right spot, right underneath with priority.
Waiting to just pounce, and as we hear the hooter.
There we have it. Sage Erickson unofficially with the win over Kobe Enright. Coming up next, we'll see Malia Manuel winning out here in 2014, and of course Bronte Macaulay from Western Australia. I want to thank Philippa Anderson for joining us in the commentary booth. I think you might even be sitting in for a few more, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Good luck for the rest of 2016, and we're going to cut to a short break from live here at Merewether, and we'll be back with more Surfest action after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, Mark said the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Righty, welcome back, Merewether Beach, and two new faces in the booth. Beck Woods and Jesse Adam will take you through these next couple heats, or the last two heats of this round number 6 of the Taggart's Business Advisors Women's Pro, a QS 6000 rated WSL qualifying series event. And I tell you what, a couple of big heats coming your way. Hi guys, stoked to be back in the booth.
Yeah, it's good to be back in, and
Good to get out of the heat.
Yeah, it's actually nice and cool in here. We've got some air conditioning just above us, so yeah, it's really hot out there, and the crowds are absolutely pumping. It's a Saturday here in Newcastle, beautiful Merewether Beach, and I just popped my head around the little booth that we're sitting in, and I was like, oh my gosh.
There's a lot of people down here.
There is a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why they call it, they call it Super Surfest Saturday, Super Surfest Sunday, and if you can manage to get down here, it is going to be a cracker day weather-wise, and there's great waves and some awesome world-class surfing happening out the front at Merewether. And we have moved a little to the north, or a fair bit to the north of the premium break, as we have had a big increase of east to northeast swell overnight. And some big chunky conditions that the ladies are absolutely taking on, grabbing the bull by the horns and absolutely ripping through those first couple of heats of the round. 30-minute heats here. We've extended it due to the conditions, and as you can see on your screen there, a lot of whitewash, a lot of water moving, and as a lull goes, I mean, that's a dead flat lull, and you can see that there's a lot of motion in the ocean and some big swell on our hands. So excited to see what Malia Manuel and Bronte McCauley can do with the conditions in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost cleaned up a little bit. Maybe that's due to the tide coming in from the first few heats that we had this morning. But Jesse, there's been kind of the more experienced women against the young up-and-comers, but the more experienced women have seemed to be coming out on top, kind of dominating, and
no
I think
underdog victories just yet.
Not at the moment. We did have the youngsters Mahina Maeda and Chelsea Twuck match each other, and it was Chelsea who came out on top. Here we see Malia paddling into a nice looking right-hander. She's found and that was me talking too soon there. She pulled off.
It did look nice when she took off though. Had a nice bit of wall in front of her, but unfortunately it ran into a little bit of deep water and forced you to eat your words there, unfortunately. But it did look really nice. It had like a little section on it, and
looked like snapper. I was like, wow.
It did. She's practicing. She's practicing going hard off the bottom, but yeah, predominantly probably a left, you'd have to think. I mean, this bank is, with this direction as well, it is sort of wrapping down the beach, heading south, heading towards the rock section But the odd little right-hander coming through does have a nice little bow on it, and unlucky on that occasion for Malia to not get into a bit of open face. But it'd be exciting to see her grab onto one of those right-handers, as her forehand attack is brilliant. But here she goes, having a look at her left straight away. Look at the size of this thing.
Yeah, super sizing. Nice opening slash there from Malia. She's got such good wave selection. A nice double move combo there. Snapping that second section and carving back into the power pocket of the wave. Another little slash back there, and I'm sure she's looking for a big inside finish here. Yeah, her backhand, Malia, is very critical. She places the board so highly on every turn and every opportunity she can. So, yeah, this wave's gone forever. Unfortunately, that one kind of just running away a little bit. But
didn't offer much on the inside. You could see she was kind of working her way through to the inside, hoping that she'd get a steeper section to finish up on really nicely. And as you said, she's got that ability to get vertical in the most critical part of the wave. And if it had have offered a lip section there, she would have really smashed it home on that score. But nonetheless, we will get a decent score on the board for red. And it will be the best score of the heat so far. As we take another look, have a look at the takeoff here. It's almost looking like it's trying to tube on the takeoff. It gets around that section to a nice bit of open face. It does fatten up pretty much right from the get-go. And as you said, Beck, she does have to get some rail-to-rail cut-back sort of transitions through the most part of this wave.
Yeah, I think all the money turns were kind of out the back. Unfortunately, it didn't stand up too much on the inside, but it was a really nice forming wave and a great start there for Malia. She was looking to get busy on the rights, but she did find a bit of a gem of a left here, and the score's dropping for that.
Yeah, it looks like it could be in that, potentially could be in that 6-point range. We'll let the other judges filter on through these scores. It's looking pretty unanimous. There it is, a 6-point ride. Opener for Malia. Manuel, she is in the early lead. And Bronte Macaulay waiting patiently to open up her campaign. It's a good matchup, this one. Goofy versus Natural. I mean, arguably Malia Manuel a lot more experience being on the World Tour for a few years now. Bronte Macaulay not far off the mark of being on the World Tour. And I think she's going to get a shot at a few events this year.
Yeah.
Potentially due to injury?
Yeah,
or?
There's an injury.
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, a little bit more experience on the top seed side, but nonetheless, both girls probably suited to these conditions. Malia from Hawaii, Bronte from the west of Australia, and known for the strong, powerful, sizey conditions. In sort of, they get similar swells in a roundabout way, and I think they're both going to be well and truly ready for these strong, powerful conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got an interview with previous winner Sage Eriksson down with Fiona.
Yeah, guys, I'm just standing here with Sage, winner of the last heat. Sage, you got an 8-point ride on your first wave there. Anyone I think who's gotten 8 today has gotten through the heat. So how did that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I was telling you before, that session and that wave was the first time I was on this board, and I think that's what's been such a blessing for me, is knowing that my equipment's so good that even though I didn't have a warm up on it, it's 1 inch bigger. Channel Islands has it dialed for me, and it felt really good. There's a lot of motion out there, so you kind of want to be on the right little bump in the peak and get some speed and get a turn. And it felt good to open with the 8 and didn't really back it up with that much. I think I got like a 4. But anyways, just so excited to be here in Newcastle and get some heats going and get ready for Snapper, and Manly's next, so that should be exciting.
Yeah, you're a seasoned competitor. So this is the first QS 6000 of the year, and you're already into the quarter, so I'm sure that you're stoked about that. What's the aim? You're in it to win it?
Yeah, definitely in it to win it, and I'm definitely a QS warrior. This is my 7th year doing it in a row, and I gain a lot of confidence on the QS. A lot of people sometimes see it as it's tiring and it's kind of a pain, but really it's where it all started for me to get on the big tour. And I love coming to Newcastle, and Australia's one of the best places in the world. So excited for the final day tomorrow. Getting the nerves out. I was kind of nervous for this event for some reason, but all is looking up, and just excited for all the support at home. Hi, Mom. Hi, guys. Anyways, we'll see how I do tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for speaking with us, Sage, and good luck in the next heat. Thank you.
There we go. Gotta love Sage Eriksson. Happy, smiley, and shaking off those first event of the year nerves by the sounds of things. She looks pretty comfortable now, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's all smiles, and Sage is, she's been through a lot. She's qualified for the tour. She's been knocked off the tour. She's re-qualified back on again, and she's had a solid journey over the last 7 years. And I think, as soon as you start doing QSs and you qualify, you kind of blink and you miss, and next minute it's 7 years later, and all of a sudden you've been around the world 7 times. And we've got Malia Manuel on a good-looking left again. She fades a little bit there. She's looking for a section, and I've got to stop jinxing people.
Yeah, that one just fades out on her. But yeah, again, steep first section on the outside there, and proving to be tricky to pick which one's actually going to have a bit of a run through to the inside. But she's got a 6-point rod. She'll make her way back out and start picking the eyes out of it. And well, for the first good, 13 minutes of this heat, Bronte McCauley staying quiet, waiting to find something of substance. But yeah, back to Sage Eriksson. I mean, she's looking like she's well and truly shaken off those nerves. And like you said, 7 years lapping the world, doing the qualifying series, and a few of those years also doing the big leagues, the World Tour. So she's very experienced and still loves coming back to Newcastle, loves doing these 6,000 events, and loves getting on the QE grind. And so
yeah, I think she almost looks more comfortable on tour now that she's had the experience of being knocked off, because I think when you first get on,
it's like a relief or something, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you've been trying to get
but
there.
then almost you have all of a sudden you're on the top tour, and it's just a whole new level, and it can be really intimidating. And then like maybe sometimes you fear getting knocked off because you've worked so hard to get there, and that happened to Sage. But then she kind of used that fear and turned it into a strength, and she was like, well, I've been knocked off. I have the ability to get back on, and she worked really, really hard, and she fought hard, and she's fought her way back into that. And I think having that experience makes her a stronger competitor for it.
For sure, definitely building, and exciting to see her surf on finals day tomorrow. Here we go, Bronte McCauley had a good paddle at that one. Unfortunately, could not get into it on that occasion. We'll see what happens to priority on our screen here. Looks like she's lost priority there. So, first priority does now swing to red, unfortunately, for Bronte. Yet to grab onto a wave of substance. Lost priority. It is now Malia Manuel's pick of the lineup. So she has first choice at the next set wave, and she is holding onto a 6-point ride. She's got the upper hand at the moment, the Hawaiian, and one of the top seeds of the event. You'd think she's looking for nothing short of a victory here at Merewether to get her year started. But on the other hand, for Bronte, she's probably hoping to bag onto 6,000 World Qualifying Series points, and to well and truly supercharge her 2016 campaign on the qualifying series. That's for sure.
Yeah, Bronte had a funny year. Last year, I think she missed out by one place on to qualify for the World Tour, and she ended up there. It came down to a 3-star event that was held in Chile, and a lot of the girls had to fly out to that one to kind of block people from qualifying, and it was an interesting little affair that went on down there. But Lakey Peterson has injured her ankle. I think she broke her ankle a few days ago, and I think Bronte may have got the call up. So she's
I think I saw Bronte wearing a brace.
Oh,
Has she got a brace on her foot as well?
I heard she was wearing that. So.
Yeah, I thought the first couple of days of the event and the 2 days leading into Surfest kicking off, I had a couple of surfs out there, and I saw her strapping her foot up with black tape. So yeah, an interesting one. She doesn't look like she's nursing anything really in terms of like her surfing ability right now. She's absolutely ripping, so it mustn't be super critical, but she's probably just doing some rehab from a previous injury, or some some rehabilitation stuff. We'll have to get a little insight into it, but great news for Bronte getting a start potentially at Snapper. I don't think it's officially been announced just yet, but she should get the call up, as you said, first to miss out on the tour last year. And back to that little situation you mentioned about that last contest in Chile, I remember having a chat with Philippa Anderson. She was probably I think the next or one of the next after Bronte to miss out on qualifying last year, unfortunately, and she needed to make the final of what was meant to be the last event, but it was the second last event of the year. Was it in Portugal or?
Yeah, from memory. I think it's
one of those
Portugal or
ones.
Spain, yeah.
Spain, maybe it was. And as we see Red up and riding, she's found one of those right-handers, and we haven't jinxed her on this one, but maybe I have. She goes down on that.
I just made sure I didn't say a word.
Yeah, I was
and
like,
I
you were like looking at it going, you're looking at it going, nah, nothing.
Yeah, Malia just going maybe just a tiny bit too high, a little bit of missed timing, but the wave looked pretty difficult to surf and get your timing correct.
Bit of wobble in the face of the wave too, a little bit tricky. Black's having a look here. Check another replay. We'll analyse what happened and what went wrong here. She goes probably a little late off the bottom, but like you said, a lot of wobble and backwash kind of looking vibes on that right hander. Not to be, but we'll just see if Black took that wave or not. But that last event, I think it was called the last event of the year. It was a 6,000. It was in Spain or Portugal or Peru or something. And I know Philippa needed to make the final. I'm pretty sure she bowed out in the semi-final. And leading into that event, I was telling her, I got a feeling, you're going to do really well in this event, and you got nothing to lose other than you got to win. So just go out there to win.
Yep.
And she just fell short of qualifying. And I think Bronte, who's up and riding here, was in a similar situation. Didn't quite get the result required, and Philippa was just out of going to Chile. They announced that because that Chile event was tentative, and they called it on last minute.
Oh, wow.
And Philippa was going to go, and when she looked at the mass, she was like, even if she won the event, I think she was still like something ridiculous, like 50 points shy of the total required. So just that tiny little bit, like a hair away from being able to get it. But Bronte, on the other hand, had this, she could just nudge in. And like you said, a few of the CT girls that were on the bubble, that were back there, that were close to losing their spot on tour, actually spent the money to get all the way over to Chile, even though they didn't need the points on the qualifying series. They went out there to basically knock people out of the event that were going to potentially take their spot. And I think they did that. They did that job, and unfortunately for Bronte, she drew a couple of hard heats and didn't quite get the result required. She's so close, and hence why she's the first not to qualify, and hence why she's going to get a bit of a run this year on the World Tour. For those watching at home and playing, there's a certain amount of ladies on tour, there's a certain amount of men on tour, and if one or more of those competitors that have qualified from the previous year are injured, they often do call up the next in line. So the first person that didn't qualify in the previous year will get a run at that one event. And if that person is injured for a series of events, they may get the chance to surf quite a few of those events. And in some cases, they can be out for most of the year.
Yeah, and then the replacements can have a look at and then run it qualifying through the World Tour. And then it's quite... It's great. I think it's a good system that it does go to the next in line because they've earned their spot there, and they've been travelling and working very hard. So
I mean, they could just pick anybody and go, oh, you're in.
Yeah, you're in. Yeah.
But to have, I mean, on the guys tour this year, there's going to be at least 2, if not more.
Yeah.
Guys honestly, for the majority of the year, by the looks of things. I mean, hopefully not. Like, hopefully the guys that are injured, that are meant to be on tour this year do get speed up in terms of that recovery. But we did see an announcement earlier on in the day and in the week from the World Surf League, and of course Owen Wright put out an announcement, and also B. Durbridge has put out an announcement officially withdrawing from the first event of the year. And Owen's also mentioned that at least the first kind of half of the year, for sure, at least the next 6 months, he won't be competing.
Yeah, he has to kind of really take care of himself. He had a was it a head
trauma? Like head trauma, yeah. So a little bit of, kind of like a whiplash style sort of injury they're comparing it to, where your brain kind of moves a little bit inside your skull and gets a little bit of a bit of a shake around. They were actually comparing it to pretty much the only thing you can really see that type of injury in is generally car crashes or something or of that nature, because you need to get a significant amount of force that can shake you to that extremity without actually breaking your spine, which is a really rare occurrence. And I think, obviously due to being in the water and, less gravity and all those factors that came into whatever happened over there in Hawaii, I think it's just a really kind of like an abnormality in terms of the medical world. I mean, I think they hadn't seen, too much like it. And unfortunately for Owen, it's a bit of a long recovery time. But the good news is he's going to be able to, he's alive. Yeah. Which is a massive blessing, and I mean he's looking really good and he's doing really well, and he is on the way to recovery. Same with Bede, horrific injury at Pipeline.
Really, like the men just putting their bodies on the line massively.
Oh, totally! It's out of control what this Hawaii season has delivered, or the previous Hawaii season has delivered, and how hard these guys and girls charge on the world stage. It's there's really no sport like it, and positive vibes, everybody. Send it out to those guys that aren't going to be able to compete at the start of the year, both Bede and Owen, and a few others. I know Callahan has actually done a mischief with his, I think it was his knee or his ankle, so he's going to be out for at least one. I mean, his injuries aren't as serious, but he's going to at least miss 1 or 2, maybe potentially, or hopefully just 1 to start the year. So, speedy recovery, guys, and we hope to see you back on the World Tour in no time. And, some of these guys that have been here at Surfest and girls are going to get a shot at a couple of events, which we mentioned earlier, which is great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Super stoked for those competitors, and makes the grind well worth it.
Yeah, I think we were talking about points earlier, and you're talking about equations and and all the scenarios. And it's funny, you if you want to be a pro surfer, you're like, I don't need to go to school, I don't need to learn maths. And then I ended up with pages and pages of calculations when it came to qualifying. We've got surfer up in red, looking at a bit of a fat wave here and opting off that one. But yeah, I needed maths in the end.
Yeah, totally.
Quite a lot when I was looking at points and adding up scenarios and other people's situations, and
totally. Sometimes it can be like very critical to know exactly. I mean, for some people they don't want to know, but most people, I mean, to know exactly what's required of everyone around you and of course yourself can be really important. And I mean, every heat is a mile really. But in terms of points breakdown, especially coming down to the end of the year when you get to that Hawaii season or whatever those last couple of events are for both the guys and the girls. You can see, if so-and-so doesn't do this and so-and-so beats, the other person and I make this many heats, then I qualify. And you've got to kind of, know what's required of yourself. And, I mean, at the start of the year, I think everyone gets to sort of add it up. I need X amount of points, most likely, to qualify. Set yourself that goal. My top 5 events are going to count. And if I break it down, I need this many, quarterfinals and this many semi-finals, or however it may be. As we see Red just swooping into an opening turn, she finally found that one because we didn't call it.
We didn't call it. It was good. She got 2 huge turns on that one, and she might look for the. I'm not going to say it. No. Okay.
Doesn't look for the link up.
Doesn't look for the link up, but looks like most of the work was done out the back, and that was a solid wave, a really nice right-hander with open face, and be good to see that in a replay.
Here's the answer back. Black. Didn't want to call it, but we had to, and unfortunately no options there for Bronte, and just can't find anything through the most part of this heat. 7.5 minutes to go, and barely anything on the board. I mean, a 4.5 for a second to last for Bronte, so she's kind of got something on the board here. But Malia Manuel's got a 6-point ride, and arguably probably one of her best waves will lock in into the system. Certainly, at a minimum, a second best score, if not her best, depending on how the judges see it. 2 really good turns. I feel like she kind of waited a little too long to get that first one in, and kind of could have got that third closeout here if she had went kind of a little bit sooner. I don't know if that's super hypercritical, but we are into the round 6 and heading into the quarterfinals. So, big scores are generally required to progress to these heats. But nonetheless, I do think with 7 minutes to go, she's going to lock in another good score, be in a very controlling position, and I think Bronte McCauley is going to need 2 waves if she wants to get out of this one.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a frustrating position for Bronte to be in, but again, Malia's experience and the more experienced women here really seem to, they just find waves, and they find and make their own luck, and Malia's seeming to have a strong affinity with the ocean and its movements right now, and paddling herself straight back out the back, and the tide filling in, so it's almost looking like it's on the improve. And it'd be good to see Bronte. She's got 6 minutes 20 remaining. If she could just get one bomb, it would really shake things up and surf to her potential, because we've seen her absolutely shred. So slowly scores trickling on through for Malia Manuel, and it is looking like a pretty solid score.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be her best wave, and there's the replay of it. We just kind of missed that first sweep, but it looks solid. And then she cars back in the pocket there, and this is that section that she missed. She wasn't super late to try and get up there, but she was just too late to get there. I think that would have went well and truly up into the excellent range had she have went straight out of that second turn into a bottom turn and kind of got up into the lit. But that's being hypercritical. Well, it does go into the excellent range. We drop the high and the low, and it leaves it just north of that at 8.17. Too big. That big first turn's kind of where you're setting most of your points there, soaking the rail, throwing quite a bit of water.
Yeah.
And locks in the best score of the heat by a country mile, which does leave Bronte McCauley needing a giant score. Well, she's not comboed. I thought she might have needed 2 scoring rides after that, but just a 9.67. So near perfect score required, but in reality, you're thinking 2 good scoring waves is what's going to dig her out of this hole with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's kind of getting to that point where she may have to try and get it in 1.
Yeah, 5 minutes. I mean, Malia is back out the back quickly, and she may be able to turn it around, but she's got to do it quickly, Bronte, if she wants to get back in this heat. I think what I loved about that wave with Malia was she's got such a good extension on her forehand, and I can't wait to watch her at snapper, because technically, as I've mentioned, she's got such a beautiful style to watch, and yeah, the amount of rail that she had in that first turn, and it was a big opening, solid attack, and attacking the waves, and yeah, the point of difference between a lot of these World Tour surfers in comparison to some of the girls coming through and trying to take their spots, you can see just the little things that they're doing differently that is obviously making them very successful. They kind of, yeah, they're little things, but they make such a big difference.
It's that 2%. We always hear it, 2%. You know, it sounds like nothing, but it can be everything. It can be the 2%, you know, better board. It can be the 2% more, you know, the fitness is 2% greater than your fellow competitor, or, you know, you're 2% more naturally gifted. It could be anything, but it's always that 2% factor. Even if you can give yourself that, you know, tiny little bit of edge, it means everything in the water. It means everything in surfing. It's just so hypercritical, the difference between everyone once you get to that pointy end of the competition. Once you get to the sort of the quarterfinals and up, it's kind of like anyone's win. You know, whoever gets the best waves, you know, whoever paddles back out the fastest might get the next set and, you know, hold the next bit of priority. You know, whoever's board just goes that little bit faster, or, you know, that's that tiny little things that you can work on. And it's really getting to that stage and that era in surfing where just about everyone is working that extra 2%.
Yeah.
So it's getting to the point where, I mean, it's getting how do we improve from here? You know,
Yeah.
It's getting so gnarly and so intense on tour, and I mean, we can only go up. We can continue to go up, but I think everyone's really starting to switch on. Everyone's got a coach. Everyone's got someone down there videoing, whether it's their parents or a hired coach or a friend or someone, a travelling partner, or, you know, even helping each other out in little squads of travelling groups, you know, fellow countrymen, you know, uniting overseas and working together. That kind of thing's massive these days, and I don't think I've seen anyone really rock up on their own.
Yeah, and it makes such a difference, especially when you're overseas and, you know, with a group who's backing you and really wanting you to get through, and they're down there supporting you and having a bit of camaraderie around the world. That support makes such a difference. Sometimes you'd rock up to events and you're by yourself, and it can be quite intimidating and a little bit lonely if there's nobody there supporting you when you're standing on the beach, or you come in and you have won a heat, and then, you know, none of your mates are there, so you're like, yeah, it makes such a difference for, you know, having mates around the world who support you. And yeah, it's funny, you kind of, it's like being back at school. Sometimes you find your little group and you you hang out, and obviously you have a much better time and a much better experience if you're having fun as well. So
it builds the vibe up, the positive energy's flowing, and that's also another really critical aspect to this, you know, tour grind. It's a long year.
Yep.
And there's a lot of events and there's a lot of travelling, and it's pretty intense. I mean, we heard Sage Erickson say it in a previous Heat Win interview. I mean, she loves it, but she knows that there's a lot of people out there that can get worn down and run down from it and just opt to do the World Tour if they've qualified, because it's just a lot of effort. And, you know, it sounds like, you know, petty complaints. You know, you're on the World Tour, you're surfing, you're having the best time ever, but there's so much travelling. There's so much dedication in terms of being prepared for it. You've got to be in a certain place by a certain time and miss all this other stuff that you probably want to do, and it's not exactly as easy as it appears to be from the outside. It's actually, as you know, back doing it for a really long time, it's tough. So can wear you down. So it's a long year, and you got to kind of pace yourself for a marathon, the sprint, so to speak.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, like, it's one of the the extreme highs and then the extreme lows that you get from both winning and losing, and then we've got 46 seconds remaining. This heat's gone actually quite fast.
I was just listening to what you said, and I glanced over at the scores, and it's looking like
Malia has kind of run away a little bit with this one.
For 8.17, a 6-point ride, 14.17 total, big total there for Malia. And I mean, with 30 seconds to go, Black really needs to go really hard or go home on this next one. And if she can find something, I mean, she's looking for a 9.67. She would have to go absolutely Burko on the first section and throughout the entire wave. Really, you'd expect, you know, more than 3 really, really critical manoeuvres, and, you know, starting and finishing really strongly. We haven't seen too many scores north of 9 points throughout the entire event, really. We've seen it quite a few, but not coming as often as you'd expect, as we see Black just making the drop and not quite.
Nearly a buzzer beater, and
what a way to finish the heat.
She knew she had to go. She was incredibly late there, Bronte, and I think she'd probably be used to that in WA.
We saw that in slow-mo. That was an absolute crazy slam there for Bronte McCauley, and I mean, she'll take that in a stride. She's got around a 6 finish opening event of the season. She'll take some valuable points home and, build on that and hopefully progress through some more heats throughout the years. We see the lip just hit her in the back. She's manages to get nice and low, falls over the front.
She did.
Oh my!
That was an extreme wipeout for Blondie.
She's got to win some sort of award come events end for that. That's got to be wipeout of the event. That was a classic one. And
she did well to actually move forward over that and not maintain too much pressure on her knees. So
that was amazing. That was so good to watch. Okay, so hopefully she's all right. I'm sure she is. She's a tough cookie, but. Next heat coming your way, we're going to see Isabella Nichols taking on Tatiana Western Webb. So another one of those up-and-coming youngsters taking on a World Tour experienced surfer in the form of Tatiana. So a great heat coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. A 30-minute affair, and we'll bring you that live action from that on your screen. Beautiful Merewether Beach. That'll come up next after this short commercial break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane teacher.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
There we go, straight into live action. Tatiana Western Webb out of Hawaii, the World Tour competitor, gets her feet in the wax and gets on the board. You're watching the Taggart Business Advisors Women's Pro QS 6000, all a part of Surfest 2016. And we are into round number 6, well and truly into the back end of the event. After this round, we'll be going into quarterfinals, and one of these ladies will be moving on through. And, well, two very nice styles on these two ladies, and here's the opening approach for Tatiana Western Webb out of Hawaii.
Yeah, she's got to work very early and found a good-looking left-hander here with a bit of a fatter opening turn, but looking. Oh,
there we go.
Looking for the inside there, and I think she did a few more turns through the inside section there. The wave was a little bit fat, but
looked really tricky, huh?
Yeah.
It's still, like we were saying in the previous heat, if you've just joined us, there's a lot of wobble and almost like seasickness vibes out there. The new swell is hasn't really settled just yet. I mean, speaking to a couple of the competitors in the men's division coming up after this heat, actually we'll go straight into the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro, but speaking to Mitch Cruz, Ryan Callahan, Matt Wilkinson, a couple of those guys this morning, and they were kind of like analysing the conditions and looking to see what we're going to do for the day, and they were kind of noting that the fact that the swell isn't really organised yet. It needs a little bit more of that nice south wind to kind of settle it in a little bit and sort of sort itself out, because it's kind of a little everywhere. There's peaks all over the shop. You can see on your screen the swell lines are a little bit disjointed and broken up and a little bit wobbly, and it almost looks like every now and then with a good set wave comes, it almost looks like there's a bit of backwash in the face of the wave.
Just to make things even harder.
Even more testing.
Yeah, we've got Isabella up and riding on a left-hander that doesn't have much of a wall on it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like teepees everywhere, little peaks with no shoulder left or right, and a lot of them tend to just fizzle out before they even get started, and we saw a lot of that in the previous heat. And well, if you just join us, Malia Manuel took out Bronte Macaulay, and I mean, there wasn't a lot on offer in general. Malia was very fortunate to find 2 half-decent waves, one in which she let go of 2 rapid-fire front-side carving manoeuvres and netted herself an excellent score, which pretty much put the nail in the coffin in that one, unfortunately for Bronte, and not a lot on offer for the West Australian in that one. But into this next heat, it's looking pretty similar in terms of those first couple of waves, just wonky, wobbly stuff, and it's going to be a matter of picking the eyes out of the best waves in order to progress.
Yeah, Tatiana opting to use the jet ski to get back out the back there, which is a smart move from the competitor.
That's a bit of World Tour experience, right?
Yeah, she's not scared to use the ski, and she's put herself right back out into the lineup, and it's only kind of been a 4 or 5 minute turnaround for her, and she did get a 5 on her opening wave. It was you do notice a lot of the World Tour competitors, they like to apply pressure early on their younger opponents, and I think in a way it just adds that tiny bit of pressure at the start of the heat, and already the younger girls, they're chasing, and they perceive themselves as chasing, I feel like, a little bit, and yeah, as the heat moves on, as we saw Malia in that last heat, they get the early score, and then they seem to always find a second wave that betters that, and here we go, we see Isabella up and riding on a right-hander now, dropping into this one.
Yeah, using priority there, just wraps back to set it up. She's got to get up into this section, and she does. Wow, she throws the tail out. She kind of, I don't know if she was like overcompensating for the first section. She kind of went a little bit straight-legged through that first cutback, didn't throw a lot of power into it, but then went way overboard on that next section. Really ambitious. I mean, if she had have stayed over it and landed backwards out in the flats, that would have been an incredible maneuver, but you'd have to think just a normal kind of carve back into the pocket and a lip line would have netted her a great score, but she kind of...
She went huge and went all out here, and really threw the tail, and like you said, if she had landed it probably would have been a 12.
She would have got a huge score.
It was a good turn, but a little bit, maybe needed to not go so hard on that second turn there.
She nursed her way through even if she nursed her way through that section, it was a big section. And I think sticking just even like a horizontal kind of style, lip line turn through there, she would have been probably taking the lead for sure in this heat. But nonetheless, she locks in a 3-point ride and a 0.6 on her first attempt. Priority swings to black. She's holding on to a 5 in the heat lead. Very early days, 22.5 to go. And, we'll see if Tatiana applies the screws, turns the screws on this one. As you said, the more experienced competitors, that seems to be the theme of the day, and the tactic implied. It's almost like saying, I'm older than you, I'm more experienced than you, I've done this before, and I've got you already, kind of thing. Like, I'm going to get the best waves early on and just keep tightening the vice. And the more pressure that gets applied, especially someone young and, aspiring to be on the World Tour, I mean, it just gets even more difficult, more thoughts through the head, more clouded vision. I mean,
I think you know that as you start getting older too, and you kind of play with it a little bit more. I know when I first got on the tour, I kind of got eaten alive mentally by some of the older competitors. They were 13 or plus years older, and they were
a lot of experience.
Oh yeah, they were smart, and they'd say little things to you when you're about to paddle out, and make you feel like they're your friends. And then the tactics that would come into play are quite interesting.
Mind games. I mean, there's so much of that in behind the scenes, isn't there? I mean, it's cool to get a little bit of insight from you there. I mean, we don't want to go into too much detail, but in terms of that kind of thing, I think there's tons of that happening, both men's and women's side of that World Tour. I think, there's some classic old school stories from, I think it used to be way worse back in the very early days of pro surfing. I think it used to be a sledge fest, going into the water. I think there was so much of that going on, and, the top guys were generally using that that cocky attitude and sort of playing a few mind games, and I mean some of the best ever get kind of accused of that kind of thing with Kelly Slater and all that stuff. They get kind of
definitely still goes on.
It still goes on a little bit, but whether they actually do it or not, well, we're not in and amongst it seeing it. But all right, it looks like we've got a little bit of break happening in the action while we wait for a set wave to come through. Let's throw down to Fiona. She's got a happy heat winner for us to have a chat with.
Yeah, guys, I just have Malia Manuel down here. Malia, seems that I was just talking to Sage earlier, saying that it seems everyone who's got an 8 in their heat has got through, and then someone else is left, with a couple of 2s or
However, how did it feel getting that 8?
It felt good, especially because there's looks like there's so many opportunities out there, but we didn't really get. I feel like I didn't get as many as I thought we were gonna get. It was a little tricky, and there's a lot of water moving, so it's an open playing field, and it was nice to be kind of separated from Bronte. We were kind of doing our own thing, which is nice, and it's nice to just focus on yourself. And when you see an open one, it's all yours.
And I know that you enjoy some bigger surf. Were you pretty happy when you rocked up here this morning?
Yeah, this morning it was a little tricky. I paddled out at dawn, and it was all over the place and kind of crazy, but it's nice. It's cleaned up, and the sun's out. The faces are a little smoother, and it's nice to have some energy.
I think you girls are crazy paddling out that early and that. And, it's the first QS 6000, but you're on tour anyway. Is this just a bit of a warm-up for Snapper, or are you looking to win it?
Oh, I mean, I love competing, and it's nice to get a rhythm going, and of course, this place has so many good memories. So, of course, going into every event like it would be a CT, and just happy to be here, and all the girls are doing so well, so it pushes me every day.
Yeah, well, we're happy you're here, Malia, and good luck in the quarters. Woo!
There we go, the Hawaiian Princess, Malia Manuel, very happy to be back in Newcastle. She said a lot of fond memories of this place. I mean, she's had some good results in the past, and they've often had some really good waves, the ladies here at Merewether. They seem to score some of the biggest swell and some of the best conditions over the years. And there was a few years there where it was a 6,000 event still, and the men's was downgraded, and they got the pick of the bunch and got some really good waves.
Yeah, it was good.
Some pumping waves. So
got a replay there of Isabella Nichols. Again, a little bit too hard on that one. It really came back at her. There was a lot of whitewash moving there. The first two sections negotiated a little bit better, but it would have been nice if she had to finish that final turn. Malia did have an event win here in 2014, and I think a lot of the competitors say that they love coming to Newcastle, and a lot of other QS events they just don't do, but you do see a lot of World Tour competitors coming for this stop in the women's comp, and I think it is a good way to warm up, and I think Newcastle just offers a really relaxed kind of cruisy environment, and it's a great way to start the year to come here. I mean, obviously it's one of my favourite events, but it is only up the road from me. But everybody you talk to just are super stoked to be here, and they love doing this event. So.
Yeah, it's really cool because I mean, usually when you're doing webcast, commentary, interviews, that kind of thing, you kind of have to poke and prod to get that answer.
Yeah.
You got to be like, hey, how do you like Newcastle? Kind of thing. But I don't think we've really asked that question too many times. I think Fiona's had to ask it maybe twice over the course of 10 days.
Yeah.
She's interviewed 24, 28 heats a day. Every single winner goes for an interview. That's over a couple of hundred people. And she's probably had to ask it half a dozen times, and everyone else is kind of talking about it.
Mentioned it. And
yeah, which is kind of a testament to the Hunter region and. New South Wales as a whole, I think they love being here on this coastline, getting, for the most part, pretty fun waves, competing here, enjoying, I mean, a lot of the topic conversation actually in terms of enjoying their stay in Newcastle has been cafes and bars and things like that. I mean, numerous spots to go eat and have a coffee in the morning and, have a beverage in the evening just to night cap it off and that kind of thing. I think the culture that's been building over the last 10 or so years here in Newcastle is really building this place up yet again.
See a nice backhand attack there from Tatiana. She held that bottom turn, and I did not know how she just rode out of that section. How did she do that?
Pretty much completely mistimed it in maybe the best way possible. Yeah. It was such a strange one. She kind of went under the lip a la Marco Colupo. Let's take a look at it when we load this one up. I think completion is obviously key, especially with not a lot of opportunities in the lineup at the moment. I mean, 16 minutes to go. She's going to lock in another completed ride and again, apply a little bit more pressure. Let's take another look at it. This first turn's nice. She draws a nice little line and then hits it a little bit early here.
Yeah, a little bit early, and then even has glue on her feet. That was glue. There's glue on her feet. Can we check that when she comes in?
What is she using? If Fiona can hear us, ask her, what are you using?
What wax have you got there? That might help me. But big score dropping there for Tatiana. She was actually in second. Isabella briefly went into first place there with her pair of threes. But 6.67 there for Tatiana Weston Webb, and completing that final turn seems to be just really pivotal at this point, especially at this level in the final 16.
For sure, yeah. You know, at this level, like you said, it's big scores are bust pretty much. You know, you're into that woman-on-woman competition. It's down to the top. You know, the best servers. The cream has risen to the top, so to speak, and you got to complete your waves. You got to finish off those turns, and I think that's been the difference so far. Tatiana's finished off 2 waves.
Yep.
Red's had a couple of waves. Isabella hasn't finished both her turns on her rides, and she's got a 3 and a 3, 5, 7. Really, you know, Tatiana's got, you know, more than Isabella's total on her last wave. She's got a 6.67. Isabella's total for her 2 waves is 6.57. So a lot of work to be done for Isabella, but in the scheme of things, I mean, 11.67 is the total right now for Tatiana. That is surely not going to make her feel super safe with 14 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I mean, Isabella, current world junior champion.
Yeah.
Definitely not someone to take lightly, that is for sure. And as soon as she gets...
can answer back, it's going to be Isabella.
Isabella for sure, and expecting a huge year from her on this year's qualifying series, and you know, I would not be surprised at all if she was qualifying come year's end. So
yeah, a few little, she needs to tweak a few little things watching her in this heat, but yeah, she's been an outstanding performer in the earlier heats and kind of cruised her way through actually a little bit, but now you can see Tatiana's paddling back out and she's applying a bit of pressure. She doesn't have priority, but she is sitting pretty close to her in the lineup. It's almost like she's there and she's making her presence felt.
Try and move her around and maybe try and sell her on a dud and you know, that kind of thing. Maybe, you know, you can paddle into a wave that you know is not looking very good and kind of, you know, make a serious effort for it. And sometimes it can sort of convince you. You can play the weirdest games on each other. I mean, it might just make you think, wow, is this wave really good? Like,
she's going.
If she's going to go, well, maybe I have to go, I'm going, and then you stand up and it's closed out and you're like, why did I do that?
Yeah, what just happened?
And that happens to the best of them. Something like this, you got to have nerves of steel to block that because, you know, one time you might go, no, I'm going to let them have it because it's not good. And then they drop a 9 and you're like, well, why did I do that?
But I think that's even worse. I remember having a heat at Bells against Steph and I was like, it doesn't look this good and I'm going to go the next one. Mm-hmm. And then there was no next one and Steph got the wave and she got a 9.5 and I was like, what? What?
So even just taking that wave would have not only gotten you a score but also obviously blocking someone from getting 9.5. And it, like I said, happens to the best of them. I mean, you were on the World Tour, you were versing arguably one of if not the greatest
I mean, why would you ever give Steph Gilmore a wave? Ever. I just came in and was like, yeah, I've been competing for how many years and I just did the stupidest thing in the world.
Well, the other thing is, though, that you've probably done it a million times where you haven't given them the right wave and you've taken it and gotten the score. As we see Tatiana, unfortunately, just losing the, you know, like she missed a fin in the board there and slid out on the bottom turn. But
are we going to get another replay of that? I don't know if we need another replay of that one. But yeah, we... I
don't know if it's as good as Bronte's.
No, Bronte's we were saying Bronte, maybe if you do hear this, maybe it would be a good little Instagram clip.
I reckon you should definitely save that one on file and, you know, praise yourself for that effort. That was a crazy
that was a keeper,
wipeout.
That one. But yeah, Tatiana Western-Webb, she's exploded onto the world stage.
Kind of quickly?
Yeah.
Kind of just bang was there, right?
Yeah, she a solid junior performances, but she surfed her way through all the Hawaiian events and won everything in the juniors and just exploded onto the World Tour full of confidence actually for a young competitor. And that was kind of the point of difference, I think, between her and a few other rookies that I've noticed over the years. She just was there to stay, and she doesn't really care who she's against, and she's there to win and she's there to stay, and she has that mental approach, and I haven't seen that for a while in a new rookie, and she just dominated in solid waves. Like in Fiji, it was just so impressive to see somebody charging so hard. Like
first time there too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
Like you didn't even see any hesitation. She'd paddle into everything and would go hard, and I think that a wave like that, that's kind of what the attitude you need to take. The more you hesitate, the more you're going to get slammed, especially at Fiji. So
it's kind of like a confidence thing, pretty much, and confidence in your ability. You know, confidence in terms of like you feel like there's a sense of belonging. Like she obviously felt like she belonged on tour, like you said. Yeah. She's of that caliber in terms of ability for sure, and she kind of knew that in herself. In probably the least, I mean, I've met her a few times. She's really nice, but in the least cocky way possible. She just had that confidence about her in terms of, you know, I'm going to qualify for the tour. I'm going to do it now.
Yep.
And I'm going to try and win events. Like that's kind of, you could see that was kind of oozing from her approach and her mentality. And, you know, like you've been saying, it's working pretty well for her at the moment. Her rookie season was a great one. And it's going to be pretty exciting to see her take it on this year on the 2016 World Tour. It's going to be exciting to watch. And, well, for the lady in red in this one, she's going to have to get the ball rolling if she wants to join the elite.
Here we go.
Here we go. In 2017, could she be there? She has to get some results on the board. This wave, unfortunately, didn't stand up on the outside, but she is opting to stick with it. Not enough on the inside. Yeah, she can see the pure frustration there, and that's coming below that 10-minute mark. She's kicking and trying to get back into the lineup. She's
still got time. Yeah, still 9 minutes 45, and it's good to see that she's frustrated, but she's just determined. She's getting out the back as quick as she can. She knows that she's got to turn this heat around. So
yeah, with 20 minutes gone already, so 2/3 of the heat she hasn't been able to find anything that of substance, and I bet she'd be thinking, 1/3 of the heat to go. I've got to find 2 waves, So if I haven't found 1 in 20 minutes, what have I got to do to find 2 in 10 minutes? It does seem like a lot of time, but thinking back to the last few heats, it's kind of not that much time. She kind of needs to catch a decent wave, at the very latest in the next 5 minutes to really have a shot at all.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, one wave every 4 minutes, and it could be back in the heat. But yeah, tide is filling in, and it looks like the waves are filling in with it. So yeah,
and no priority for her at the moment either. Black could arguably just paddle over and sit right next to her and go, sorry.
Which is what she seems to be doing, Tatiana, a little bit. But
Okay.
Isabella having a look at this one.
Wide. Could this be a blessing? No priority on the inside. Let's see if this thing stands up. Nice little carve back to set up. Hopefully this thing stands up inside and gets a little steeper. She's going to stick with it. She's had a couple of outside turns. Let's see what this inside brings. Can she get around it? Looks like it's going to close out on her. Come on,
Waiting
one more
for
turn.
It. Here we go. He's a whip off the top and a bit of a finish there.
Yeah, it was her best wave.
It was the best wave, and the wave itself, actually at the start, it was a nice looking wave, and it allowed her to have some fluency. But yeah, just not standing up.
Being able to get up into the lip vertically. If it stood up like I kind of thought it was going to at one stage,
Yeah.
I mean, she would have been looking right back into the to the mix. But a smaller, not inside, but a smaller halfway sort of wave, and a nice little fluid carve back into the pocket. She does a couple more through here, but I mean, a couple of stages in it, she had to pump to get moving. This is where we were hoping it was going to stand up. It foamed up a little bit. She just manages to get around it. If only she could have got up into the lip prior to that.
Yeah.
And gets almost a little foam climb to finish up. So, I mean, it's going to go, I'm thinking it's going to go into a top 2. It is going to reduce the total that is required to go into the lead, but you're thinking she's still going to need a pretty decent big scoring wave towards the end of this heat.
Yeah, it's looking to be similar to score to the ones that she's previously got. But we are going to the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro next are they up to round of 16 as well?
I think so, yeah. Round 4 quarterfinals. So that's
16. I see Matt Wilkinson, the Copa local, might be a bit biased there and say go Maddie.
Yeah. Well, he's been probably, for me, at least top 3 in terms of form. I mean, he's the number 1 seed, but in terms of form, there's been a few that stood out for me, and Matty Wilco is definitely up there, if not, probably the sharpest looking competitor at the moment. I'm really excited about the way he's surfing, actually. I mean, coming into Snapper.
I heard he's been training hard and working with Glenn Hall a bit, and that's good. That's great. That he's
I think he's going to have a huge year on tour just by looking at this event, and even him just showing up to this event. Not every single World Tour competitor shows up. We get a good turn up, especially for a QS 6000. We got over 10 guys, but that's huge. But at the same time, he didn't have to come. He could have relaxed into Snapper, but he chose to come. And I think for Matt, someone that likes to kind of have him some self me time. For him to sort of get the ball rolling in the year, well and truly early. I think that's a great sign for his year ahead of him on tour.
Yeah, great. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting afternoon with the men's round of 16 following this being the
I think they're
Taggart.
going to take these chunky bowls apart, just like the women have here in this Taggart Business Advisors Women's Pro. We've got 6 minutes remaining in the last heat of this round at number 6. We're going to decide our quarterfinals to be run tomorrow, and a 3.93 last of red. It does go into the scoreline as a top score, just
lessens the margin.
So it comes down from an excellent score to a 7.74, so much more achievable.
Yes.
But in saying that, needs a good quality wave and needs some good quality surfing, or near excellent quality surfing. to achieve that kind of number. So it's going to be a matter of finding the wave first, and that's going to be half the battle.
Yeah, in the conditions as they are right now, but 5 minutes 22 remaining. I think if I was Isabella, I would just kind of stay out the back now and wait for something that is going to stand up and has a really solid first turn, and then yeah, she's capable of absolutely going bananas under the lip, Isabella. So yeah, I think that would be my tactic if I was her. Sorry, I've been talking too much.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she could just explode or get a wave like Malia got with those two opening turns. So hopefully Isabella is thinking that way, and she's going to get busy in the last 5 minutes.
Yep, let's have a look here. She's actually just been dropped off by the ski right into the spot. But lets that one go. Look at the lip in the first section. That was a really interesting move. She did have second priority. I wonder if she's looked
at Tatiana
and then kind of realised she was maybe going to take it, but then Tatiana smart doesn't take off because she knows she's got the lead. You know, if I was the coach, I'd be... I mean, we didn't get to see the rest of the way, but that first section looked like she could have really taken to it vertically, potentially.
Yeah, I think if she had have gone that, Tatiana probably would have used the priority, but then she pretended she wasn't going to go just to utilise priority as well.
Yeah, well, you would have, you know, if you take off hoping that even, you know, second best scenario, she does take it and you get the first priority and at least the next wave, you know, you get something. You need to kind of get into that priority position or get away. You know, she's right next to her.
Yeah,
it's not going to allow her to catch anything at the moment. And well, 4 minutes to go, time running away. We did say 10 minutes remaining. We did say she needs 2 waves, so she needs one in the first 5 minutes, one in the next 5 minutes if you break it down simply. And she did get one, a 3.93, and it did reduce the required score, a 7.74, more than capable of that kind of number. Needs the wave, and you know, hopefully something comes through so we can see. You know, imagine a 2-wave set right now, and we saw them both take a wave and both lock in scores.
Back. Yeah,
that would be great.
It would be good to see. I think Isabella from the Sunshine Coast, she's kind of emerged out a little bit like Tatiana in some ways. She's been just blasting her way through the juniors, and yeah, winning the World Junior title would have done her confidence wonders, and she's found herself found a way through this draw, and would that be deemed as a paddle from Tatiana?
Interesting. I think it may not. So I don't think she kind of like took a 1.5 stroke kind of thing. It wasn't really like a
committed.
I think you've got to fully commit. Like they can see that you're trying to catch the wave. Yeah, right. I think she was kind of more sort of motioning her way back into the position. It'd be a hard one to sort of judge that, to be honest. Yeah. But I think for me...
I've definitely had a few calls go against me where I've gone up and had a bit of a stress at the
confusing
where
ones.
I'm like, how did I lose priority in that circumstance, or how did I...
Oh, she's going to make her use priority. She did. There we go.
Yeah, interesting.
Wow,
yeah,
it's a very good move on Isabella's behalf. So that's what I was saying in that previous wave. She should have hunted, tried to take it. I mean, it might have been a smart move in hindsight, because now she's gained priority, and that other wave looked brilliant, that first one she dropped off into. So, well, now Red goes into priority, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes to go. Red has the pick of the entire lineup, take any wave she likes. So if something comes through of substance and she thinks that it could read 7.74 points, well, she can take it. The job now for Black holding the lead is potentially working on improving that 5-point ride, because there's not really much else you can do in terms of selecting a wave. I mean, with 1 minute 45 to go, I mean, there's not a lot of time to sell Isabella into an average wave. I mean, it's kind of both surfers are kind of in a weird way looking for a score right now.
Yeah, and Tatiana could maybe distance herself a bit and try and better the 5, but then she would be leaving Isabella
wide open
as well, and free in the lineup. So yeah, I think
it's a tough one.
It's a tough one. These are the decisions as a competitor that you start evaluating in your head towards this part of the heat. You're like, should I go and sit near Isabella right now and apply pressure again, or should I just be going down the beach and trying to pick up on a bomb and get another like a 7 or an 8?
If she locks in the 7 right now, I mean, Isabella's pretty much out of the run with needing like a near perfect score. So that's kind of probably the approach she should be adopting here. Black's going to have a look at this one, and Red's going to let her have it. Under priority, Tatiana.
Drawing off the bottom there, and a huge opening snap for Tatiana, so she has opted to move away from Isabella and try and build on a 5, which was smart.
This kind of should have been Isabella.
Yeah.
Because that was a big opening turn, and she is going to get a little inside link as she works on the backhand in the pocket, and let's see if it stands up for her on the inside. She cars back again. And with 30 seconds to go, this is going to be her last wave. Doesn't final manoeuvre. That's probably her best wave.
Yeah, that's nail in the coffin. And
That is huge. I mean, that's what Isabella kind of needed to be on that wave. Here's her answer back. Gets up into the lip. She's on a right-hander, little end section, and just not her day.
No, it's not her day on these finish turns, unfortunately, but a strong result there for Isabella. Nevertheless, I'm sure she would have liked to have gone up into quarters or better in this opening 6,000 Taggart Women's Pro. But Tatiana Weston Webb just too strong, and again, the Goliath kind of experience winning out over the younger competitors. We see a replay here of Tati. That was a huge open face whack there for her.
Yeah, a massive turn to open up, and she does get a bit of groundwork done for the middle part of this wave, and then ends up finishing it with a nice closeout turn. So I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat, and like you said, now in the coffin style surfing, pretty much like we said, had control, vice grip straight on to begin the heat, and just tightened the screws the entire way. Just tactically really well surfed, really well surfed on the wave she got. Here's the replay of Red on a wonky section. She did get a nice opening frontside wrap.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice. Then she gets up in the lip here, and like we said, just can't finish up on these end sections. So she got dished up some tricky wobbly sections, and I think that's the right part. I mean, maybe the rights aren't the best, but yeah, scores are coming through Tatiana Weston Webb. It's safe to say she's definitely taking out that heat. It's looking like a mid to high 7. That score will come through in official capacity shortly, and we're going to roll on into the next part, the next phase of competition, the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro QS 6000. That'll come up shortly. Stick with us. We'll go to a short commercial break, and we'll bring you live action from Merewether Beach.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark said the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, well, welcome back to Merewether Beach. Beautiful day here, and it is the Super Saturday, the final series weekend here at Surfest. And Tez McKenna here holding it down for the next hour. And joining me in the booth is none other than Merewether Madman, Matty Hoy. How are you, champion?
Good, Tez. What's happening? Good morning. Good afternoon.
What a classic sort of carnival atmosphere it is down here.
It's packed down here.
There's live band playing in the park. There's all different stalls and stuff happening up there. There's food stalls, and you can buy all little wares and everything. And then out the front here, there's a girl playing at the moment. I think it's Sammy, I'll think of her surname in a minute, but she's playing live on the stage here next to the surf club, mate. And the girls have been ripping it up all morning, but it's time for the guys to hit the water.
I know, it looks hard out there too. It's the swell has arrived, finally.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly the sort of swell that we thought it would be. I thought it would be, originally they were going, it's going to be, 6 to 10 feet kind of thing. But I reckon it's actually quite a good size. You don't want it too big because then the swell sort of overpowers the athletes. I like it better when the athletes overpower the swell.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're athletes, so they're going to overpower it no matter what.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to survive it. Like on the highlights we watched last night of John Florence winning the Waimea contest. Wow, the Eddie. It was just such a cool thing.
I heard you got home straight into it.
Straight home, I think it finished at like 12:40. We were like, yeah, we'll have an early night at home, and ended up being like 1 o'clock.
Oh, well.
But we had a blast.
I heard it's amazing.
It was an incredible show, yeah, really good, and it just proves that John Florence really is probably the most well-rounded and best surfer in the world in all conditions.
Yeah.
I think he might have proved that yesterday. But right for now, we got a really big match on our hand. Matty Wilco, going square on that first turn, and he just paid the price. But
have they got jet ski assist?
They do have jet ski assist. If they want to use it, they can just put their hand up. So awesome stuff, and thank you very much to Zane, of course. Zane Ludlow from Zane's Water Safety has come up from the Northern Beaches to help us out today. So Marco Giorgi into a priority situation. This guy in the red singlet's been blowing doors here all week, mate. He's from Uruguay. And he's got a great style, and he's got a lot of style out of the water as well.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's got that wild man from Borneo kind of look going on, and he's just a very chilled
wild man
out
from Uruguay.
Exactly, that's the one. And Matty Wilco, of course,
wild man from the Central Coast.
He is the wild. Well, he's tamed down a little bit. He's having a real dig this year, which is great to see. He's always been such a very talented surfer. But that is Marco Giorgi up and riding.
Yeah, a little short left there. They're surfing actually down the beach today to the left of where we normally have been surfing all week. Of course, the rocks in Merewether sort of closing out, so they had to go down at Poggos, we call it. They're surfing Poggos.
There we go.
Out in front of the pipe. There's actually a drain pipe right at the front of where they're surfing there. So
yeah, like a big storm drain pipe where the gutter water comes out when we have a lot of rain and stuff. And what it does is it flows out through there, and it normally creates some really good banks out the front of the pipe there. And that whole area for about 100 or 200 metres north and south of that pipe is referred to as Poggos or Pogonoskis.
Pogonoskis. Yeah, we got the. What did I say the other day? I'll get it. I'll just look it up here.
All right,
because I don't want to get it wrong again.
No, mate. Go do your little Wikipedia thing. So
I got called on it the other day because one of the boys went, "Don't you even know?" I'll get it just a second. I don't want to say it.
Okay. Hoyo's working away in the background there, folks. So. Hope you're enjoying the action. Of course, we had 8 heats of the Taggart Women's Pro, and Sally and Steph, and oh my goodness, just did such great surfing here this morning.
Ripping, eh?
Oh, incredible. Steph got a 9.9.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, some stingy judge. But, mate, it was incredible to watch. And I tell you what, some of the girls around here were just, like, absolutely inspired. And here's a bloke that's inspirational as well, Matty Wilco, just coming unglued on that last manoeuvre. Looks like he's riding a pretty small board, given the fact that the conditions are kind of sizey.
Well, he's not riding that same board he's been riding, that's for sure.
No, that was
step up board, you reckon?
Maybe
5'11".
Yeah, it's still pretty small because some of those sets are kind of pushing 3 to 5 feet, maybe. You reckon?
Yeah, I saw a couple of bigger ones.
Okay, yeah, well there you go.
When I had a look before, but it's inconsistent again. The swell's coming from a long way away, so it's a bit inconsistent. But the middle ones, like these ones, look, Wilco just skipped out in the bottom. He won it. One big jam there, he gets a great score.
All right, well, at the moment only little numbers. On the first exchange, Marco Giorgi actually got the better of the first wave exchanges with a 2.33. Wilco got a 1.0. Right now it is Marco Giorgi sitting in a priority situation with 22 minutes left on the clock. So you're watching, of course, this is now the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It is a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League, and 150 grand up for grabs thanks to our big-hearted sponsors. Thank you very much, Kim Burton and the gang.
I saw Kim this morning.
Did you?
Yeah,
He's cruising around?
yeah, he's cruising around.
I got a bunch of T-shirts for him from King of the Box. He sponsors competition. He sponsors everything, mate. He looks after everyone.
Anything to do with surfing.
Yeah, so we have a contest up at Box Beach every year called King of the Box, and it was awesome last year. We'll have to get you up there one time, Matty.
Yeah,
you love the old box, you know?
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, and it was only a year ago, and I'm giving him his T-shirts now. What a classic. All right, so what do we got? 21:40 on the clock. Coming up next, Connor O'Leary will take on Mitch Cruz. That should be a pretty good matchup. A couple of Aussie guys going for it. Jean Deroux and Tanner Gadauskas will be in heat number 3. Heat number 4, Ramsey Bullkheim, Matty Banting. Just perk up any time, Hoya, when something catches your ear, like heat 5, Ryan Callahan,
yeah,
Kizzy Botero.
There you go. I'm into that.
That is going to be very cool. But right now we're watching Marco Giorgini. He's got long hair, this guy, but he wraps it around into a bun, so he almost looks like a Japanese samurai.
He does.
Yeah, when he's surfing.
Carving up like a samurai.
Yeah, slicing it away with the same precision as a samurai sword made out of pure Japanese steel.
Exactly. Oh, it gets a good inside section there. Whoa, here's a great section on the inside. He sliced the bits.
Wow.
Good quality Japanese steel.
Yeah, there we go. Awesome stuff. Well, he's serving against Matt Wilkinson, who finished in 18th position on the WSL ranking list. I think 27 years of age, Wilco, and he's won $830,750 US so far in his career.
He's number 1 seed too, eh?
He's the number 1 seed, yeah, because of course Julian was originally going to come down, but he elected to stay on the Goldie and surf some of those good ways. Would have been a hard decision, Julian.
I know. Have a look. Come on, mate.
Nice one, mate. But anyway, we'll hopefully get him back next year, because Newcastle loves Julian Wilson, and Julian Wilson loves Newcastle. This is the replay for Marco Giorgi. Smashing away. He's got a really cool style, this guy.
He didn't get much on the outside. There a couple of good turns on the inside and comes unstuck on this last bit. But I reckon, like, it's the same as always. You always got to get an outside turn, otherwise, and an ending. It's all about the exclamation mark at the end, and he just falls at the end there. So he didn't get it. I don't know. It's not that big a score for that one. And it's a long paddle too. So you said jet ski assist, right?
Yep.
So if they want it, they can use it.
Well, the girls had jet ski assist. I'll probably better clear that one with Will Hayden-Smith from the WSL about that. But the girls definitely had the jet ski assist this morning. Yep. So no, they've got it for the guys as well. So all you got to do is put your hand up, and they'll come in and pull you out. Beautiful.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's how good's that?
Yeah, it's bad. You know what? It saves the energy levels for the next wave. I reckon.
Wish I had that in my day.
Oh, yeah. I wish I just had it when I went free surfing yesterday. Would be so buggered today. Rightio, we're going to throw down to an interview with Fiona. Take it away, Fiona.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tatiana, you only had like a couple of average scores there, I think, for the whole heat, but you're still leading. Really kind of low-scoring affair in that heat until last 30 seconds. I think you both got your best wave. Tell me, was that just playing on the nerves a bit, knowing that you only had such low scores?
Yeah, definitely. In the end, I was just trying to sit on Isabella with my priority, and then I actually went on a really bad wave that she sold me on, and then I was like, okay, well, the best I could do is just go and back up my score, and I lucked into like a bigger left that opened up for me on the outside, and yeah, I'm sure that was my best wave, but I don't know the score that I got. But yeah, I'm really stoked to have made it in such difficult conditions.
Yeah, we know that you love a little bit of a bigger swell. Were you pretty stoked when you rocked up, and are you looking forward to having a bit of swell for Manly, which I'm assuming you're going to?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we've been waiting for the swell all week, and I was definitely stoked when it showed up yesterday. And yeah, hopefully Manly will be just as good, so I'm really excited.
And some of the boys wanted to know earlier, what kind of wax do you use? Because there was a few little moments there where you looked like you kind of slipped off and then you just popped back up.
I use sticky bumps, but yeah, I guess it's just like the competition, you know? You like use your like toenails even to like dig into your wax just to stay on your board. So yeah, I do that a lot.
Okay, well thanks for chatting with us, Tatiana, and good luck in the quarters.
Thank you.
Sweet.
happy.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Fiona, doing a fantastic job with the interviews. And if you live local, you want to get down here and get away from the screen, folks, put on a pair of trunks and come on down and be a part of it, because it is really the final series weekend here in Merewether is really something special, Hoya.
Yeah, it is. It's packed out there too today, and put some sunscreen on because you're going to get burnt. It's really hot again.
Oh.
It's the wind's dropped right off too.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's glassed right off.
That's right.
And it's really hot out. It's humid, hot, and there's surf, and it's Surfest 2016.
Yeah.
How good is it?
That park across the road from the beaches, what's that park called? Do you know? Is it
Jefferson?
You might be right there. Anyway, in Jefferson Park, they have a band set up there. They've also got some stalls and markets and everything. They've also got some food vans and that. It's a really cool setup. And wow, look at that green, clean face on those waves. So we have some really nice waves up for grabs here today, folks. It's, as we said, the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro is in the water, and it's the first heat of this round. Matt Wilkinson is
with a great score. We missed it at the break when they were going at the interview. 7.83. Hopefully get a replay. Here he is again anyway.
All right, Wilco. Look at the size of that thing. That's pretty significant. Nice big vertical hit there. But these waves really weird. They stand right up on the outer bank, and then they almost just fizz out straight away.
Yeah,
some of them go through, but they're really hard to work out which ones do.
Yeah, it's an outside bank down there. So they're surfing 100 metres to the left of where they've been surfing all week. We got the call that it's jet ski assist. Only if you get out at Merewether.
Yep.
You can use the rip to get out, and they can tow you back up the beach to where they're all sitting.
Okay, cool, because they didn't want the jet ski zooming in and out of the break because it would have chopped the waves to pieces. Makes sense to me.
Boat wake, hate that.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the average jet ski person has to stay 500 metres away from the shores. I think they've just increased, or it's 200, now it's 500, but it makes sense to me. As we see Marco Giorgi
good looking
throwing
right.
it up. Yeah, lovely
Whoa.
stuff there, and handling the backwash as well.
Wow, that's a big backwash for this time of the day. You know, that shows the distance out from the inside bank to the outside bank. That's a massive backwash. So that's right down the MR's joint.
Yeah, that's right.
Poggos, I've got it.
Yeah, okay.
Reg Pogonowski.
It's Reggie Pogonowski.
Yeah.
And what was the history behind the whole thing?
He's a printer that lived on the corner opposite MR's house.
Right.
Got it.
How is
Reg
that?
Pogonowski.
And they started the board riders, and I think they called it Pogo's board riders.
Yeah, he's a printer.
It's a bit close to Merewether, isn't it?
Oh, it's, well, they didn't like Merewether, so they called it, went up the street.
What a classic. In fact, there's been so many different parts of this beach. It reminds me a bit of Manly, and you go there. Manly, you got Midstone, North Stone, you know, Queenie and all that sort of stuff. Well, here in Merewether, we've got, in Newcastle, we've got Merewether at one end and Bar Beach at the other end. And like most sort of north and south ends, more so in the 70s and 80s, they were kind of like polar opposites. Merewether was like all your comp surfers and your fluoro sponoed guys.
Yep.
And then up the other end at Bar Reef, they had the black wetties and the clear white boards and stuff, and they were more sort of purist and traditionalists.
The Reef Rats.
Yeah, that's right, the Reef Rats. And didn't they live up to their name? Yeah, but that was great.
Didn't we up this end?
We had some fun, that's for sure, and it's really cool. But I actually wrote an article for Waves years ago called North versus South, and it was a Civil War kind of story about how you know, the north end and south end of every beach is kind of like at war, effectively. Yeah. It was a pretty. That was like
a
in
nice
the 80s.
war.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, it was just a friendly war, a friendly rivalry, and that's what pushes people, you know, to new levels. Well, we got 13.5 on the clock. Last wave scores come through for Marco Giorgi, a 6.67. So now Marco has really, you know, reduced the equation, only needing a 4.84. This is Wilco on this last one, but he comes unglued. Once again, he's that's 2 times now we've seen his board skip out.
On exactly the same sort of manoeuvre.
Almost exactly the same, just a big vertical kind of a face. Maybe the size of the fins that he's using might be just little small ones, because he's a mad trickster, Matty Wilco. He might have the little fins in there so he can waft around a bit.
Yeah, well, it's weird. That wave wobbled right out. It hit the bank there and hit the backwash, but yeah, it did exactly the same on the one before. So I don't know if it's his fins or his board, or it's just that sort of hit the wobble in that wave. You know what? You go from surfing like 2 footers on a different board, and now you're surfing big open face. You know, 5 foot wave, 4 to 5 foot wave. So
sure.
It changes the way you got to approach it for sure.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment he's in the lead, so he's doing something right. He's got a 7.83 and a 3.67. That's the one that's going to hurt Wilco, but he'll work to get rid of that with plenty of time to go right just past the halfway mark, about 12:40 left on the clock. And Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, he's looking for a 4.84 to go into the lead. So you're watching heat number 1, the round of 16 here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Coming up in the next one, Connor O'Leary from Cronulla and Mitch Cruz from Queensland. That'll be a great battle.
Aussies, heaps of Aussies left in the comp too. It's good to see. Of course, it's good to see everyone left in the comp.
Sure.
It's always good to see the Aussies.
Oh,
Local boy,
it is,
Ryan
mate.
Callahan coming up too.
Ooh, can't wait for that one. What number heat's that again?
That's number 5.
Booyah.
Number 5.
Just plant that in there.
Oh, see that? Yeah, this, like we keep saying, they're sitting 100 metres down from Merewether, and it's an outside bank, so it's got a bit of wobble. It's got a full channel between the bank and the inside and the bank, so it creates a bit of backwash and it makes it a bit wobbly. And it's sort of all over the shop. It's not a set bank.
No.
It's just the swell that's coming in and hitting it. So
that's right.
It's hard to get.
And the swell itself has still got a bit of kind of residual wobble left over from last night. Very strong winds here yesterday and last night as well, but they backed right off today. This is the replay for Marco Giorgi, and he just punches through the back of that one and hands over priority to Matty Wilco. So Wilco now looking to replace a 3.67 on his second best wave. Thank you very much, NBN Television, and also to 106.9 NXFM with Nick and Sophie in the morning, and those classic duo of Hamish and Andy driving you home in the afternoons. Also thanks to the Newcastle Herald and Tracks Surfing Magazine, officially known as the Surfer's Bible. You still got a couple of Tracks mags sitting in the dunny there at your joint, Hoyer. Well, it's a good place to read it, isn't it?
I'd like the old paper ones. They're double use.
Oh, in case. Oh, right, I get
Just
it.
in case, you know.
I couldn't do it. It was sacrilege. It was like using the Bible.
Oh, well.
The Surfer's Bible.
Sometimes you have to do it.
You got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
That's right. I remember once we went away on holidays. My old man he used a couple of $50 notes. He said, "Don't ever let money rule your life, son." And I went, "Oh, God, okay." That was a big lesson.
Just flowing it.
Yeah, no, it's true, mate. It's
cashed up.
Yeah, it's the root of all evil. We all need a little bit to get by, but at the end of the day, it's all about life experiences and friends and family and having good fun, eh? That's what life's about.
100%.
We got our corporate sponsors. Thank you very much to Orica, Newcastle City Council, NIB, and Taggart Business Advisors, who won the naming rights for the Women's Pro, the QS 6000, by going into a crowdfunding concept. Their name come out of 72 businesses, and Taggart Business Advisors can help you take your business to the next level. So thank you very much to those guys for being involved.
How good's that? Local business getting involved. I didn't hear, actually. I saw and heard. He's speaking here. Oh, Wilco, massive turn.
Whoa.
His fins look good on that one, Tez.
They did. Oh,
not so much on that one.
The hell, he does all the hard stuff, and then he gets to the top of a little flimsy little wave, and he just falls off. But that first manoeuvre, that was the money turn. And he was looking to replace a 3.67. I reckon that is probably that one turn's worth about a 5.5 or a 6. Here it is again, folks. And yeah,
sick. Just held onto it right down to the bottom too. That was the sickest turn.
That was really lovely, and you can see how that wave just almost disappeared after that. It's really weird. Like Hoyo said, we got an outside bank, we got a deep gutter, and we got the inside bank. So if you're lucky and you take a set from the outside, you can kind of, if you pick the right line, you can skip your way through to the inside. And when you get those connections, they're usually the big scorers.
Yeah, that's right. Has anyone surfed out the front? I just had a quick look and I saw where they were surfing, and no one surfed out Merewether. So,
is there any any little
balls?
Well,
I'm going to have a look after we have this break and see what's going on, because I reckon there's the swells straighten up a lot today. I reckon there's a couple out the ladies that no one's even looking at.
Mate, maybe you should dust off the old Maltese cross. Get it out there.
Sweet. Just seed myself into a heat. Quarterfinals, yeah, I'm on. I'd love to do that.
Hey,
no, but I'd like to see if, because, like I said, the swell's straightened right up since yesterday. So I reckon there might be a couple out the ladies, especially with this tide.
Yep.
A couple of runners that they're not. Well, the goofy footers would not look at it because it's a right. I got that.
Yeah.
As they do. So yeah, I'd like to have a look for sure.
It's me, just a little yawn there. It's been a long week here. I'm just, somebody might have to get me a coffee. We got about 8 minutes left on the clock. Matty Wilco last wave score did come in at a 5.5. There we said like a 5 or a 6 for that one turn. Bang.
Pretty sick for one turn.
Yeah, that's right. And goes to show the judges do appreciate those big turns on the outside section. That means that Marco Giorgi in priority with 7.5 to go. It requires a 6.67 to go up into the lead. So this is Marco now up and riding.
Here he goes down the beach. You can see that wobble. See that wave just went like up and down.
Isn't that it must be so hard to read because Marco's a really great surfer and super experienced campaigner, and he used up his priority on that one. I mean, he's not even going to. It was a 0.5. So he paddled into it thinking, oh, this thing looked like it's going to stand up, and it just completely disappeared on him.
Yeah, it just wobbled out. You saw it move up and down on your screen. They said, imagine what he was thinking. He was going, oh, I've got a good one here. Nah.
Well, we're right on the cusp of high tide at the moment. It actually finished. High tide was about 25 minutes ago. So from this point onwards, we should see the tide starting to recede, and we'll probably see those waves standing up a little more on the Outer Banks. This webcast is being streamed to over 100 countries worldwide. And it's also televised via the Oceanic Cable channel in Hawaii. So aloha to our friends watching, and hope you're enjoying the competition after the big day that you guys had yesterday at Why Am I Here Bay.
What a day. That'd be hungover today.
Did you like that? Why Am I Here Bay?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we'd be saying if we're out there, not like those guys are doing.
Yeah.
God, why am I here?
You know, I saw Ross Clark-Jones turns 50 in a couple of months. He got some big bombs last night when we were watching the webcast. Very proud of Roscoe. He's just been a trooper forever and a day, hadn't he? And, of course, Tommy Carroll. Tommy Gunn was in there. He had a bit of a go. Slater, I think, finished 5th overall. But John Florence, well, next level, man. The kid has proved beyond a doubt after winning the Eddie that he's possibly the best well-rounded surfer on the planet right now.
Oh, 100%. He'd be frothing today if he was 1 foot out the front here.
That's
he'd
right.
be surfing all day doing, backflips and whatever he does in the surf. I don't even know what half the manoeuvres are called these days.
All right, well,
yeah, you know what I mean? And then he charges 40 footers. That's crazy.
And a really grounded and lovely bloke as well. Good on you, John Florence. You're an absolute legend. You know what we noticed yesterday, Hoya, while there's a bit of a guys duck diving and that, when we were watching the replays of John surfing Waimea, this is what he was doing, right? When he was getting caught in the foam, because everyone would just stand there and you can't outrun the foam, right?
Yeah.
So what they do is they just go into that survival stance, and then the foam hits and they lean forward and they just fall off, right? John, guy's not thinking like everyone else. He just goes, as the foam comes up to him, he leans back into the foam, like literally lays back on the foam, and then what happens is the foam pushes him forward, so now he's back on his feet again. And then as soon as he starts to go forward, like he's going to get tipped off, he leans back into the foam again and just does that the whole way until he rides out of the foam.
Crazy.
Like, who thinks of this stuff?
Him.
I tell you, I was really impressed. I don't know if anybody else watching the webcast picked up on that, but we recorded it on IQ and replayed it a few times over and over, and it was just real blatant that he was doing that.
That's what he's doing.
And I was thinking, no, I've never seen anyone use the froth to their advantage.
40-foot froth.
I know.
It's not like it's a little bit of.
He's just leaning back. It's like he's leaning back and pushing off like something spongy. It was just crazy. No, anyone else would lean back and just fall straight through it and get that, but not John. Guy's an absolute.
I can't. I saw all the photos. I saw some footage, but I would have loved to watch the highlights and the whole package. It would have been amazing. Yeah. And they were charging. Some of the waves were huge.
Oh, and some of the guys were like 50, 55 years of age, going for it, just standing up at the top and just free falling out of absolute 5-story buildings. And it was incredible, but we're here at Merewether watching incredible surfing, and this bloke here needs a 6.67. Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, he's on the hunt and once again hands priority back to Matty Wilco.
He's done that twice with priority and just taken off and flicked straight out. So that's how hard it is to pick the waves out there. Like we said, it's all over the shop. It's not like a set bank. So, yeah, it's really hard to pick. And there's the swell coming from, it looks like 2 different directions today. Like the south wind swell from yesterday. And then a north swell. Even east swell. It doesn't even look as north today.
I think you're right, mate. No, you're spot on. It is. It's a mishmash of swells, which means that there's a couple of TPs out there as well.
Yeah.
But in general, it's very much it's a topsy-turvy kind of an ocean. It's very hard to read. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with the gang at Telstra, who supplied the digital capacity for the broadcast. And thank you very much to Telstra. You know, if you want to travel around the country doing this sort of thing, you don't want to be with any other carrier apart from Telstra. I mean, They just got the best coverage and the fastest internet speeds. Thank you, guys.
Everyone else steals theirs, don't they?
Oh, I think they just piggyback on it. And so I
It's
can't,
all
I can't see how
Telstra.
it could be cheaper, but anyway.
It's all Telstra.
That's right. I mean, they did all that infrastructure. Now they've turned their Telstra have turned all their phone boxes into
Oh, you said that yesterday. How
Telstra
good's
Air
that?
Wi-Fi spots, which is really cool. I'm a Telstra customer, have been forever. Like I'm a Commonwealth Bank customer. I love those old school Aussie companies.
That's a great idea, though, too, to have the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Because who uses a phone booth anymore?
No.
They've turned into a Wi-Fi booth. Perfect.
Yep.
Smart.
And what you do is when you log into Telstra Air with your account, you're actually using your own data.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, so, yeah.
Yeah, so when you tune into it, it's not like you
So
get
not
charged
free
extra.
Wi-Fi.
And it's not free Wi-Fi, but you're using your own data.
Yeah.
As we see, Wilco, big layback grind in the pocket, and he had
got
some
smashed. How's that wave? Just hammered him. They come from that was the south, northwest.
Exactly what you said. There was kind of two swells. The kind of one was going out, the other one was going that way, and they came together, and it was just they just consumed him.
Didn't they?
He
would have gone, I'm going to do a nice little layback snap here and just
No,
got
you're not, Matthew.
smacked.
You're going to be eaten by the froth monster.
Hopefully, watch this.
Here it is again, and you can see a couple of different directions in the swell today. So big bottom top turn, layback grind in the top here, and this is where you can see the two different angles of the swell. See it come and compact together, and he got absolutely KO'd on that one there. We'll go. Nice one, champion.
Rattled him.
All right, Marco Georgie, 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Come on, Marco, you've got to get a 6.67 to get through this heat. Otherwise, our top seed, Matty Wilco, will be going through this one. Matt, of course, is from Copacabana.
Yeah, sick left point down the coast.
Not the Brazilian one. We're talking about the hottest spot, the hardest spot, south of Avoca. At the
Copacabana.
That's a good little left down there, and no wonder Matty's so good on his forehand. There's a big reef in the corner down there that goes nuts. So 1 minute left on the clock. Can the man from Uruguay pull the rabbit out of the hat? He needs a 6.67, and you know what? Marco's been dropping scores like this right throughout the tournament, but trying to find it in this mishmash here at Merewether today is not as easy as it seems. But hey, a nugget could pop up with 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you can see the wobble when those ones were coming through there. It's got a backwash and a side wash. So yeah, like we said, it's on an outside bank, so it's not defined. It's just a swell coming in and hitting a flat. It's not even like a triangle bank. It's just like a flat bit of sand out there. So you can actually see the wobble on the waves. But hopefully when the tide drops, it'll take that wobble out of it.
All right, well, about 10 seconds left on the clock. So Marco Georgie, I don't know if he knows the magnitude of the time situation here as we see the two surfers just waiting impatiently. But that is the countdown, and that is after the hooter. This is not going to count. Let's check it out for Marco Georgie. So it looks like it's going to be too little too late for the guy from Uruguay.
The guy
from Uruguay. Okay, so Matty Wilco moving on through into the next round of competition here. You are watching the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And Marco Georgie just jumps his way, and you can see just the shoulders round off, head goes down. Mate, keep your head up, champion. He's done well here, hasn't he? He's once again put in a good performance.
What placing is that?
Well, if you finish here in these in the round of 16, effectively it's ninth place, and you're going to pick up $2,500.
Oh, US.
Oh, it's like nearly $5,000 Australian.
Exactly.
It's about $4,000.
Yeah.
About $4,000 Australian. He's a rich man, effectively, that man in the red. So hopefully we'll catch up in the night and he can buy me and Matthew Hoy a beer. That is the first seed of the round of 16. We're going to be back with more live action at Surfest right after this break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane seater.
No, Mark the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah, Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, well, welcome back to the City of Beaches, folks, and this is the Super Saturday here at Surfest, of course, the final series weekend of Surfest 2016. This is a replay of Connor O'Leary's first wave. This kid almost qualified last year, Hoya, and he is a lump of a lad from Cronulla, and I tell you what, he's got all of the hallmarks of an absolute future champion.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he went to town on that wave. He 2 big backhand snaps and finished it really well. And look, what first score I see says it all. First 2 scores I see. He went to town. There it is. A 10. They threw a 10 in that.
Yeah.
A 10, a 9.5, a 9, a 9.5, and a 9.7.
So
averages out at a 9.57. First wave.
How's that?
That was in the first minute, too.
All right, well, Cruzy, look at Cruzy. He's just heard that score. He's gone,
What?
Are you freaking kidding me?
What? You know what, though? That's good.
Marco Giorgi was looking for a 6.65, and it took him 3/4 of the heat. He couldn't find one.
Mate,
and then Connor O'Leary goes out and gets a 9.57 in the first 5 seconds.
Mate, and he went to town. He didn't hold back at all. First wave of the heat, and first wave of the heat to throw that score out too. The judges really were impressed. That's good. We're on. That was sick. He nailed it.
Absolutely. Well, he was right on the bubble along with Stu
We might want to
Kennedy.
see that one again, can we?
It was pretty good. While there's a bit of a break in the action, it might be nice if it's still in the
Cruzy
loop.
doesn't want to see it again.
He don't want to see that at all. He don't want to hear about it again. He wants to get his own 9.57 or 9.58, actually, is what Cruzy's probably thinking at the moment. And you know what? It's not out of the question. Mitch Cruz from Queensland, incredible surfer, and he has been really one of the standouts. Looks like he's going to open up his account on this thing. Have a look at this.
Oh, good wedge. He's going backhand too. Big snap under the lid. This is the go. Look at this wedge.
No,
nice big carve.
Really good comeback wave, eh?
Exactly.
And there's those lefts. They do go super flat. Cruzy's not giving up on this thing.
He's
not in a
going
long
to
shot.
beach.
He's going to do the El Bondo bounce. He's got the connection, and wow.
Big floater on the inside. That's another good wave. They've stepped it up in this heat already.
Oh, wow, that is one of the best, first wave exchanges from both surfers that I've seen in the tournament so far.
Mate, that was a couple of big turns.
So-
Hooked into that one, bowled out too, didn't it? Looked like it was not going to do what it did at the start. He took off, and I was going, oh yeah, this might be. Here, we're going to see the replay. Look, it's not even that big a wave.
Nah,
it
this
just bowls out.
Look how big. Little climb here. Thought he was going to get tied up. Thought that's all she wrote at that point. Cruzy's like, no, man, I'm still going with this thing. And then that's triple overhead. Bang, big hit right in the pocket, as Hoyo said. That's where the judges love to see it. Carves with the full rail. Almost stumbled there. Side, and what a great finishing manoeuvre.
Big floater on the inside on a heavy section.
Well, you've got to be comparing that to Connor's wave. And you know what? Gee, they haven't left themselves much room to move here, have they? The judges throwing a 9.57 for Connors. I mean, Connor's first big manoeuvre was really good, and so was Cruzy's, but I don't know if Connor had the same kind of finish as Cruzy. What wave do you like the best?
Connors was more together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He went boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Cruzy was boom, boom, and then had a little break,
Yep.
and then boom at the end.
Well,
Connor just went boom, 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 boom,
And
boom.
when you string the moves together in fluid fashion like that with seamless transitions, the judges do get their froth beards on. So we'll wait and see what they thought about that. So Connor O'Leary with a 9.57. Judges really thinking long and hard about wave number 1 for Mitch Cruz. Okay.
So it's like a drum solo with a...
Yeah, right.
Dung, you know?
Ching.
You know what I mean?
Who's in the black?
He tore the bag of it, both of them. Here he goes again. Connor O'Leary on another right. See, you know what he did on that other one? He worked, oh my goodness, he's going, fading it and all. Another big snap there. Look at the wobble on that wave, and he's just, you know what?
Wow.
He's got more on here. What?
And he still hasn't finished with it. This is definitely one of the best heats of the competition so far, folks. We've seen 3 waves ridden. All of them are going to be in the 9+ range.
Here we go. Look, 9.5, 9. This is for Cruzy. This is on his last wave. So
another 9.5.
What a start to a heat.
This is going to come in like a 9.25 or something like that, I bet. It's just going to be a little under. This is the replay for Connor O'Leary. Once again, going vertical is a big part of his approach. So right up around midnight, as you said, faded. Lovely little foam climb there. Thought that he'd almost finished with it. Hit that one sweetly and then back out onto the face and carving again for Connor O'Leary from Cronulla. Connor comes from a real surfing family. His mum and dad both are really cool surfers as well. And, they're a great bunch of people. So a very good morning to the O'Learys if you're watching down there in the Shire.
Mate, he just went to town on that one too. So 9.23, Mitch Cruz's first wave.
Sure.
So what he's waving. He wants to know what's going on there. Probably can't hear that far down the beach. But what a start to a heat. 9.5 for Connor's first one.
9.57.
9.57. And a 9.23. First 2 waves. That was perfectly judged, I reckon.
Yep.
They did really well with that one.
No, really good. And it means that we've got a game on our hands. Now, the big question mark is surrounding Connor O'Leary's second wave. So incredible stuff here, folks. You're watching Surfest 2016. Tez McCann, Matty Hoy taking you through what is an awesome day, both surf and weather-wise, here at Merewether, the iconic Point Break and the home of the 4-time world champion and king himself, Mark Richards.
He's the king, isn't he?
Didn't he just set this town up to be the mad surf town back in the 80s when he won those 4 world titles? People come from Wallsend and Ellamore Vale and that, came in on the train, went straight to the MR shop and went, I want a twin fin.
Yeah. I wanted a twin fin. I wasn't allowed to have
I'm
one.
riding a twin fin. I'm still riding one. I love it. Okay, so here goes wave number 2 for Connor O'Leary, 8.0. So, wow, what an incredible 2-wave combo. So now it's over to Mitchell Cruz in the black singlet, and here he goes again, matey.
It's pretty funny. He's going left and Connor's going right. So both a goofy and a natural, but they're both going backhand.
Well, it's just that sort of a day when it's got a bit of wonk in it. It's probably easy to come off the top on your backhand because it's more natural to just twist and turn, look down the wave face than it is to look over your shoulder with those bumps and lumps. So maybe that's kind of part of their reasoning. Or maybe you just heard that, Connor's getting good scores in his backhand and went, you know what, I'm going these lefts. I'm going to try and match the guy. One hit, and that's pretty much all she wrote there for Mitchell Cruz. He won't be getting the score that he required, which was an 8.35. So we'll wait.
What about that? Straight in 5 minutes have passed.
Yeah.
And there's a 9.57, an 8, and 9.23. And now Cruzy needs an 8.35 with 20 minutes to go. That's crazy.
It is. It's wild. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Connor better in 8.0 as well. I wouldn't be surprised, right, at the end of this thing, Matty, if both of the surfers end up with 2-wave totals that are in excess of 18 points. So 2 9s each, more than 2 9s each.
I hope they do. Well, it's set up for that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Connor, you know what he did? He surfed those 2 waves so well. He just worked out with the wobble. He didn't try and turn. He watched the wave wobble and turned after the wobble both times. He just timed all his turns were timed perfectly.
Lovely stuff. All right, well, we're getting very close to an interview. I can hear they've just opened the beach mic up, and they'll probably be talking to Matty. To Matty Wilkinson soon. So Fiona is down there while he's breaking the action. Let's talk to Matt Wilkinson. Take it away, Fiona.
Yeah, guys, just down here with Matt, who's been ripping, won his last heat. Matty, you boys had kind of a lot of waves out there. The girls, I think, were only getting a couple of waves each. Were you finding the paddle not too bad anymore with that tide?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a lot of work, but it wasn't kind of too hard to get out. You just had to really hunt your waves down. They were kind of, you'd see them way out the back and you'd have to kind of sprint paddle down the beach either way and really just try and get to them. But it was hard to find a good one. The lefts were kind of running into the channel and there was a bit of backwash, so it was hard to finish 2 turns.
Are you kind of happy that we've moved off the rocks there into kind of a split peak situation, or would you rather be on the rocks?
No, I like it down there for sure. The little shore in there's good fun, but having big sections to hit and kind of random peaks to hunt down's a lot more fun.
You just like going left, don't you? It's a goofy footer thing, I think. You're obsessed with it. And what's your plans if you win? What are the celebrations?
I don't know. I got a mate who owns a bar down here, so probably head to that.
Can I come? Sweet. Thanks, Maddie. Good luck.
All right, well, there we go. Speaking with one of the most popular characters on tour, and on his day, he can beat anyone, can't he, Matty Wilco?
Yeah, he has a good time doing it too.
Well,
he's one of the fun time guys. I used to call him Matthew too. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Matthew. Like his mother. But yeah, I was looking and going, you know what? You're the one having the most fun.
Yeah.
Too, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always competed hard. He's a really good competitive surfer, but I was just looking at him going, yeah, good on you, mate.
He has really let his hair down, and sometimes referred to as the black sheep of the world tour. Wilco does things the way he wants to, and he's won fans around the world with his big personality. I did notice there was a story on NBN about 6 weeks ago, Matty, where he basically called a press conference, and he basically had said that he has been a bit of a party guy, and that he's had his fun on the tour, and that this year, 2016, would be the year that Matty Wilco would take it really seriously and have a big shot at it.
You've heard it here first from Des.
I heard it on NBN.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
Yeah,
so it was a full interview.
He called the press conference to actually make that statement. No, I was really stoked for the guy because, I mean, Matt's been such a great surfer for a long time now, and, you kind of got to be serious if you want to win a world title, don't you?
Yeah,
I mean, it's good to have some fun, as you know. You're the funster, the original funster from the World Tour, but great to see Wilco, and he looks like he's got his game face on. He looks very
fit.
He looks fit and he looks composed, and it's fantastic to see. That's for sure. So I hope you're enjoying the action here, folks. Tezza and Hoy taking you through a couple of heats. And coming up next, of course, we've got Johnny Shamuka and Jesse Adam will be turning up to talk you through the next couple.
I didn't know he did a whole press conference and went, no, I'm not partying anymore. No, I'm not that guy anymore.
Oh, I think what he did was the Central Coast NBN News did an interview with him, and they played it up here. Yeah. And
so it wasn't just a press conference. Yeah, come in.
To say, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm getting my hair cut. I'm joining the army. No, it wasn't like that. I think they just wanted to talk to him about 2016. He's qualified for the tour. He slipped down the rankings a bit, and he basically at that interview he had his hair was cut a bit shorter, and I honestly thought to myself, is that even Wilco? I just he looked really different because he's lost a bit of weight because he's he's really trained himself up and looking super fit, and just really, really good to see. And congratulations, Matty Wilco, who is our #1 seed here at Surfest. Well, this heat in the water is just an absolute banger of a heat. We've got a 9.57 from Connor O'Leary and an 8.0, so he's in the lead. Mitch Cruz hit straight back with a 9.23. And now requires an 8.35 to go into the lead with around about 15 minutes to go. So right now we're on half time here for the second heat of the round of 16.
That wind just looked like it puffed offshore then. There's a bit of
you're
spray
not wrong.
coming off the back of the waves, which is bizarre.
If the land heats up enough out there, and you know what, it is
hot.
It is getting pretty hot out there. We may even end up with the old Hunter Valley hairdryer cranking up down the valley, and it's one of the for the people that don't know the Hunter Valley or the people from overseas, we have a big mountain range that runs along the east coast of Australia called the Great Dividing Range, and that's, I guess, on the other side of that is kind of the valley, and off you go with the plains, and on this side is the coastline. So it's only about 10 or 15 miles from the coastline, but it runs perpendicular with the coastline all the way. The only break in the Great Dividing Range is the Hunter Valley. It's where there's a gap.
The only one.
I think it's the only one. Yeah, from my understanding. And so what happens then is that all that hotter air that's out west comes to the back of the ranges normally, can't get through. Of course, there's a gap there, boom, and continues down the Hunter River, and it blows offshore in Newey a lot more than other places.
Oh, well, it blows offshore here. You could go down the coast just like 20 minutes away, and it's howling nor'east. You come back into, you go, I just should go down there because it's going to go nor'east.
That's
come
right.
back in town, it's still offshore. You're going,
Why did I even leave?
Exactly.
I used to live up at Port Stevens, and
so much.
it used to happen all the time.
Yeah.
I'd see the surf report down here, and they'd say it's offshore, and I'd go, awesome, go around to, my little favourite haunt, and I'd go, it's blowing northeast. It's a hurricane.
Howling nor'east.
Classic stuff. All right, thanks, Hoya. Well, we've got around about 13 minutes left on the clock. The next heat in the water is going to be equally as entertaining. It's an international affair here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Heat number 3 for the round of 16 coming up next. Jean Duru from France and Tanner Gadauskas from the USA. You've had a little bit to do with Jean Duru, is that right? Yeah,
Yep.
he's a great surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, that's really good. That's going to be great. Another great heat. Good. You know what? All these heats are, of course they're stacked because it's nearly the business end of the contest, but some really good heats. And you know what? The right surfers got through for these conditions too. We were saying it during the week that those couple of days was so hard to get through.
Yep.
And if it was like winning a footy game when you have a bad game.
Sure.
You know, but you just go, oh yeah, I still got the win. So.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the best surfers, and you can see by the scores in this heat especially.
All right, well, Cruz,
just to get through those hard days.
That's true. Yeah, good point. Well, Mitchell Cruz used up priority on that one. So once again, very hard to determine the good and the average waves out here at Pogonoski's, which is just down the beach from Merewether. We're only talking about 100, 150 metres down the break. So coming up next, as we said, Jean Duru will take on American Tanner Gadauskas. Then we're going to see Moroccan Ramsey Bulkheim will take on Matt Banting from Port Macquarie. Heat number 3 is going to be all eyes on Ryan Callahan. From here in Merewether, the local guy that's qualified for the World Tour will take on Hizzy Botero from Brazil. That's going to be a mission for Ryan. Hizzy Botero's been absolutely on a tear. Ryan's got...
So's Ryan.
Ryan's been ripping, of course he has. You know what? I don't reckon Ryan's actually unleashed on any wave so far. All he's done is go through the motion. So he's got a lot to show the judges. And I think you're right about the win there, Hoya. Look how classy that is.
No, it's just right now too. There you see where that camera angle is right at the front of the rocks where we've been surfing the last couple of days, and that's like we say 100 metres down the beach to the left, to the north of Merewether.
That's right, yeah.
I'd like to see Merewether because I reckon there's a couple off for ladies. Sorry to say.
We'll be off at the end of this heat, and the boys will be on, so we'll go and check it out.
Be interesting to see someone surf the ladies.
Yeah.
And then someone down the beach.
Okay. Hey, maybe we can have a little talk to Callahan.
Well, I reckon Ryan would be eyeing something off down there. Don't worry.
He's
a goofy footer though. I can't say he would want to go left.
No, let him run his own race. The Grommet's got a good act. Hey, Paddy Goodang is going to take on Jesse Mendez, heat number 6, and you got Josh Meneers taking on David Silva in heat 7. Heat number 8, the final one, Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy will take on Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii. Check that out. That's an interesting note here. You've got the two Goodangs, Tanner and Patrick Gadauskas, on either sides of the draw. Imagine if they actually made the final, the two brothers.
That'd be sick.
That'd be cool.
First time ever. Would it be?
Well, I don't know if the Hobgoods have ever done it.
Probably they would have done it.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, they're about the only two that could have, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I'd like to find them. Where's Al Hunt when we need him?
He's around.
Oh, no, I've seen him.
Yeah.
We need him to just go, yep. This is what happened. Him and him.
He can answer that straight away. He is the stats man for the WSL. Well, we've right down to 10.5 minutes on the clock. Same scenario for Mitch Cruz. He's trying to get an 8.35 to take the lead. And Connor O'Leary sitting on a 9.57 and 8.0. Wouldn't be out of the question to see Connor get something better than 8.0 before this heat winds up.
Al would just say, read the rule book, Hoy, read the rule book.
Is that what he used to say to me all the time? Look, it's still echoing in your mind, isn't it?
Oh, mate. So I just said it to him out there with John Schmooker before. And that's what he used to say to us. You just go complain and have a whinge about whatever, you know. Just because you wanted to have a whinge.
Yeah.
You just go, read the rule book, Hoy. Read the rule book. Said to everyone, read the rule book.
He knew that you wouldn't read it, didn't he?
He knew no one read it.
If it had pictures in it, you'd probably have a go.
I'd kill it. Yeah. But that's all I used to say. It was hilarious. Read the rule book.
Yeah, what a character. And he's been around. Al Hunt was like working with the IPS when I was, or maybe it was the ASP then, maybe the early days of the ASP when I was competing.
Yeah.
So, like, he has been around forever and a day, and it's so cool to have someone with so much history of the sport and stuff still involved.
And so much knowledge, too, about the sport,
Yeah, lovely bloke, too. And a mad collector as well. He's got so much surf memorabilia stuff.
He's got everything.
Yeah, I know.
He used to steal your rashies when you won the comp. Just go, I'll take that. I was like, mate, come on. Just won the comp. And he said, come on.
What a classic.
He's got a really good collection of memorabilia for sure.
All right, well, we've got 9 minutes left on the clock. Mitch Cruz would love a piece of memorabilia in the form of the, the trophy for winning this contest. But right now he's chasing an 8.35. Cruzy, a great Australian natural footer, taking on Connor O'Leary, who has been rattling cages of late. Connor, of course, is the kid from the Shire. And over the last 12 months or so, Connor O'Leary would have put on, I reckon, 7 or 8 kilos in muscle and maybe 3 or 4 inches in height. He is a big kid, and he has got some. He's got some muscles, that's for sure. Very powerful, very, very powerful. Get out of here,
Well,
Shmoo.
he said he's beefed up. See, I was saying, not yesterday, the day before, that he's like a skinny tall guy, but you said he's beefed right up.
Oh, he is not a skinny
Fit,
tall
yeah.
guy. You need to go and stand next to him, have a look at him. He is he's very broad-shouldered and quite strong. I mean, about the same height as Ryan, but probably another 5-6 kilos heavier.
Right,
yeah,
really?
Yeah. So no, really. I mean, traditionally, I mean, we were saying the other day that the World Tour is just full of pocket rockets. And it gets there like 68 to 74 kilos is the average kind of weight for your standard pro surfer these days. So there's not many tall guys on the tour. So whereas back in the day, back in the 80s and that, of course, you had guys like Simon Anderson and MR and Wes Lane, and there was just stacks of guys that were tall. They came in all different shapes and sizes.
All of them will be. Yeah, and there's only a couple. Owen's probably by far the tallest.
And Geordie's got a bit of height about him as well. But apart from that, they're turning into gladiators. Look, it happened with rugby league as well, didn't it, mate? Remember in the old days with the footy where someone used to come along and there's a tall, skinny guy, you go, mate, you're a winger. Someone, a little small guy, come, you go, mate, you're a halfback or a 5'8", or you're going in the hooker. So you look at people as, now in professional football, everyone's almost the same size again. They're turning them into gladiators, and you have to be really versatile and play lots of positions. I reckon surfing is kind of the same. It's same deal. They found what is the perfect mould for a surfer. It's a guy that's not too tall, that's small and stocky and powerful, and has good gymnastic ability.
Yeah. And they're all like that, pretty much.
Well, when you got such a big pool of whatever it is, 20 million surfers on the planet at the moment.
20 million?
Something like that. I think Australia had 2.5 million surfers.
Really?
Yeah. So
20 million in the whole world.
That's what we're talking. I heard a stat that got thrown around the other day.
No wonder it's so crowded everywhere.
Well, you think there's 30 places left on the Dream Tour, and there's 20 million people. Where effectively, each person on that tour is almost the best person in almost 1 million people.
Wow.
So that's like a 1 in a million shot. So every time you see someone on the World Surfing Tour, that's the best surfer out of 1 million people, or thereabouts, maybe 750,000. But anyway, the stats are crazy.
There's one of them.
That's one guy who would love to get himself back on the Dream Tour is Mitchell Cruz, just blowing the fins out on that one. Look at that big left coming through from Dicko. There is some nice waves coming through up here. A little further north to where the guys are surfing is called Dixon Park, and then these guys are catching the corner of them. But these lefts stand up and they do allow for some big manoeuvre opportunities. But the fins just kind of chatted out on the bottom turn on that one.
Went a bit wobbly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Flattened out just as he tried to do that bottom turn.
And then as a result, he hit that attempted reverse really late because he was it just didn't get him to where he wanted to be in time. So 5.5 on the clock. First priority red, second priority black. Connor O'Leary hasn't even broken a sweat, and he's just so casual about trying to demoralise his opposition here for Mitchell Cruz from Queensland, who needs an 8.35.
He's needed an 8.35 for 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, this is half an hour, 25 minutes.
Oh, 25 minutes, sorry.
25 minutes, half-hour heats.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? First two waves, Connor's just got a 0.5 after that, just sat there, went one and flicked straight out. That's crazy. First 5 minutes.
Well, this looks pretty good. This is under the priority of Connor O'Leary and Cruzy. Oh, I love the way that he keeps the rail. He activates the rail from nose to tail. I love it when guys do that sort of stuff. And
I saw that yesterday. Did that full roundhouse cutback and kept his speed all the way through it and hit the foam and through the tail.
Yeah, very nice. And normally just connects the dots so perfectly all the way through. Not that time around though, folks. This is the replay for Mitch Cruz and drops into this one. Looks like it had a bit of potential. There he goes, holding that rail. He knows how to soak a rub, but unfortunately not many other options on that one. So time running out there for the bloke in the black is around about 4 minutes left on the clock in this one.
Yeah, Connor's just surfed a perfect heat in 5 minutes. He didn't even have to do a thing after that. That's the way to do it. Get a 9.5 and an 8 in your first 5 minutes and just sit out there for the rest of the heat and go, good luck, mate.
That's right.
Have a go.
Absolutely.
Let's see it. What do you got? This is what I've got. Perfect. And then Same with Cruzy. His first wave was in the first 5 minutes as well, 9.23, and he's just trying to back that one up. Unfortunately, just a bit hard to find down there. Cruzy just had nothing since that. Either's Connor, though. There's been no good waves since those first 3 waves have been scored in the first 5 minutes. What's Ted doing? Letting the air in. Yeah, and like we said, it's heated up out here. The wind looks like it's dropped right off. Tomorrow could be a great day. I don't know if the wind's supposed to go offshore or stay onshore or what's happening. But it was supposed to be howling southerly again. I thought we were supposed to get another southerly today. What happened to that?
Let's have a really quick look while we're just waiting for a bit of action out in the lineup. So 3 minutes left on the clock, and the Connor O'Leary is looking to better an 8.0. Mitchell Cruz needing around about an 8.35, so nothing has really changed there, that's for sure.
Nothing has changed for 28 minutes.
Well, looks like the swell has peaked, we can tell you that much. So there's no more swell coming beyond this. It's going to be around the same size as we saw it this morning tomorrow. So that's good, and then it drops off a little bit in the afternoon, but maybe 4 to 5 feet tomorrow afternoon. Today we saw probably some 6-footers throughout the day. So it's been a nice little forecast. As far as tomorrow goes, Sunday, 5 to 6 feet early, 4 to 5 during the afternoon. Winds south to southeast, 15 knots.
I like.
That's pretty good.
What's it say today? What are they saying now? What's this? What's the knottage today?
Okay, let's just go to Willy weather now. Oh, you're working me over on the iPhone, Hoya.
Oh, well, you've got the technology. Use it.
Exactly.
That's the best. We might as well use it while we're here, tell you what's going on.
Absolutely.
I want to know.
Rightio, well, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. It's priority red, second priority black. Once again, Cruzy chasing an 8.35. Rightio, back on the Willy weather. Right now, it says that it's 10 knots out of the southeast.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So it's about the same tomorrow all day. So yeah,
about
so
the same thereabouts.
You know what? We've scored all week really. We've had one bad day yesterday with the southerly, and it was a bit chopped up, but there was still swell. At least there's waves to surf.
That's right.
You go other places in the world and it's flat, and you just go, well, you know what? At least it's been waves all week. He's cruising.
Oh, Mitchell Cruz. He really didn't need to do something like that. That's really that's going for the big Hail Mary move. You know, he needed to do something a little more consistent. Although he is chasing an 8.35, and had he have landed that, he probably would have been, well on the way to getting the score that he required. But right now, 1 minute left on the clock. Here's the replay for Mitchell Cruz. What went wrong here, Hoya?
Well, he just tried to hit the lip, and it wobbled out right as he hit it, and just comes unstuck there. Yeah, that was a hard wave to surf. I don't think he would have got a score on that one anyway. Maybe if he does a big air reverse on that one, but it just as soon as he hit the lip, it wobbled. The backwash hit it, so. Yeah, it was a hard wave to surf for sure.
Okay, so he's back into second priority. We're down inside the final minute, so 40 seconds left on the clock. And Connor O'Leary holding priority and first position over Mitch Cruz from Queensland. Cruz is still tracing for an 8.35, 30 seconds on the clock. So it's not out of the question, but he's got a bit of a mission in front of him at the moment.
He has got a mission in front of him, and he's had a mission for 30 minutes, 29 and a half minutes.
It hasn't changed. It's been the same scenario.
Look, Connor's just sat there too after those first 2 waves. He sat for 29 minutes, pretty much. 25 minutes, sorry. So you got those first 2 waves in the first 5 minutes. So they got their first 3 waves in the first 5 minutes.
That's right. Well, that looks like it is 3, 2, 1. That is the hooter out the back there. So Connor O'Leary victorious over Mitch Cruz in that one. And ladies and gentlemen, that was heat number 2 of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Heat number 3 coming up next is going to be a cracker as well. It is going to be Jean Giroux from France taking on Tanner Gdauskas all the way from the USA. All right, we're just jet skis making their way through the break there. It's all happening here at Merewether, folks, and we're going to be back with more action from Surfest right after the break.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Alrighty, welcome back, Merewether Beach. And, well, we're into this round of 5, or round number 5 here. Heat number 3 is in the water. We've run through the first 2 heats this morning. Straight after the women, that we had an exciting couple of rounds there. And waves have arrived. The swell from Cyclone Winston is here. And it hasn't done exactly what we were hoping it to do, but nonetheless, we do have some solid conditions and some fun waves at the front. We saw some huge scores go down in the previous heat. Thank you to Matt Hoy and Terry McKenna for taking us through those couple of heats there. And my name's Jesse Adam. Next to me will be John Shamuka shortly, and we'll take you through this heat. It is the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro QS 6000 event. Big points, big cash up for grabs here in Merewether today. So running right through, setting ourselves up for a big finals day tomorrow. We'll have quarterfinals through to the finals all day tomorrow, so be sure to join us again. And throughout the rest of the day, as we decide those heats, right now on the water, Joanne Daru is taking on Tanner Gadauskas. So a QS, goofy foot heavyweight bout, pretty much right here. 2 stalwarts on the QS. Tanner has been on the World Tour before. Joanne Daru has been borderline in terms of close to qualification in the past a few times, and looking to go just a little bit further. And Tanner Gadauskas looking to regain that position on the top 34 surfers on the WSL World Surf League Tour. So a lot on the line for these two gentlemen. Joanne Daru out of France, Tanner Gadauskas out of the USA. No one's on the board yet on this one, early days. 30-minute heats. We're at 26.5 on the clock at the moment. And that previous heat was just a cracker. We saw huge scores dropped early on. We saw massive numbers from Connor O'Leary and Mitch Cruz, but it was Connor O'Leary that held on to the lead throughout that one. He had 2 excellent scores in less than 5 minutes. Netted himself a 17.57 total, one of the biggest of the morning, and moves on through to the quarterfinals. Unfortunate for Mitch Cruz, was holding on to a 9-point-plus ride, and was still looking for an excellent score to progress, and I'm sure he would have been capable, more than capable, to achieve a number like that if he got an opportunity, but not to be in this time around. Mitch Cruz will take that round of 16 finish, take those points, and move on to the next event at Manly next week. Wow, big numbers again. It's starting off in the same fashion. Joanne Daru, a 9.33 on his opening ride. Huge, huge numbers. Judge number 1, 9-point ride. Number 2, 9.5. Judge number 3, 9.5. Judge number 4, 9 flat. And judge number 5, 9.5. So a split of 9.5s and 9-point rides across the board. Drop the highest and the lowest score. Average out the 3 middle scores and you get yourself 9.33. So amazing start yet again in heat number 3. And Joanne Daru is looking pretty comfy in the early stanza of this one. Here he is on this screen having a look at this right-hander. And getting up into the lip and kicks out of that one. Just a small backup score to lock in for the second scoring ride for Joanne Daru. And he's going to go into those double digits with that next score. Tanner Gadauskas waiting patiently with first priority. And let's take a little look at the replay of last over red. And it'd be good to see a replay of a bunch of his waves that he's caught in the early stages of this one. But this is his second ride, just up into the lip once. And locks in a 2.17 as a backup score. He's in second priority now. First priority with Black. Can't wait to see him take off on a wave. It's Tanner Gadauskas. John Shamuka, welcome to centre stage, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Just organising stocks and bonds, you know, between heats. So, and the Aloha shirt, of course, the Aloha theme is loud and proud today. Good on you, Jesse, for probably your idea, of course. You know, the Hawaiian spirit.
The Kingpin, Warren Smith. That was his call.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I know we do have a lot of Hawaiian viewers off the back of an amazing Eddie Aikau yesterday. They're watching live on Oceanic Cable Surf Channel in Hawaii, including my dad, Papa Shmoo. He's over there watching. And all around the world.
Papa Shmoo, how are you?
Aloha, everybody. How we doing? John Daru picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. You know, he wants a big result to kick off 2016 and lock in some valuable points. I mean, we were just covering the fact that he's almost qualified quite a few times now. He's been right up there in that sort of low 20s to high teens quite a number of times now. And, you know, it's only a matter of time before his consistency just knocks on the door of, you know, a top 10 finish and a qualification onto the world's elite.
Yeah, and considering where some of the locations are, Jean Daru will definitely challenge the best surfers in the world. Now, this guy, Tanner Gadaskis, well, he is an amazing talent of 3. And how about that, Jesse Adams? Just like that.
That was out of this world. That was 2 massive maneuvers. I mean, yeah, that's going to be a very interesting you know, job for the judges to score this right. Let's take another look at it. And it didn't look like there was much on offer on this wave. He does get into the lip, builds a lot of momentum out of that turn. This section was just money.
The first one got him to the second one.
Yeah.
And I think that speed, it bumped him into that next section. It was a really solid, you know, 5-6 foot section there. And Tanner did an amazing job to put his board in the right position on that first turn to really lead him into that second massive closeout reentry or floater / reentry.
Yeah, it was a crazy move, and I'm pretty surprised that he's actually riding the exact same board he's been riding all event. I know it's not giant and it's not humongous waves, but there's actually a lot of power and a lot of water moving in the ocean due to this big groundswell. It's got a lot of push, and there is some chunky, sizable sections. I mean, that last turn was on a crazy big closeout section, and he's riding the same board that he was groveling, you know, 1 to 2 foot rock sucky bowls on you know, 2 days ago. Riding the exact same equipment.
Yeah, you know, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
Albeit it is like 3 feet bigger than what it was yesterday and the day before. But I believe we've got Fiona there with Connor O'Leary from that last heat to say a few words about how he went.
Just down here with Connor O'Leary. Connor, I'm pretty sure you got like a 9.57 and then an 8 in the first 5 minutes, and then you just sat there. You took off once, and that was it.
Yeah, I was lucky to get those 2 rights at the start, and then I heard that Cruzy needed a mid-8, and I thought, I'll just sit there with priority and not take any waves that let him get an opportunity with priority and get the score. So yeah, I just kind of sat there for the last like 25 minutes.
And the forecast is meant to be just like this again tomorrow. Are you looking forward to that? Are you pretty happy with the conditions?
Yeah, no, it's good that there's finally waves for a QS event. I mean, everyone says that it's always kind of average-ish waves for the QS all year. So it's whenever there's waves with a bit of punch and a bit of power, it's always good. And as you can see in this next heat too, everyone's they're throwing 9s and 8s, and it's good to watch.
And in preparation just for finals tomorrow, what will you be doing tonight? Actually, I think we're going bowling.
Yeah. Warm up my shoulders for that paddle tomorrow for some bowling. I mean, I don't know, just cruise and hang out. Yeah.
Okay, well, see you later and good luck.
Yeah, chirpy Connor O'Leary. He sounds like he's just relaxing. He's
Talking
cruising.
about someone who's gotten close to the WSL, well, Connor was right on the cusp, wasn't he? And I mean, last year, semi-final finish here at Surfest. Of course, the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. This year, Connor wanting to do 1 or 2 spots better, which will really give him a lot of confidence going into the Australian Open of Surfing next week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a very complete and polished surfer, Connor O'Leary. He can perform in the small stuff. He's got the bag of tricks, and then obviously when it comes to some bigger, high quality waves, he's got the power to pack a punch in this kind of conditions. So he's going to be very exciting once he does gain access to that all elite tour and throw it up to the big boys. You'll see Joanne Daru, similar situation, goofy foot, stocky, strong, powerful, got a bag of tricks to go with it. I mean, in terms of how different most of the surfers are in terms of individuality and style. I mean, they're pretty sort of similar.
Yeah, indeed. As we watch the replay of Joan Deroux from France on this second wave, or third wave, if you like, big opening turn, floating off into that next section, driving back into the whitewater, and just keeping his momentum, his speed into the final closeout turn. A little late, albeit with that stocky, big appearance of his, able to hold on. Volcom Pro, Pipe Pro, just a few weeks ago, put on an amazing performance there, getting some big barrels. So he's, in my opinion, been knocking on the door as well of the WSL Elite Tour, but this year will really, I think he's due for a big year, and with scores like a 9.33 and that last score, a 5.83, which is interesting because I think if we go back and look at that last turn, it was a little late. He sort of just gutsed it up there, managed to hold on to it, but I think the judges picked up on it.
Yeah, totally, for sure. I mean, he did really jam that first section. The wave, unfortunately, went a tiny bit flat through the middle, not allowing much. And then, like you said, a little late into that last section, that lowers the score a fraction. And, 5.83. Nonetheless, backup score is in the skyrocket, in his back pocket. And, winning by a 6.99 margin, leaving Tony Gadauskas requiring a 7 on his next ride or better. So we do have a game on our hands. We have a match on our hands. And, with 18 minutes to go, Tanner's calling for the beach announcers to give him the update. He'll hear that he needs a 7-point ride and he'll go to work.
Yeah, definitely. Tanner won't lose his composure in any way whatsoever. He's been in this situation before where, we've had one good, solid, excellent ride in an 817, and he can just sit and wait it out. He's got priority. He's got plenty of time, and there's plenty of surf in which he can choose from, and all he needs to do is find that right little chip shot in, and 7 points shouldn't be any problem for Tanner Gadauskas. I do want to make a big mention to our friends at Telstra. The partnership here has allowed us to have this digital capacity for the broadcast. NBN crew, fantastic job. The entire mob around here with Warren Smith and the likes. It's just the sun's out today, Jesse. The waves are pumping. The wind's abated just enough so we get some smooth open faces, and the men and the women are just going to town. I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. And, I mean, we wouldn't be happening without the mob at Telstra. So, yeah, again, a huge shout-out to those guys for, giving us the digital capacity to get this broadcast beamed around the world.
And, of course, Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota are fantastic naming rights sponsor, and Surfest 2016 as a whole. So many great organizations, from Throwing Buckets to Ace Scaffolding, Sandbar, Pretty Shady, Yoga Bodyworks, Dalton Lawyers, the Commonwealth Bank, the Burwood Inn, and the list goes on. The Herald, NBN, NXFM, Trax Magazine, Orica, NIB.
Yeah, it goes on, doesn't it? It's
So
unbelievable.
many different businesses around here really staking claim to the importance of Surfest, because it is just such a festival of fun and surfing, and I love coming up here. And Huey has also come to play this week, and tomorrow will be no different. We're going to have great waves. We're going to get through today with some amazing surfing that we've already seen and that we will see. Right now, that last priority was a bit of a mistake for Tanner. Took that wave and it just closed out.
Yeah, it wasn't the best idea. I mean, he had a look. He was looking to. He's only really looking for a 7-point ride right now. He's not looking or anything north of that, obviously. But you don't want to take anything that doesn't scream 7. It's got to scream 7 and up as you're approaching and having a look at the wave. And in this wobbly, still sort of chunky, messy swell, it's still not exactly clean and lining up. I think it's going to take the full brunt of the day to really organise itself, and it should be clean and a little bit more perfect tomorrow. Just judging off, when a cyclone swell like this, a ground swell like this arrives here, it's usually a little disjointed. I think there's less wobble and a little bit more organisation in the lineup, even just from this morning.
So what you're saying is that throughout today, it'll start to clean up a little bit, but throughout the evening and into the early morning hours of finals day, tomorrow Sunday, it will be nice and glassy and more organised. We will see some outstanding surfing for the finals of Surfest 2016.
Super Surfest Sunday is going to be a cracker. I think the waves are going to be good. It's reading similar conditions, which I think is nice. I mean, for those playing at home, imagine a huge bowl of water. You give it a big shake. It's splashing. It's going everywhere. And then as it starts to keep wobbling in the bowl, it slowly settles itself and still kind of has movement. That's kind of the way I see the swell kind of hitting last night or yesterday afternoon. waking up this morning with it still a little unorganised, a little sloppy, a little wedgy and bumpy, and kind of the period being too close, and just playing a bit of havoc on the competitors, being a little bit tricky. Only seeing 1 or 2 or max 3 really good waves for the ladies this morning in each and every heat. Now we're starting to see a little bit more consistency in the swell. More great waves to be ridden, more big scores dropping in, and I think that's just going to continue through the afternoon. And as you said, great day tomorrow for finals day.
Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a Sunday here in Merewether. Of course, some 2.5 hours from the international airport down there in Sydney, the Kingsford Smith Airport, where everyone flies into and heads up the coast to this beautiful part of the world we know as Merewether, part of Newcastle, of course, and the home of Mark Richards and Matt Hoy and yourself, and so many great names. The list goes on and on and on.
Such a rich surfing history here in Newcastle.
Callahan.
Yeah, he's still in the event.
Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, she's won the event before. I mean, the list is huge, and there's a list of names that goes on forever in terms of like a local capacity and in local heroes and that kind of thing. The list is honestly 50 names long. It's such a deep, rich surfing community, and there's a lot of history there, like you said, and even in just like the event, as you said, it's such a long running event. It's one of the longest running surfing festivals in the world, and right up there is like one of the top 2 or 3 in Australia for sure. 31 years this year, massive effort, and just testament to how strong the surfing community is here in Newcastle and the Hunter region.
And it shows no signs of diminishing whatsoever. It only gets stronger, and just the pure commitment of the 70 businesses plus that have donated their time and money into the Taggart Women's Pro.
Yeah, huge.
Just showcases that. So well done to the absolute entire community of the Newcastle region, all these Novocastrians, wonderful surfing community up here. And we've got probably half a day remaining, and then tomorrow, Super Sunday. It should be, as Jesse Adams pointed out, absolutely fantastic. So if you've just joined us from around the world, wherever you are, sitting in front of a computer or TV or on your handset, don't go anywhere. We've got some of the best men's surfers in the world here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro, providing one hell of a show and some, what was testing conditions, but now much settled down and a good solid 3 to 5 foot plus surf right here at Merewether. In the water right now, Jean Leroux leads. Tanner Gadauskas of San Clemente, California. Tanner looking for a 7.0 ride, and he's got priority, Jesse, so he's got one thing in his favor right now.
Yeah, he's got the pick of the lineup. We do have the priority system, of course, running, and these surfers in the lineup can look to the beach to where the contest area is set up, and they can see the signs where they can swap around the black and red signs there, so they can see who has first and who has second priority. And what that allows the surfers in the event to do is basically let the surfing do the talking. There's no hassling. There's no paddling around each other on top of each other. It's kind of like a taking turn system, but at the same time it does expand the terms of the tactical sort of style of surfing as well, when to use priority, when to even potentially try and lure your fellow competitor into a bad wave and to regain the priority. So what that allows is basically for each surfer to have equal opportunity to grab some of the best waves of the heat and really allow that high performance surfing to grow. And I think it's worked over the last however many years. We've implied the right priority system, and I think introducing it into the 4-man heats in the earlier rounds is another great concept in order to increase the quality of the surfing performance.
I couldn't agree more. It's conducive to more surfing, and that's the point, is we see more surfing, because with the live broadcast there's a lot of fill in between competitors riding waves, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 man or women heats. There's a lot of fill in there. So
you can only do what the ocean allows you to do. That's the nature of the beast here in surfing. I mean, if the waves come,
there's no switch.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no on and off switch.
Can't turn on the tap and let the swell pour in.
We wish.
We wish we could, yeah,
but
totally.
That's wishful thinking, right? So I love it. As you see a live, beautiful shot. That's just some of the crowd. There's thousands down there on the beach enjoying this.
Look at the car park up north at the northern end of Merewether at Bar Beach. That's full. That's probably, if you're down here at the event, you'd know how hard it is to grab a park in this area right now, because there's so many people down here. I can almost bet money that there's people parking up that end of the beach.
Well, there is. I was just had a little walk down there, and
Yep.
you can see them streaming in. And just looking out at that headland, Jesse, you can walk all the way around to Main Beach over there in Newcastle, up to Nobby's Headland there, and see the lighthouse. It's a beautiful part of the coastline.
Oh, it's awesome. The Bathers Way pathway, they've worked on that over the last couple of years, and they've finally got it finished, I think, midway or towards the end of the last year. So it's pretty new in terms. I mean, there's always been a path to walk the whole way along the coastline, but they've unified it. Runs all the way from the most southern part of the stretch, they call it, at Merewether Beach, where the ocean bars are. Runs all the way up over that hill there. You can see the Anzac Walk there with the railing that was announced. That was the ribbon was cut on that last year as well. It's relatively new, and it's a beautiful piece of architecture. If you get to have a look, it's amazing. It runs all the way over the Strzelecki Lookout there, and then you can go down the other side of the hill, like you said, past the bogey hole, the swimming hole there, through to Main Beach, all the way around the bend, round the carry hole, round to Nobby's, out to the breakwall and to the lighthouse. It's a couple of k's of beautiful coastline that you can really get the best view of.
Well, there you see a live shot of just how many people are down here, and I'm tired just after that talk because I think we talked about 6 kilometers then, so it is a bit of a hike. So if you fancy yourself walking, talking, and looking at this beautiful coastline, watching the surfers ride waves, and even the kids skate in the skateboard as you walk up towards Parkway Ave there. Absolutely magnificent part of the world. But right now, let's get back to the surfing. 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. This man-on-man encounter between Jean Deroux of France and Tanner Gudauskas of the United States of America. San Clemente to be exact. One of 3 brothers who are very talented in the sport of surfing.
Well, 2 of them left in the draw. Paddy Gudauskas, his brother, he's coming up in heat number 6. So a couple of heats time, we'll see Pat take on Jesse Mendes out of Brazil. And I tell you what, I honestly think that both Pat and Tanner are both surfing at probably the best I've seen them in a long time. They look like not that they never were, but they look really focused and really determined. Both the brothers have been on the world tour before, and I think they're destined to really get back up there and be where they belong.
All right, the question begs, I guess, looking at this long list of great surfing talent, who sticks out to you?
In the entire draw?
In the entire draw. Give me a couple of names.
I didn't see the first couple of heats, but when I looked at the breakdown of this round of 16 about who was going to go into the quarterfinals, I had 2 or 3 names that really stood out for me over the last few days. Easy one, Matt Wilkinson comes in at the top seed, but surprisingly for me, I feel like he also looks like a more focused, a trained, a methodical Matt Wilkinson, not a breezy, easygoing, fun-loving Matt Wilco. I'm sure he's still that same fun character that we've all grown to love on the world tour, but he looks like he's taking charge of his freakish talent and ability and really going for it, and I think that's awesome. And these conditions out here, they really suit his style of surfing too. I think he's going to be really, really hard to beat in that top part of the draw. And then when I look to the back half of the draw, I mean, I can't look past Ryan Callahan. There's a bit of bias there, and because he's my mate and he's a local guy, and we really want a local Novocastrian to take it out. But watching the last couple of heats, he hasn't really had to lift past that 80% mark to net big scores. And I think coming into this part of the event where it's getting harder to get big scores, if he starts to push that extra 5 to 10% and then peaks at the right time, I think he's got a really, really good chance of winning.
Well, good analyzation there from Jesse Adams, who knows Ryan Callahan probably just as good as Ryan Callahan knows Ryan Callahan, and he's also surfing with purpose.
Oh, totally, yeah. He's got a lot to show the local community and do it for his family. And yeah, he's got a lot to win for, not just himself.
Yeah, well, that's always a driving force behind anyone's goal at an event. So yeah, on the bottom half, I can't really look past Ryan myself.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone was going to push him, I'm going to go with Ezekiel Lau. I was really impressed with Zeke yesterday. On the top half, I'm looking at Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, also that's a hard one to look by as well. I mean, he's going to be tough to beat. I think Matt and Connor match up in that quarterfinal. That's going to be decisive factor really in that one, isn't it? 2 really strong goofy foots, and if the last hit that Connor surfed is anything to go by, I mean, it is hard to look past his surfing, and considering he was so close to qualification last year, you'd have to think his hunger levels have grown, tenfold. And his confidence levels have probably grown too, because I don't think he was actually, expecting to get that close to qualification. I know he's a great surfer and he always has been and always will be, and I know that he knew he was going to do well. But I think if you have a chat with Connor about it, I think he was just aiming to get into the primes, surf a couple of good heats, get right up there in the ratings, and have a good crack in 2016 at qualification. And he got so close come year's end last year. I think he sort of not surprised himself a bit, but outshone his goals. And I think that probably gives you that huge confidence boost that is kind of required to really throw it to these big names and qualify. And I think I can't see him not qualifying come year's end, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to have the year he had last year and then some.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit extra, and he's there. I think, I've been watching Connor, obviously living in Cronulla. He's a local boy from down there. I've been watching him for probably a good 6-7 years now. A lot of people 5 years ago, let's be honest, they wouldn't even turn their head at him. I mean, locally, we all knew he surfed really well, but I'm gonna sort of pat myself on the back here a little bit. I said to a lot of people in the industry, I said, look, this kid has got the goods. He just needs to get outside that shire, outside that comfort zone where we all know that there's so many rippers and shredders within their own comfort zone. But once you take them outside, it's where you test their steel and you can test their commitment to wanting to get there.
Yeah.
So, and Connor has done just that. So
I think you're exactly right on the money, because as soon as he did do a bit of travelling and start doing a few smaller open, qualifying series events like that one in Taiwan, he went over and won that, and started to expand his horizons beyond the Pro Junior Series and started to do a bit of travel. He really jumped.
Yeah.
And for those that knew him,
and like sponsorship backing
as well, that's a huge one. But he kind of had to fight for it, though. He didn't, it wasn't touted as the next big thing, as you said. No one was throwing money at him before he got there, which can happen in this industry, for certain individuals. He just really, worked his ass off for it, really, and did really well and got there. And I think that's great. And I think he's got a great opportunity this year to get up on that elite tour.
Yep, definitely. Well, 6.5 for Jean Deroux's last ride means Tanner Gadauskas now needs a 7.67, the California surfer. You see the man in red there, that's the Frenchman. He's holding down top spot. It's the man in black, though, with priority. That's Tanner Gadauskas, a 7.67. He's holding on to an 8.17 in this heat. So there's no doubt in his mind that should he find the wave, he can get that score quite easily.
3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. Look, the swell, it's abating a little bit. So, as much as in the morning heats, a little bit more selectiveness. Now you've got to look for the ones as Tanner Gadauskas is up and running. He's found one. Looks good.
Look at this section. Nice big backside hit. Can he find another wally part of the wave? He does carve back into the foam. He's going to have to get something on the inside here to get this score. Gets a nice little under the lip hook. Is there one more on offer? Up into the foam one more time. And another little bonus. Throws the tail around. Wow. He looks to the judges. He asks the question.
Yes, he's asking the question of the judges now. Tanner Gadauskas. Judges,
wow.
I think it was enough. You always think that you've got the score, but it's going to come down to the guys in the judging corner at 2 minutes to go.
Jeez.
Your thoughts on it? Let's watch the replay here.
I just don't know. I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, he gets this one nice outside maneuver right here. Drives hard off the bottom. Slice. It was a little lateral, but it was nice and strong. This one backs off just a little too much for me. Just not quite enough in the tank there on that section. He does get a couple of bonus sections, however. Gets up into the foam, gets a little nifty on the end and throws the tail around instead of just, mixing it up a little bit, not doing the same maneuver over and over again. So he kind of gave it everything he could for the wave that he was given. I just don't know if it's going to go up into that 7 and up range. It's just going to go close, but, well, there you go. There's an early indication. It's looking a point shy or a little bit more.
Wow. Yep, just over a point from what he needed. A 6.5, Jesse.
Yeah, he just needed one more critical turn on the outside, I think. That's what I was kind of trying to allude to when I was watching the replay. He just needed one more section, I think.
And a little bit of variation would have helped as well. I mean, the first turn, like you said, was brilliant. Second and third turns, well, kind of the same. But
just backed off a little bit, right?
It did. It filled up a little bit. It wasn't as steep as it needed to be. So, unfortunately, there with 55 seconds to go in this heat, Tanner Gadauskas remains in second place and needs a 7.67 here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. It's heating up. 40 seconds to go. Jean Deroux from France. Can he hold on to the lead and move himself into one of the quarterfinal berths? He'll be in quarterfinal number 2 if he and he'll be up against the winner of the next heat coming up, Ramsey Buckenheim and Matt Banting, who also has been surfing extremely well.
Yeah, he's another one that sort of stands out. He's one of those guys that was kind of in my top 3 on the radar. I mean, he's another one that hasn't really had to work too hard to progress through these earlier rounds. He's just done his normal everyday kind of surfing. He hasn't thrown any special tricks out into the mix yet, so it'll be interesting to see what he's got for us. Johan Daru, massive backside projection out under the lip there, and goes down on that last wave. But nonetheless, the victor of round 5, heat number 3, that man on your screen in the whitewash there, Johan Daru out of France. He moves on through to quarterfinal number 2. Unfortunately for Taggart, who just has a little bit of fun on the way in there, he is relegated out of the event, but takes some points on his way down to Manly.
Yeah, he didn't quit, and that's the main thing. So that man right there you see on your screen from the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro is moving on into the quarterfinals all the way from France. Johan Daru takes out Tanner Gadaskis. On the backside of this break from right here in the beautiful Merewether, we'll come back with more Surfest action right after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, welcoming you back to beautiful Merewether Beach. Swell has filled in from the east-northeast, courtesy of Tropical Cyclone Winston. You're watching Surfest 2016, the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro QS 6000 rated event on the World Surf League qualifying series. What a mouthful.
Yeah, it is a mouthful, but it is also a great way to kick off the 2016 campaign on the WSL qualifying series tour. I mean, to start off here in Australia, there's a big buzz in this country, and the fact that we've got waves to go along with it up and down the eastern seaboard is just fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, we've had this great run of swell, as you said, and even the guys that are losing, they're not even that bummed. They're hopping on a plane, they're going straight to Newcastle Airport, NTL, just get there, get a plane to wherever the swell is, up north, mostly to the Gold Coast by the sounds of things, but there's waves everywhere, and especially on this New South Wales east coast, like there's 100 waves as you go north, and I mean, Destination New South Wales doing a great job chipping in with the event over the last umpteen years. They've been doing it forever, and they highlight the epic nature of the East Coast there here in New South Wales and how much there is to see and do. And I mean, most of these competitors come out just for that, even just to get to experience and drive up this East Coast and experience these awesome coastal communities and what it has to offer.
Yeah, very blessed to live here in Australia. Obviously, growing up in Hawaii, very blessed to have been born and raised there as well. But such a surf-rich coastline, and like you said, when there's waves, you can just about go 1,000 miles that way and 1,000 kilometers that way and get surf. And if you want to go and hang out in the gold pot of surfers, well, call them 1,000 at every break on the Gold Coast, well, you can do that too. But there's uncrowded waves
everywhere, yeah,
up and down the coast. Well, you just got to go and seek them out.
Exactly. Yeah. Here we go, Matt Banting, and not from too far north of here, from up at Port Macquarie, and he does spend a little bit of time here in Newcastle shooting with Bosco. They've got a good relationship in terms of getting the job done for Surf Media, and seen a lot of shots of him in Tracks magazine over the years, and Luke Kennedy would attest to that, as we see him working this one away, this left-hander, and just goes over the front of the board there on that last turn. But I remember not that long ago, probably halfway through last year, Matt came down for a good little swell we had here and got some really, really, really good waves right in this bank that you're looking at. It was a completely different type of, deposit of sand, so it was a little bit different, but there was a lot of tubes, a lot of big sections, and he had a really good time for a couple of days here. So he's definitely been had a bit of experience here in Newcastle, and particularly on this bank.
Yeah, as we look at the replay of his first ride, really looks nice and casual here. Matt Banting coming off that injury-plagued year in 2015, looking very strong, focused, and finds himself around before the quarters. And if you can get past Ramsey Buchenheim of Morocco, well, then he's starting off his 2016 campaign very, very strong. Looks like he's on different equipment today.
Yeah, so it looks like he's changed. I know he's always one to have a lot of boards with him. He's always ordering a big batch of boards at a time and taking a lot of boards with him. And I mean that just comes with the territory of being on tour as well. I think you need that. You need to really refine your equipment. And we talked about it earlier, myself and Beck Woods, about refining every aspect of your game, fitness, equipment, strategizing with a coach or whatever it may be. If you can get that 2%, it sounds like nothing, but if you can get 2% better than your opponent, it's actually miles. 2% can be miles ahead. So, he's one of those guys that does get a lot of boards and can ride a different board in every style of condition.
Yeah, some guys will travel with 3 or 4, and some guys will travel with 30 or 40.
Yeah,
it seems like, and they'll have an entourage of people with, I call them board bag burritos. Yeah. They look like big burritos. Here goes Ramsey Buchenheim on a bomb of a wave, but as you can see, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse Adams, that the bigger ones just are straight and walled, whereas the medium ones are the ones that are being surfed that are the medium ones. Those are the biggest scoring potential.
Yeah, they kind of hit the bank a little bit nicer. I think you're right. I mean, it's often the case here in Newcastle. I promise you, more often than not, the medium or the smaller to medium-sized waves will often have a better run. I think you're right on the money. Like, that was a bigger set wave. Like you said, walled out, closed out, and not a lot on offer. And you'll see in the foreground when you're just like kind of looking at the contest area from a broader shot, you can see little insiders. Even the smallest waves, they have a really nice shape. And when you get those medium-sized ones, they've got enough size to give you the scoring potential, but they get that run on it where you can achieve a multitude of manoeuvres and impress the judges. I think you're on the money.
Yeah, 4.33. Thank you for that. 4.33 and a .50 was the difference there. Matt Banting getting the better of that opening exchange, and I think it's 75% of the time the medium to medium-sized waves are the highest scoring potential. And right now, Ramsey Buchenheim on another bomb.
Yeah, look at this section in front of him. Strong backhand on this young man. And look at this section in front of him. Little late, gets hung up to dry and goes out into the flats. And not to be on that occasion. And it's a shame because that first manoeuvre was strong and that was going to be a big second turn.
I think he was at 6s and 7s or in between, do I go up and hit it? Do I float it? What do I do?
He did a re-entry floater.
Let's take a look. Here's a replay here. That first turn you made mention to was absolutely, look at how much speed off the bottom here. Just drove into it. Big carving backhand, and then, should I float? Should I re-enter? He went for the re-entry. I think he should have just floated up over that big set. Well, it'll look beautiful.
Either hit it just a fraction earlier before the big closeout coming towards him, or, like you said, a nice big, drop tail float off that last section would have been, an incredible move, and it would have been a giant score.
Yeah, well, not to be. But right now, we know what is to be. It's an interview down on the beach with last heat winner, Joan Deroux.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Jean. He was ripping in that last heat. I think he grabbed that 9.33, like that was your first wave. How did that feel?
Yeah, I was feeling so good. I just wait and the bomb come to me, just go, did sweet turn and get a good score. Then after was hard work. I couldn't paddle out. Then I had like small course and I had a backup at the end, so I could make it and was really stuck.
And I see, I've seen you around the contest site all week working with Matt Bamrose. How much does it help just having a bit of support there?
Yeah, it's good. He helped me a lot yesterday, and today he couldn't be here, but my girlfriend coached me today, so it was good. Thanks to her.
What were her hot tips?
Just to be at the white spot, and I thought I couldn't hear, so she had to put the ball like this. I was first or second on the ground.
She sounds like a pretty handy girlfriend. Well, good luck in the next round, John, and you must be pretty stoked that you're into the quarters.
Yeah, I'm so stoked, and just want to say something in French. Bon anniversaire, Luna. Voilà, je suis content d'avoir gagné pour ton anniversaire et je vais essayer de gagner demain pour toi. Au Chili, on va fêter ça bientôt.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. Bye.
There you go.
Yeah, Jerron Daru, and bringing can't have the coach, but has the handy girlfriend there to tell him whether he's winning or losing.
That's a classic one. Yeah, I haven't heard that one before. That's really cool. Holding the board up for first, putting the board down for second. That's a classic one, and he did a really good job. It was interesting to note, as we said, this replay of Matt Banting. He gets one nice open face or lip line float, and then has to get out of there early. But it was interesting to hear John say that it was a bit of a struggle during that heat. I mean, he really kind of reinforces what we've been saying throughout the morning in terms of the conditions being a little bit tricky, but still having really great waves on offer, as he did drop a huge score to open up his campaign. He just said just trying to back it up, he was really worried about getting that backup score, and was very fortunate to get a score, because we have seen people lose with giant scores before. It's not as rare as what you'd think.
Well, it's testament to what we've been saying all day, is that there's still a lot of water moving out there, and John's no small human being. He's got a lot of power. He can paddle. He's got big, strong arms. So for him to say that he struggled to get out the back, and it was lucky that he got his backup score.
It was a classic. He said he borderline didn't get back out after his first wave.
I got no shot, being 4 foot tall. But good work for the Frenchman, and good to see him having a great start to his 2016 campaign. In the meantime, though, with 19 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat, Matt Banting is your leader with a 4 and a 3, a 4.33 and a 3.5. Ramsey Buchenheim, he has that 5.33 and a 0.50, so not much in it at all. Ramsey's just looking for a 2.50. He does have first priority, and Matt's just, he doesn't need help. He's just actually wanting the beach announcers to give him the situation, the time, his scores, and priority, because those are the three key elements that you need for when you ride your next wave.
Exactly. There's a couple of, between the contestants and the beach announcers, there's a couple of sort of hand gestures that are known. I mean, one hand up for your last wave, 2 hands up for the whole situation, cross your hands above your head when you want the time, and that kind of thing. So, they're not waving to get some help in the lineup. They're actually just trying to find out some information, and it can be really difficult to hear. They are quite a long way away from the contest setup. They do put the speakers as close as possible, but with wind and as Terry McKenna would famously say, sound is like smoke. If you throw it up into the air and the wind's going a certain direction, it's going to carry it that way. So they're going to have to use their sixth sense and try and figure out what they've achieved so far and try and improve on that.
100%. Now, Jesse, coming up in the next heat number 5, will be the local boy. All eyes will be on Ryan Callahan, and of course Hizunomi Botero of Brazil, who's no stranger to Newcastle. He's done well here before. He's quite a big kid from Brazil. What do you think Ryan's strategy will be going into this next matchup?
It's a hard one. I don't know. He'll be in this same spot for sure, but he's known to kind of drift away to his own part of the bank. He kind of just, if he's confident about something, he's not afraid to do it. So I'll be interested to see exactly how he approaches it. But these conditions are just so suited to him. It's tricky, junky, a lot of water moving. You need to use power. You need to pick good waves. And he's sort of built for that kind of stuff, I think. I'd be very surprised if he didn't get a couple of really big scores. And I think Hizunomi is going to have to really put it to him if he wants to get a battle on his hands. But, I mean, in these conditions, as we've said all day, anything can happen.
Yeah, Matt Banting, beautiful open face combination there. High-speed floating re-entry from the man from Port Wacour, just up the road there a couple of hours. That was a great-looking ride from Matt Banting, and he'll be very happy with that. He'll open up his lead over Ramsey Buchenheim, and with 16 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, I think we're going to have a little bit of a replay on that one. I want to see that one again. It was absolutely fantastic.
He was motoring, wasn't he? He was going so fast. Have a look. It was one of those mid-sizes that had a corner on it. Check his first turn. Straight up, perfectly timed. And that's the thing about Matt. Always perfectly timed. Huge wrap. And this thing, like you said, so fast and so casual.
Well, he had to control the speed on that one because so many times you just ride over the back of that whitewater. I actually thought on that first turn there, he mixed it up. He threw me for a loop. I thought he was going to do one of these amazing open-face carving downturns, but he just decided to take it up to the lip and let it all go, which was quite interesting, to be honest. But a 7.67 was the end result. So, again, As I said, he will open up his lead over Ramsey, and now Ramsey looking for a 6.68. He does have priority, the man in red. Pressure. A lot going on in Ryan Callahan's life right now.
This week has just been...
How does he handle that? How does he harness that pressure into the energy that he needs just to focus on what's in front of him?
I just can't believe how well he's doing this week. I mean, to even show up in the first place. I mean, he's had a really, really big week. One of the probably the most hard weeks of his whole entire life, I think, for everyone at home. He did lose his father last week, and the Merewether Surfboard Club has been really good in getting behind Ryan, his sisters, his mum, and the whole family. And we had a massive turnout over the last couple of days for a few celebrations to celebrate the family and celebrate the surfing community here. This morning we had we scattered the ashes and we had some flowers, and it was a really beautiful moment. And everyone's emotions are running high. It's been a very, very long 10 days or so, I think, and for Ryan to even show up today and give it his best and show up the last couple of days and put on huge performances, it's just a massive testament to how strong he is as a human being. I mean, it's a massive effort, and if you got to know his dad Gary, he was honestly, with no hesitation whatsoever, he was the greatest guy you would ever meet, honestly. And everyone's feeling for him, but that's the thing. Everyone really wants him to do well. I think the whole of town will be here, cheering him on. And I think it's, if anything, it's fueling the fire for him. He wants to do it. He wants to do it for the community. He wants to do it for his family, and he also wants to do it for himself. So a lot on the line. But in saying that, for him, it is a warm-up event for the Snapper contest coming up. And if it goes either way, the whole town will be here behind him, supporting him.
Yeah, 100%, and his dad will be out in the lineup with him today.
Oh, exactly.
And always.
Yeah.
Especially out here in Merewether. So I think, you were saying for him even to show up, I think his dad would want nothing less.
Oh, exactly, and that's why. He knew that, his dad was a very talented man, and he, basically everyone refers to it. He was unbeatable. Like, couldn't beat him at ping pong, couldn't beat him at pool, couldn't beat him at tennis.
Ultimate competitor.
Couldn't beat him at squash, but the thing was, he never wanted to beat you, so he always let you win. But he just wouldn't tell you.
What a beautiful human being.
He was a great dude. As we see Ramsey just kick out of that one.
Yeah, that was interesting. He decided to kick out there, Jesse. He knows he needs a 6.68.
Well, once you take away, if you've lost priority.
Yeah,
I mean,
so you might as well make the most of it.
Kind of throw something, throw caution to the wind, see what happens. I mean, that section was less than ideal, so he gets out of there. Maybe with 13 minutes on the clock, he wants to reset, get back in the lineup, and hopefully pick something off with a bit of scoring potential.
It's so easy for us to say because we sit in here. We win every heat. We never put a foot wrong.
We're the best coaches in the world.
Well, I'm the best surfer when I'm sitting in front of the camera and not the one being filmed. So, it's easier said than done. That old cliche applies. 13 minutes on the clock here in heat number 4. Round 5. We've been talking about the next heat, the two competitors there, Ryan Callahan. It's just showing such strong character, will, dedication, and passion. He wants to go out there and do it for the most important person, which is himself first, and then everything after that. But he'll be coming up against a very informed Hizunomi Botero of Brazil. That'll be followed by Patrick Ganauskas and Jesse Mendez. The Hawaiian Joshua Moniz takes on another Brazilian, David Silva. And then to finish off today's fun festivities here at Surfest 2016, Ezekiel Lau of Hawaii will take on Italy's the new crowned junior world champion Leonardo Fioravanti. He's been impressive.
He has been impressive, and I mean that's going to be a really interesting matchup. I'm really looking forward to that one, heat number 8, to round it out. They're teammates. They're on the same team, and they're actually traveling together, and they've got the same coach, and they're working and training together in a squad of 5 guys that are all training together. So they've been, staying in the same place, on the same regiments, same routine. So it's going to be a very interesting battle between Leo and Ezekiel.
It's a very interesting point you bring up there. And by the way, hi, Stephen Bell, who's probably watching from over there all the way in Francais. Parlez-vous français? Oui, oui, hello, bonjour. And you got Jake, housing those boys all in the same group. And as we watch, we'll come back to that. Matt Banting, he's up and riding on a bomb here.
He's priority.
Yeah, going down the line. First section, nice. Reads the second section. Big forehand top turn and just can't quite get to that third one, Jesse.
Yeah, shame. He just, it looks so hard to time that last section. I mean, what do? Wait, miss that section and then float the last bit, and then the judges, see the fact that you avoided a section and cruel the score. I mean, it's a hard one to judge, and he did manage to get 2 really nice maneuvers.
Let's take a look.
A finishing turn would have been nice. Here we go, Matt. Just a really hard to negotiate takeoff there. Sets up this first section. Slices off the top. This is the money. Jams up into the pocket, throws a bunch of spray, has to airdrop out of the lip to get out of there and has to pull through the back, unfortunately. But, I mean, he's only holding on to a 4.33 as a backup. We'll see where that score lands. But as of right now, the situation at hand with just over 10 minutes to go, Ramsey Bookheim has first priority. And then the Moroccan only needs a 6.68 as of right now.
Yeah, as you said, one score to lock in. Will it be better than a 4.33? Well, maybe just slightly.
Here we go.
10 minutes to go. Ramsey sitting out there on his own with priority. Not that that matters now because Matt's making his way back out. One more score to drop, Jesse. Then we'll give you a situation.
Well, that score required will increase. The judges are saying yes, it is better than the first wave of the heat, the 4.33 that Matt got on that left-hander. They're liking that big, snap out of the top. And there it is, 5.27, just shy of a point better than his first wave. That increases the required wave score to 7.62. That man on screen, Ramsey, needs a 7.62 with just under 10 minutes to go now. Plenty of time, but in the scheme of things, is it a lot of time? I mean, there's not a lot of great waves coming through. He's got to get in the right spot and make sure he takes advantage of this opportunity.
Not when you're out there. How fast does it go by?
I know. It's unbelievable,
10
isn't
minutes
it?
feels like 2.
You're like, is half the heat gone already? Oh, my God.
I better think about catching a wave now. So we'll see what Ramsey has in store for us here in this fourth heat of round number 5, Surfest 2016. If you've just joined us, welcome to Merewether Beach. This is Super Saturday. It started off wild, woolly, crazy, windy, but now it's just settled down just that much so that we can see some high performance action from the men. We saw the women earlier on today in the Taggart Women's Pro. They put on a fantastic performance. Undoubtedly, the surfer of the day for me was Stephanie Gilmore. And Sally Fitzgibbons as well. Very impressive in their performances today. But watch out for the young guns. There's a few girls in there that definitely will be in the mix come final Sunday, which is tomorrow here in Australia. So if you've just joined us, welcome. We've got a few heats left here today, and of course, thanks to Oceanic Cable Surf Channel in Hawaii, broadcasting live. Dean Luke and his crew just coming off the back of the Quicksilver in memory of Eddie Aikau, which was one of the most amazing events in the entire surfing history. There's a beautiful shot of where we actually are here in Merewether, and it doesn't get any better.
Now look how nice it is. I mean, another nice day. I mean, we've had such nice weather. I mean, this is the first real, yesterday may have been the first real windy day. And it's not such a bad thing. We've had some really hot weather. We've had close to 40-degree, Celsius days. So, really high temperatures, really hot, sunny beach days for beachgoers. And we've had heaps of spectators, tons of spectators down here to watch all the action on these beautiful days here at Merewether. And now we get greeted with a nice groundswell to finish up the weekend. It's just going to be amazing tomorrow.
It will, and there's everything from markets up the back here to cadet surfing out here on the big stage in front of the world's best and the media for the high school teams challenge. There's Miss Surfest. There's all kinds of music going on, and of course the pinnacle of it all is right here on your screen, the surfing. The Taggart Women's Pro and the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro for the men's QS 6000, sanctioned by the WSL. As we see now, this looks like Ramsey. Oh no, it's Matt Banting.
He's further north on the bank. Under priority gets this one. Snaps up, backhand into the pocket. Great looking wall ahead of him. Just peters out there and gets that little deep water section, just ruining that wave. There's such keep calling them teepees. They're big triangle lumps of water that come in, and they have that big peak, but they just peter out to the sides, and a lot of the waves don't allow for multiple maneuvers, which is what's making it really difficult.
Yeah, it's unpredictable. Let's have a look at this this wave here. He picked up under Ramsey's priority. That is Matt Banting. Drives into this first turn. Beautiful arcing backhand re-entry. Drives into this next section, and all of a sudden, the wall disappears.
There was such tight vision there. I thought there was going to be another offering there for him. And imagine if that thing stood up as it did on that first section for the whole way to the beach. He could have, lit that thing up 10 times, and that would be a giant score. And I think finding something of that nature is what's going to allow Ramsey to get a big score and get up into the lead, or for Matt to back up that 7.67 and put a stamp and put the nail in the coffin in this heat.
Yeah, well, Ramsey's got 6 minutes and 14 seconds to go here. He's still holding on to priority number 1. That means Matt Banting needs to steer well clear of this man you're watching. Having a look. He won't lose priority there. He's just having a look. I don't think the judges will deem he made a move for that wave. Therefore, relegating him to second priority. He'll hold on, Ramsey Buchenheim, to first priority. So our Moroccan surfer still out there chasing 7.67. Can he obtain that score? Can Matt Banting hold on to the lead? That's the question with 5.5 on the clock. Coming up next, Ryan Callahan takes on Hizunumi Butero. And, Matt Banting won in here in 2014. I don't recall the conditions in 2014. They were
small off the roll. Not small, but like 3 foot off the rocks. It was actually really fun. He took out Nathan Hedge, I think, in the final. And he was, honestly, from kind of this point on that year, he was just such a standout. He was just that little bit extra. I mean, he was throwing down crazy variety, like, big hacks in between, frontside air reverses, between, big closeout finishes, and pretty much every heat he had a 9. He was just a little bit ahead of the game, and he was hungry, because I think that was the year he qualified, right? That was his first result of the year. As we see Ramsey up on his backhand, hunting this score, big section in front of him, gets up there in time this time around and manages to stick the second manoeuvre. So finally a completed wave there for Ramsey in these final minutes, and we'll have to see how that score locks in.
Yeah, I think a little hesitant on that second turn. We'll see in the replay just what I'm talking about here. But here we go. Ramsey Buchenheim it just looks like an A-frame peak, but it actually turns out to be having a nice wall to it. He floats up over this next section, has to negotiate the backwash, and there you can see that it just drew some speed away, that backwash, and he couldn't put his board up as vertical as he wanted to, and a little bit of off timing definitely hampered the scoring potential there. So I don't know if that's going to be a 7.62.
He would have needed to go absolutely huge on that last turn to really get anywhere close to that score, I think. So he's going to have to get back out there and have another shot at it. He does have 4 minutes to go. He's got to get back into the lineup, somehow get a wave under Matt's priority, because Black now holding on to first priority, and obtain the score required. There it is, a 4.77, not enough, and 7.62 required now, and time running out.
Yeah, well, this fits right into Matt Banting's game plan, doesn't it? 3.5 minutes to go, has the lead, has first priority. The surfer that he's up against, Ramsey Buchenheim, is going to pal out right probably next to him. You'd think, because that's where the takeoff zone is. And Matt will just, hold off unless something really, really nice comes his way and he wants to ride it. So this is fitting into Matt's strategy. Game plan is working. He'll take it, and then you can see Matt is paddling down to the south to meet Ramsey, and Ramsey's actually paddling to him.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, he must just believe that the best waves are going to break there. He must, he needs to get one of the best waves in terms of wave quality of the heat to get this score. So he knows he needs to get a great wave, and he needs to surf it really well. So he's going to the spot where he thinks the best waves are going to come. It's simple as that. A lot of people would try and separate themselves from the surfer with first priority. I mean, Matt has priority, can hold Ramsey off the next best wave that comes through, but he's just trying to head to the north there and get up the beach with 2.5 on the clock. He has to get moving, and he has to get moving now.
That's right. He has to sneak a little wave of a 7.62 under the nose of Matt Banting, who is in control of heat number 4 here at the Port Stephens and Maitland Toyota Pros. Of course, the official vehicle of Surfest 2016. I saw Kim Burton and Janine in the back there. They do so many wonderful things for the community around here, and
that's incredible.
He's a mad keen surfer himself, and just loves the fact that Surfest is on every year with their support. So good on Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota for backing this event, as Kim wouldn't have it any other way, I think.
Oh, totally. I mean, he's been such a massive, or they have been such a massive support for this event and this community in particular. They're just constantly giving, and they're just those one-of-a-kind, people that are just selfless and generous and, all those wonderful things. And it's just such a massive help for all of us as Novocastrians and people that live in the Hunter region. They get to enjoy, arguably the biggest event of every year of the last 31 years. That is Surfest, and I think big shout out to them yet again. We can't praise you guys enough. The biggest thing in Newcastle surfing for the last 10 or so years. So Thank you. And, well, let's have a look at this paddle. Well, Matt Banting had a look at that.
He paddled for it. You can see the white water. He crumbled the lip down. Priority has changed now.
Yep.
Interesting, 1 minute to go. So Ramsey sold him on that one. Now Matt Banting has an anxious 50 seconds to wait.
Yep. You know what? That was Ramsey Buchheim selling him into that wave. Paddled for it like he wanted it. Made Matt Banting have a serious look to see whether it was going to be a score or not. And, no one goes the wave, and Matt's made a serious attempt, and the priority switches, and now he's got an opportunity.
Well, he needs to make use of that opportunity in 30 seconds. He's sitting there very calm from where we're looking, but no doubt the butterflies and the anxiety would be running high. The levels are high here in the last 20 seconds. Matt Banting holding on to a narrow lead over Ramsey Buchheim of Morocco. And a 7.62 at 10 seconds, Jesse. Things looking very grim.
Yeah, he just needs to get over this lump, but it looks like he's going to have to take this first little wave. Can he get it before the hooter? Sounds like he's not up, and yeah, he doesn't even get into it. Just not enough time in, on the timepiece there for Ramsey, which means Matt Banting, a past Surfest champion, is going on into the quarterfinals.
Yep. Well done to Matt Banting. He's won here before. He knows how to win here in Merewether and at Surfest. Well, let's see. He's one step closer to that goal in 2016. Jesse Adams on the backside of this break from here at Surfest and Merewether Beach. We'll come back with more of the greatest surfing action on the planet.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Double shaka.
All right, well, welcome back, folks, and that is a wonderful view of the crowd that has mustered up. And let me tell you, every Novocastrian in the Hunter Valley has rolled on down here to Merewether to watch this heat. It's Ryan Callahan in a red singlet, the local kid, taking on Hizzy Botero from Brazil in the black. Joining me in the booth is none other than Merewether Hackstar, and it's Matty Hoy. How are you, Chairman?
Yeah, good, man. All good. It's packed out there.
Oh.
And the way, I just saw a solid 8-foot set.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Wow.
It hit Dixon Park. No one rode it
because
it hit like up at Dixon Park, like I said. But yeah, it was solid. Broke like 300 metres out. Wound all the way down to where the boys are.
Wow, that's good news.
Solid set.
That's good news for Ryan. Well, Ryan is holding priority. Hizzy Botero opened up with a 2.0, so 27.50 on the clock. And this is going to be one of the best heats of the round. Coming up next, we've got Paddy Gudang taking on Jesse Mendez. The one after that will be Josh Miniz taking on Dave Silva. And Leonardo Fioravanti will take on Ezekiel Lau in the last one. So plenty of action coming your way.
Yeah, it's hard out there. The waves are all over the shop. It's just random peaks, but there's some solid sets, and they're looking at go on the rights because they're a bit steeper on the rights. But yeah, it's man versus sea out there, and there's no waves down at Merewether. I had a good look. It's terrible.
Fair enough.
So yeah, they're surfing like 200 metres, 100 metres up the beach, and at Poggos.
Just washing down my Vegemite toast there.
Oh,
Boy.
no.
I'm on the health kick, mate. Have a look at that.
Terry McKenna walked in at 2:40 in the afternoon on a Saturday with Vegemite and toast. How Aussie's that?
Oh, mate, I love it. I love it. I love me Vegemite.
Vegemite kid.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, right now is 27 minutes left on the clock. Ryan Callahan up and riding.
Big foam floater there. What's he got? It's a smaller wave here. Massive turn there, just coming unstuck. He did this yesterday in his heat. He started a bit slow. This is not the conditions you want to start slow.
No.
I just watched him paddle out. He paddled out like 10 minutes before the heat and got a couple of good sets on the head.
Yeah.
It's a good, solid paddle. Here's that wave again. Little foam floater there. Nice big turn here, but just the wave, it hits the bank, it just sort of wobbles out and just comes unstuck on that one.
Still a bit of backwash going through that inside section off the back of the lunchtime high. So local time here in Merewether, about 20 to 3 this afternoon. High tide was 2:30. So I guess
2:30 was it?
Sorry, 12:30. Yeah, so it's about 2 hours into the tide. You can see all the locals rocking the Merewether Surfboard Club T-shirt with the Callahan 57 logo. They're special custom shirts that the boys had made, of course, to honour Gary Callahan, who is Ryan's dad, who sadly passed away recently with leukemia. Had a really nice little send-off with the flowers. It was called a floral send-off this morning with about 200 people right on First Light Hoya. It was a very magical moment.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And RIP go. So here we go. Big hit for Hizzy Botero. And let me tell you, this guy from Brazil can really surf.
Too.
And Ryan has got his work cut out against this guy.
He has. That was a great wave there. A couple of big turns. Flicking out the inside, and now he's got the paddle ahead of him. That's where I saw that solid set. He's going right into those lefts. It's a good paddle. And you get stuck between the bank and the channel. You know, when you get stuck, you can't get to the bank. There's a lot of water moving in there, and it's a good hard paddle. Here's that wave again.
Yeah, big first turn. Here's he nice and vertical right up into the lip.
Turn.
And then he sinks the rail into that one. So that's a sweet combo of major manoeuvres. A little slice at the end to put the icing on the cake. And then he hits the sides. That is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Ryan Callahan with a 2.17 had a marginal lead over Hizanomi Botero from Brazil in the black singlet in his first wave. Black's first was a 2.0, but clearly that's going to be the first decent and substantial score of this heat in the water.
It's interesting all the boys opting to go right. Even the goofy footers, you know, all the good scores in the last couple of heats have been on right, so they're not going left. The left sort of flattens out because the swell's from the east, so and those rights are bowling into the left-handers. But yeah,
well, looks like the lefts kind of get a couple of really steep open face moves on the left, and then they go weird. They hit that gutter, and they don't go all the way through. The rights, they offer you the same options on the outside, but then you also have the inside. That you can also bank on as well. 6.5 was the score, so Ryan needing a 6.34. Currently holding first priority, 24 minutes on the clock.
Like you said, there's a lot of backwash still too. I saw when that set I saw was like a solid 8-foot set, and then the backwash hit it. It was huge. It was a full explosion.
Sure.
Like, just up further than where they're sitting though, so it's. You can see it right there. There's the channel. Like I said, the paddle. He just got stuck in the channel. You know when you're trying to get to the bank and it's just there's so much water moving right next to the bank, you can never get there.
Yeah.
And then it finally sucks you out.
He's like
stuck
a little flow rider. Stuck in the river there. You can almost going backwards as he's paddling.
Yeah.
So
as you can see.
Well, a 6.5 on Hizanomi's last wave there. So the Brazilian firing off the first decent score of this heat. Now Ryan Callahan chasing a 6.34 to get into the lead, so very much got a heat on our hands. Ryan just needs to, keep pace with the Brazilian if he wants to, try and stay in this game, because as you said, it's not the kind of surf that you want to play catch up in. 25 minutes can just go so quickly out here.
Oh, exactly, especially with the paddle too. It's a good 5-minute paddle after every wave. If you get stuck, but I mean, he can get out pretty quick. But if you get stuck by even a longer paddle, if it gets stuck by a set, stuck in that bit where all the water's moving, and it takes you back down towards Merewether too, the rip. So, and they've got jet ski assist, and only unless you're out the back already though. So.
That's right. So you paddle out through that channel at Merewether, the jet ski will come and pick you up and then take you up to where the main bank is. All right, well, there's a break in the action. Let's throw down to the interview on the beach with Fiona.
Thanks, guys. I've just got Matty Banning down here. Matt, I've known you for a long time, and it just seems that in the last couple of years, basically since you won that final here a couple of years ago, you've just turned into a completely different surfer. You're surfing like the men on the tour. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I'm just coming off the back of that injury, first event back, and I've just been taking it easy. Just stoked to get through a few heats and get some practice for snapper, but I paddled out this morning and thinking it was still 4 foot, kind of half reasonably small and manageable, but got out there and it was triple the size I thought, so I went back in and got a 6'1", a couple inches bigger, but it's like 18 months old from a couple seasons Hawaii ago, so.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Jesse was just in the booth earlier and he was saying that, you know, a standout about you is just your timing. You're always perfectly just hit the lip right in the pocket there. How does that feel when you're just in such good sync with the waves?
Yeah, I guess just surfing a lot gets you more in sync with the waves, but I definitely felt a little bit out of sync, a little bit out of timing in that last heat just because of the board. Whole nother leader on top. I just took not a brand new board out, but I hadn't used it in about 18 months, so I took it out and gave it a go and felt a little bit out of sorts, but I got the job done, which is good.
Don't worry, you can't really tell, Matt. And you know what it's like to win here. What are you going to be doing just tonight, this afternoon, going into finals day tomorrow?
It's actually pretty funny. I booked my place until today, so I had to check out earlier. So I've got to go look for another place. I'm actually going to go look in Newcastle to get another place and have a fun night with the girlfriend. And I think Dad's going to come down. Got Mum down here and Nan and everyone. So just make the most of a good night and enjoy tomorrow.
Okay, sounds fun, Matt. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, thank you very much, Fiona. Matthew Banting absolutely nailed that one. He took down Ramsey Bulkheim from Morocco. So good stuff there. Paddy Gadauskas and Jesse Mendez coming up next year, folks, at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. While we were talking, we had a wave from Ryan Callahan, and the crowd were loving it there, Hoya. We'll just
were they? We could hear it from in here.
Absolutely.
It's packed out there too. I've never seen like up there in the beach. Here's the replay of Ryan's wave.
Yeah.
Big first snap here.
Oh, yeah.
Does another one on this steep section.
Lovely.
And it's another little cut down here. Just gets that wave goes a bit flat and he just flicks out.
Yeah.
2 big turns.
What?
You think it's on par with Black's wave? His wave? About the same.
I think about the same.
Or better, maybe.
Well, maybe even better because those turns were very committed. Big, strong, deep
We'll say
bottom
it's
turns. Well, I reckon it's a 675 or maybe a 7. I don't know. That's just maybe my thoughts on it. This is a wave for Hizunami Patero, who also picked up wave number 4. It was only a 0.3. It was wave number 3, actually. It was so there's the shot of the local kid Ryan Callahan, and we're still waiting for the scores to come through for that one. But yeah, I'm just trying to think back to what Hizzy did. So Hizzy got a couple of good hits on the outside, and then he actually put more of a finishing touches on his wave.
Yep.
But the difference is that Ryan's manoeuvres had a big arc through them, didn't they? So I just thought they were just marginally better waves.
Marginally better, yeah. Well, that's coming into that too by the look of it. Maybe. It's going to be on par, I reckon. Just to keep it even. Just go,
that's right.
Let's keep it, because, yeah, like you said, he flowed. It did more manoeuvres, but Ryan's were probably bigger and more gnarly.
Well, whilst we were waiting, gnarly, dude. The old Spicoli, wasn't he? Didn't he have a profound effect on my life? Nice one.
Don't worry,
thanks,
mine
Sean
too.
Penn.
What a legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, here's your Batoni. Wow, that's a bit embarrassing, just getting clubbered by the wave. You so rarely see a fundamental takeoff error like that one at this level. He's just he's like, oh, damn.
You're right, Tess.
Hope
Exactly
nobody saw that. 6.83. There we go. Marginally better than Hizzy Patero. So Callahan is in the lead. Hizzy Patero needing a 2.51. This lead is gonna seesaw like a game of musical chairs for that first place right throughout the next 18 minutes, and this will probably come right down to, I'd say, the final minute and a half or something. You watch, someone will get away that just nails it, and that's how it normally works.
Here's that one fundamental error. He just got hit by the foam, didn't he? Didn't even realise it and just whacked him straight off the board. Wasn't looking, and the foam ball got him.
All right, well, that makes me feel a bit better about my surfing. It's good to see they're human after all. Right, 17 and a half to go. Thank you very much, Throwing Buckets. Of course, did all the graphic design and the official event photography, and all the banners and stuff that you see around the event side are done by Grant Sproul from Throwing Buckets. Not just an online magazine, but Sproul is also a really good graphic and digital artist as well. Thank you very much to Ace Scaffolding and Sandbar Surf Shop, naming right sponsor to the Cadet Cup, and to the gang at Pretty Shady. So if you need a bit of time out, come and visit the Pretty Shady sunscreen station here at Merewether, and you can lather up and enjoy the action here at Surfest.
Yeah, and it's great out there. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of kids hanging around. It's good to see Surfest back to the 6-star with the women's and men's, and people are enjoying it.
They are, and you know what else?
Embracing
it. Well, they are, and you know what else? They heard that there was a swell coming this weekend, so they love to see the pro surfers on our home beaches when there's a bit of swell around.
Yeah.
That's what brings them out.
Oh, for
At
sure.
the end of the day, it's really about the wave quality. I saw Warren Smith out there earlier, and he goes, "What do you reckon, Tez?" And I said, "Starting to feel like Surfest, Warren." You know what I mean? Like the old Surfest with that carnival vibe and stuff. And he goes,
sure.
He goes, "It is, isn't it?" He said, "You see the bus up there with the umbrellas and stuff?" And I went, "Yeah, mate. No, they're all happening." So across the road from the Beaches Hotel, it's an absolute carnival, like a fiesta's going on up there. Bands playing up there. There's stuck stuff happening. You can see all the people lining. They're just they're a blur in the background because the camera's focused on the people in the foreground here. But in the background, there's probably about 1,000 people that are lining the main street here, John Parade, along Merewether there, and it's been a long time since I've seen that many people down here.
Oh, it's been ages. That's what I was saying. You said it feels like Surfest, the Surfest of the old. It's good. And yeah, up in the park there's all sorts of stuff going on, like you said, bands. There's all old surfboards up there.
Yep.
I did a lap then and pegged a couple out, don't worry. I wouldn't mind that one.
Did you see any channel bottoms?
A couple of channel bottoms,
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so it's a really good atmosphere out there, and if you're around and you're in Newcastle, come down and check it out. And it's a great vibe, man.
All right, well, Ryan Callahan having a bit of a paddle at that one. It won't matter because he's in second priority. First priority is with black, so here's Naomi Botero from Brazil looking for only a 2.51 to take the lead. Of course, he'll be looking for a bit more than that, and Callahan just exploring his non-priority options on that one. Ryan looking to replace a 2.17 on his second best wave. It looks like he spotted a little something here, Hoya.
Yeah, they're sitting in. When I was watching before, they were getting like that, getting a couple of sets on the hit, sitting in pretty close, and there were sets breaking another 100 metres out in the ocean, which they could have got a couple of roll-ins, but yeah, I saw them get caught like they just did then by a few. So maybe it's better to sit out a bit. You know what though? The good rights that they're riding are in close.
You're right.
You know when it's like a set breaks out the back, but the good ones are on the inside. It's like 50 metres between them.
Sure.
It's that sort of swell and that sort of day.
I used to hate those days when I was a grommet.
Torture.
You know what I mean? Because you'd paddle out, you paddle in, you get them on the head, you paddle too far out, you'd miss them. And then you just do that for like 3 hours and then say, someone help me to get in, would you?
It's exactly like that. There's waves breaking 100 metres out further than where they're sitting, but the good ones are in 20 metres from where they're sitting. So
all right, we can see.
It's difficult.
It's almost like here's Botero. Could hear what you're saying there, Hoya. He's taking a leaf out of what we were just saying. He's moving right out onto that outer bank, and you can see those bigger set waves coming through out the back. Good, solid, 3 to 5 footers with occasional 6 foot set. And Matty even said that we had a bomb set come through Diko.
It was 8 foot.
Yeah,
it broke 300 metres out.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a good one too. It wound all the way down to where they're sitting too. There's only one. There was a few in the set, 3-wave set, but one of them was really good. But
nice.
It's nowhere near where they're sitting though. It's another 300 metres up the beach.
Well,
Dicko left.
A bit of a lazy one, this one. Just not much happening. Thank you very much to the Burwood Inn. There's been something on at the Burwood every night, and tonight is Saturday night. You can unwind at the Burwood tonight with DJ Timmy Coffee in the front bar.
Coffee, no way. Classic. And tomorrow night we're bringing Super Surfest Sunday back. Sunday Arvo Chefs. We used to have, it was a tradition every year we'd have, that's what it was called, Super Surfest Sunday. The boys would come down, all the Knights players, and have a few beers, and then we'd go back to the Burwood Inn and have a few more beers.
Gotcha.
So tomorrow we're going to try and bring back the tradition. So
love that stuff. If only I wasn't, I got to head off to the next contest
at
Manly.
Manly.
So
first thing Monday morning.
Well, I'm leaving Sunday night because I got to be down there and have a commentators meeting with IMG and stuff. So it's a pretty big gig.
You're going to miss it.
I will miss it, yeah, but it's okay. I've
done it before.
Mate, I've played up enough this week, let me tell you, Hoya. For an old man of my age. Ryan Callahan in the lead with a 683 and a 217. And then you got Hizzy Botero from Brazil in second with a 6.5 and a 2.0. Hizzy only needing a 2.51 to take the lead. We've got 12 and a half minutes on the clock. And it's first priority black, second priority red.
If it was me in this heat and I didn't have priority, I'd stay away from the other competitor. I'd be nowhere near him. Because there's random peaks. It's not like it's a set bank. There's peaks everywhere out there. Insiders, outsiders, and I'd just go away.
Sure, look at those little ones going through the inside there.
Yeah, well, that's they hit the bank better, the mid-sized ones. So
gotcha.
I'd be staying away from the other guy. Why go near him? really.
Well, then what you're doing is you're allowing him to have he can use his priority on you.
Yeah.
If you paddle away from him, and like you said, you disable his priority
Yeah,
effectively.
exactly.
And you could get a little nugget that pops up.
Yeah, exactly. So, especially in a playing field like this, it's not like it's, a point break or it's off the rocks where it's so tight.
Sure.
It's like a football field.
It is a football field, and it's there is no really defined bank out there. You summed it up earlier when we were on together here on the webcast. You said that it's just a big flat bank out there, and the only thing that's making a break is the fact that we've got kind of a north and a northeast and a southeast swell kind of colliding together, and they're creating these little like triangle peaks, some teepees popping up everywhere now and again.
Yeah, exactly. It's no set bank, so stay away. If you got priority, if you haven't got priority, stay away from the guy with priority.
Yep, that's right.
Give yourself all options, like you said. It's like a priority to yourself.
All right. Well, Ryan looks like he may be paddling with intent on this one.
He's
good,
going.
Clean wave, and that's going to be a nice second wave here for Ryan. Let's see if he can tag this thing, Hoyo.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
Luke Egan snap right there, eh?
That is old school, and for my liking, that sort of surfing never goes out of fashion. Rightio, well, Ryan Callahan gets his, he's definitely going to improve on the 2.17, and we will get the boys in the 180 truck to drag up the replay. Take us through this one, Matty.
Oh, how clean's this wave? Big first turn here, nice carve. This second turn's a money turn. Big layback snap off the foam.
Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo. How's the rooster tail
Good
on that
first,
thing?
good two turns right there. Two big, nice carve at the start, and then a big layback snap up at the end there.
All right, well, the
good
locals,
surfing by Ryan.
Yeah, the locals pretty happy about that one. We've got we're broadcasting out of a, of course, it's a luxury unit on the beach, isn't it? I was going to say.
I wish we could show it. A luxury unit.
I was going to say a shed, and then I better not give it away. We might ruin the whole illusion of what we're actually doing.
Exactly what it is.
It's a shed, it's a workplace shed. But it's a lovely shed, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Yeah.
And, as a man, I mean, I've got a love of sheds.
Every man's got a love of shed.
Of course they have, mate. Every man needs a shed, don't they? Absolutely.
With an esky.
Yes, that's what we need.
Or fridge, if you've got a shed. If you've got a good shed, it's got a fridge.
Well, last wave scores for Ryan Callahan. Still not through yet. The judges having a long, hard think about that one. Pretty sweet first move, just kind of a little check turn to set it up. But like you said, the second turn was the money turn. He laid into that thing. And he's going to get a kind of a mid-range score coming through here. I thought there was a possibility of something better than this. But judges think that there's a lot of room for scoring out there. So I guess that this one hasn't really come in.
We're pretty biased in this heat.
Of course we are.
Not really, but you know what I mean.
No, but we don't have an effect on the judges
exactly,
anyway. We're in another completely part of the compound. Here goes Hizzy Baterio. This is going to be the replay. The reply, I should say. Oh, big fin waft there from his and Naomi Baterio from Brazil, and he couldn't control it. Ryan Callahan getting the better of that exchange with a 5.33. Now moves further ahead of Hizzy Baterio, who's chasing a 5.67 to go into the lead. This is the replay.
Rolling. It's a full roll in this one. Gets up, the wave hasn't broke yet. Just chinks into this one. Goes for a big snap here. Would have been a sick turn if he made it. And then the wave didn't look that good anyway. It looked like it closed out. So it's probably a blessing in disguise.
Probably, because it saves him a bit of paddle.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll be able to, I was going to say regain priority. But it looks like Callahan has gone back into priority. So the things are working pretty good for the local guy, Ryan Callahan, at the moment. He's had a 5.33 and a 6.83. I believe that the kind of surfer that Ryan is in these sort of conditions, that he could probably almost replace both those scores.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and
just the time, the paddle out, like we keep saying, it's a bit of a paddle. Especially if you get stuck by a set, you get pretty hammered.
Sure.
But yeah, the time, it's the only thing factor about the getting two better scores than what he's got. But he's 6.83. That's a good start. Anyway, here he goes. Speak of the man. Big snap at the start here. Little insider. Big whack off the foam there. That's the way. He knows what to do. Get out of there. Don't bother.
How you do it.
Yeah.
I like those
pin drop.
Pin drops. They're perfect, aren't they? Because you just get, you just pierce straight down and your leg rope takes the hit from the whitewash, and then you just pull your board back and off you go. This is the replay of this last wave. Nice first manoeuvre, and then he sets it up here again. throws the fins, very progressive surfing there from Ryan Callahan, and we'll see if that goes into the top 2. His previous best wave was a 5.33. His previous second best wave, I should say, a 5.33. So
I don't think he's going to better that.
I think so. There was a combination of majors. The first one was pretty sweet. The second one was real nice.
I liked his last one better than that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think the way before is definitely better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But it was still nice to watch good surfing, and he's just trying to keep the momentum going in this heat. Sometimes it's important just to have rhythm, isn't it, and turn your waves.
Sure.
So I used to say, I remember I used to have this spiel back in the days when I did a bit of coaching with the guys. I used to go, like, think of all the things that happen with rhythm in a heat, like you're paddling, right? So you've got a rhythm to your paddle, you've got a rhythm to your breathing, your heart's beating, the sets are coming through, they're pulsing through in a certain way. I mean, this is all the rhythm of the rhythm of the heat.
Yeah.
So if you can tune into all these different little all these little beats, and you can find your way in there, you can actually get yourself rhythm in the heat.
Yeah, for sure.
So otherwise, some people just tend to sit there for ages, and you can fall into a bit of a hole. There's a great shot of the crowd. They are stacked about 4 or 5 deep here, right along the promenade, folks, at Surfest 2016. It's the Super Saturday of the final series weekend here at Merewether Beach.
Yeah, with our local hero out there. First year on tour. Big year ahead for him, and yeah, he's doing pretty well.
Who was the last person from Merewether to come off the tour?
Luke.
It was Luke, was
2005.
it? Gotcha. And what were you, 2003?
2001.
Oh, okay. Wow.
2000, really, yeah.
For longer ago than I thought.
I know, yeah.
Hey?
I know.
Geez, we've had a bit of a wait.
Keep clutching at those straws too, don't worry.
Mate, it's I mean, we had such joy watching, the likes of yourself and Nikki and Luke and Lauro there for a while, and all the guys from Merewether who have made it onto the tour. And then, we had some guys on the QS campaigners like, Mitchell Ross and even Paul Parks.
Yep.
And a few other guys who have gone out there and given it a belt. Even Jesse now is, Jesse Adams, such a great surfer. If he just knuckled down and actually gave it a really good shot, he's the kind of calibre of surfer that he is. He would have a real chance of qualifying if he spent a whole year going around to the contests like this. But it all comes down to money and
sponsorship.
And if you really want to do it too, because you have to be so committed, you can't just half-baked do it. You got to go all out.
Yeah. Why go half-baked anyway? If you're going to have a go, have a go. But like you said, it's expensive. You got to have good sponsorship. So, good backing behind you. And it costs a lot of money to do it. Really does.
All right.
And especially to do, I think it's even harder when you qualify and you've got to do both tours.
Sure.
When you're on the cusp. Like, Ryan's going to have to do that this year probably. You know what I mean? Not that he's not going to do that well on the CTs, but just to make sure, you don't want to go halfway through there and go, I should start doing those QSs.
No.
Which a lot of people do.
That's right. Well, this is a 6-star, and this is as important as they get. Although, no, they've got 10,000 QSs now, haven't they? Yeah.
Primes,
Well, it's
10,000, are they? Yeah.
Yes. So, but this is a very important one in the grand scheme of things. So, a win here could really help Ryan to be a great springboard into his 2016 campaign. Speaking of Ryan Callahan, this is him up and riding. The goofy footer from Merewether tries to throw it up vertically on the froth there, but these waves are a little harder to ride than they look.
Oh, it is. It's really hard to find them, let alone ride them. It's got a lot of wobble in it. Like we keep saying, there's no set bank, so there's peaks, random peaks everywhere, and it sort of flattens out, wobbles out. There's backwash, there's side wash, look at that. It just proves how wobbly that wave was right there. Yeah, well, it's difficult to surf.
That's right. We do have a long-range northeast swell that kind of peaked overnight, I guess, or yesterday afternoon. There was some monstrous sets around. And then we had because we had the big southerly change yesterday, we've also got a kind of a residual southeast swell that's now mixed into it. So it is a kind of two swells kind of colliding. Not the best scenario. We're not surfing Merewether, which is the world-class wave. We're up the beach there. But let me tell you where that wave there is standing up towards Dixon Park. When it gets big, those left-handers, they're world-class, aren't they, mate?
They're world-class. I've had some of the best waves of my life out there.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's you know what, there's a bank up there. Another 200 metres up the beach. There's actually a good left up there. So you never know. If tomorrow's another day, I don't know if the swell's supposed to. It looks like the swell's actually going more east today than what it was yesterday.
Well, that's what the forecast.
Is it? Is it supposed to go around to the south? Because there's a good. Actually, Merewether could be really good tomorrow if it goes a bit more south, right out the front here. So
yeah, that's right.
Here's Callahan Going
Well,
on the second
he's
priority.
looking for a ramp. He's going to get a section here. He comes around and he lays some rail into
big
that
turn
thing.
there.
And once again, commitment to the rail is awesome from this kid. He's really got. He's not just. He's got some really good traditional 101 kind of surfing about him. You know, just your traditional good strong bottom top turn combos and that. But he's also got the incredible bag of tricks as well. That's why he's such a well-rounded competitor. As we check the replay.
Watch this turn. It's a massive turn. Now he gets one in. You can see that this wave just hits the bank, and then as soon as it's off the bank, it goes into that channel before the inside, and it just flicks straight out. It goes so fat, so quick.
Yep, there's not even worth trying to cut back and connect, reconnect with those ones. Some of the ones that have got a lot of volume, and the ones that you don't think are going to connect, they go all the way through. The ones that look like they have a big section on the outside, they seem to just disappear into that gutter. So we've got 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. So this is really coming down to the wire. Here's Tsunami Patero only needing. Well, he's only needing a 5.67. That last wave for Ryan will not go into top two. And Hizzy could really throw a spanner in the works here. Ryan's going to have to be really lucky if he survives this onslaught, because Tsunami Patero is an absolute ripper of a surfer. And a 5.67, he can do that with his eyes closed. And it looks like something's coming through. This could be a real heartbreak for the local kid, Ryan Callahan. And let's hope not. Here we go, as we see Patero just trying to set it up through the inside.
Whoa.
And he's gone down screaming.
He got hammered. That was a huge section.
Almost looks like he's riding an old board there. Did you see the colour of that board?
Yeah, it's a bit brown, eh?
Yeah, it's a bit tainted.
Well,
So Ryan
Banting said he rode a board that he hadn't ridden for 18 months.
Have a look at the corner of this thing. This is the replay for Hizzy Patero. Sets it up with a little check turn there. He eyes off something down the line. Big major move. Had he have landed that one,
you never know what they could have.
Yeah, well, mate, a 5.67 would have been almost guaranteed. But with 5 seconds remaining, it looks like Ryan Callahan is going to go through this heat. That is the hooter in the background.
Quarterfinals for Callahan.
Wow, that is a great news. And look at the Novocastrians. They're so parochial, these Newcastle people. And they are loving the fact that their boy is into the quarterfinals of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. What a great heat, folks. It was a little weird and wonky out there. Coming up next, we've got Patrick Dauskas in the red singlet from the USA. He'll take on the boy from Brazil, Jesse Mendes. And that is Ryan Callahan. Winners are grinners. We're going to be back with more of Surfest straight after this break, so stick around.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, marks the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Okay, so welcome back everyone to Surfest 2016. It is the Super Saturday here. You're watching the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It is a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League. 150 grand up for grabs. And Matty Hoy joining me in the booth. Matty Hoy, 25,000 US for the winner.
Mate, that's epic.
What was the biggest single paycheck you ever got?
I was thinking that 20 grand was mine.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's still pretty hefty.
Yeah,
pretty good.
yeah.
Did you put that straight down on the house?
Yeah, I don't know what.
On the bar?
No, on the bar, exactly. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, have you still got any of the old big checks in a garage?
Yeah, I got that
somewhere?
one.
Have
yeah,
you?
Yeah, that was from Portugal.
That'd be hard to throw those out, wouldn't it?
I can't.
No?
Throw 'em. I got Reunion and Portugal, the checks. Still.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The one from Portugal is a good one. It's a
What
big
about, did you get to keep the rashies and stuff?
Yeah, I got all the rashies.
Yeah. What do you do with them? They're just sitting on a...
Oh, they just do nothing.
Yeah, in a box somewhere.
Yeah, in a box, exactly. They actually one of the Bells one is, nice big.
Chihuahua.
Just getting smashed. I got the Bells one and the trophies in at Pacific Dreams, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Thing is a shop, yeah. And the
Yeah.
board
Wow.
trophy and the rashie.
Oh, that's a lovely little tribute to PD, Pacific Dreams, who sponsored Matty and nearly every other good surfer in Newcastle over the years. Here's the replay. Jesse Mendez, first wave, looked pretty sweet. He got into it really late. That didn't seem to be too much of a problem. He double pumped and then he got a nice open-faced carve.
Weird where he nosedived there, hey?
Yeah, they haven't got a lot of rocker in their boards, these guys. They like to surf those kind of flatter boards so they can build up a heap of speed so they can do the big airs.
Yeah.
So as a result, when you get it into a big curve like that, like the bottom of that wave, just the nose kind of caught on that one and over the handlebars went Jesse Mendez. 1.5 from the judges. So Paddy Gadauskas on screen at the moment goes into a priority situation. 25 minutes left on the clock. And once again, you're watching heat number 6 of the round of 16 here at Surfest.
Yeah, so if they lose it, what do they get? 9th if they lose this heat. So that's not a bad start to the year.
Yep.
And final. You want to make the quarters though. That's a result.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a 5th place is what we used to, like on tour. That's the goal. That was your
minimum
first goal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What about that's funny, isn't there? There's little checkpoints that you go along. And did you just ever? You didn't ever go into a contest thinking that? Did you just take it heat by heat and then wave by wave? Did you just look at it like that? or were you one of those guys that had all the rankings out trying to go?
No chance.
No, of course you weren't.
I just heat for heat. I just wanted to go surfing pretty much. I had no strategy.
No,
I had
that's
nothing.
right.
I just went out there and if the waves were good or I was better when it was consistent, so I didn't have to sit and wait. If there was heaps of waves and I could just keep surfing, that was my go. Days like today, I did all right too.
If you sat and waited, do you think that you started to overthink the heat?
Yeah, overthink everything, not just the heat. I was thinking about everything.
I had a talk to Michaela Green. She was in the women's division the other day. She came to me and she looked really flustered, and I said, okay, you need to take a big old chill pill, girl, and just take a big breath in. And I said, and here's the deal. When you go into a heat, there's 2 ways that you can think about a heat. You can either think about the outcome of the heat, which means how much money am I going to get, what sort of rankings, am I going to get a better sponsorship, someone up there going to be cheering me on, what's the prize money, all that. Or that's the outcome.
Yep.
Or you can think about the process of winning the heat. The process is where am I going to paddle out, what am I going to do when I get to my feet, what am I going to do on my next manoeuvre, and thinking about actually winning the heat. I said, you cannot think about the outcome and expect to win this heat.
Oh, no chance.
Yeah, and so, it's a real simple lesson for kids that are listening out there. This is 101 sports psychology. So always think of the process instead of the outcome. You think of the outcome.
With everything.
Yeah.
Really?
True. That's true.
It's not just surfing a heat. It's a life.
It is.
Really.
A lot of these analogies for surfing work with life.
Yeah.
I really like it. I had another one that I like to use for the kids. This is good. I love talking to you about this stuff. I had another one I used to use where Tom Curran one time, I remember he said, I only look like 1 metre in front of my board. I don't look right down the line. So then when I'm coming off the bottom on an 8-footer at Bells, by the time I'm halfway up the face, I just see the lip coming down. It's more of a reflex action, so it's more spontaneity.
Yeah, right.
And I thought, well, that's an analogy for life, isn't it? You don't want to have X marks the spot and miss out on all the good stuff that life's got to offer. So let's just surf the piece of water immediately in front of us.
Exactly.
Jesse Mendez going down again on the second wave.
I know. He took off late. See, there's one of those sets. Look how far out that wave broke compared to where they were sitting.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it, actually. You don't want to go too ahead of yourself.
Well, you know those kids that take off and it's like X marks the spot. Here's the replay of Jesse. So he just wobbled on takeoff and he never really recovered. He tried to throw it up there, but that lip came down a bit faster than he thought.
Just jumps out of there, really.
And, well, that's all she wrote for Jesse Mendez. He's at a 1.5 and a 1.0. They're all throwaway scores at the moment, folks. And 21:45 on the clock with Paddy Gadauskas holding first priority. Sounds like somebody's opened up the mic down there near the beach. You can hear the seagulls and the sound of the ocean. Sound of kids' laughter and rainbows and stuff. Sounds good. Sounds like fun out there, doesn't it?
Oh, it is fun out there. I was out there. There was kids skating around. It's good they've blocked the road off too, so everyone can just wander. I go to look every time. Oh, that's right, it's blocked.
How cool is it? And all those little kids. There's about 50 kids out the side here on their skateboards, and they're going off the edge of the go. They're only 6, 7 year olds, and they think it's the greatest thing ever.
They're loving it.
Getting there for the first time, and I was down there commentating, and they were loving it. We're going to throw with a little break. We're going to throw down to Fiona, talk to the winner of the previous heat. Take it away.
Thank you. Yes, I'm down here with Ryan. Ryan, I mean, you had a 5 and a 7 there. I think the door was kind of still open at the end there for you to get beaten, and I don't think you had priority. Tell me how the nerves were.
Yeah, I couldn't really hear much out there. We're a fair way down the beach, and it's pretty big and messy, so I actually had no idea what I had or no idea what he had. I knew I was in first, but I didn't know what he needed or anything, so I was just trying to almost get better waves than what I had, just trying to improve my scores, and it was pretty nerve-wracking, but I don't know, it just I was trying. It was hard. It was easy not to think about it because I couldn't hear anything.
And when you rocked up here this morning, were you kind of stoked that we were surfing in the middle of the beach? Because, I mean, every time it breaks like this, I happen to surf out there with you because we both like going left. So were you happy about that?
Yeah, I think I paddled out there this morning and it was really difficult, but I don't know, it's tricky conditions. It's really lumpy and bumpy and kind of solid, so hopefully it drops off tomorrow. I think there could be some really fun waves around.
And what are you going to be doing tonight? Are you going to rock up here early tomorrow and try and get in the water before the contest, or?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'll keep it pretty low key, and I've been waking up every morning pretty early and getting down here, so I'll try and do that again. Keep the routine.
Okay, sounds good. Please do that, and please keep shredding. Good luck in the next round. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you, Ryan Callahan, and you have made a lot of Nova Coasters very happy.
Hasn't he? And he summed it up then, didn't he? Just said, yeah, it's lumpy and bumpy. It's really hard out there.
Yeah.
But you just got to, go. And he said he couldn't hear anything.
No.
He had the best thing about no nerves. We couldn't hear anything anyway.
They are a long way from the source of the sound. These kids are around about, I'd say, 300 metres up the beach now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the NBN cameras are really cool. There's Ryan getting his picture taken with and there's Ryan's mum there giving him a big hug. It's been a big day. That's his sister. Yeah, awesome stuff there, Maddie and the gang. And so, yeah, really... great result there for Ryan. You can see Warren Smith out the back there. Look at the smile.
Loving it, yeah.
Look at him, loving it, wasn't he?
Surfest, yeah.
Hey?
He's always got a smile on his face.
He has, mate. Why? And he's got a beautiful smile too.
I was going to say that. He's got some really cool teeth.
Yeah, looking dynamite. It's always helps, doesn't it?
Hollywood.
Yeah, that's why they call him Hollywood.
Exactly.
He's got the golden smile. All right, so we got around about 18 on the clock. This heat has not got underway effectively, folks. We've got a 1.5 and a 1.0 in there for Jesse. For Jesse Mendez. So Jesse's had 2 throwaway scores. Paddy Gadauskas, I haven't even seen him on the camera. No. Is he actually out there?
Yeah, he's out there. But yeah, he hasn't even rode a wave.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is. I reckon in these here he goes. We just said he's stay busy, but you got to go waves. There's all sorts of lumps and bumps. So you just got to get it. Here he is, fading back. The rights of the go, and no one went really right. Jesse hasn't even looked at it right. Oh, big layback snake.
Nice.
What's he? Oh, it just gets one in. I thought he was going to carve, then he sort of laid back and lost the end of that wave. It looked like he was going to do a speed turn, then he saw the wave was going to close out maybe and just went for the big hack.
Well, that's been the best way of the heat so far, so it won't be a Titanic score, but it will be something to build house off for Patrick Gadauskas from the USA. Both the brothers are in the draw at the moment, so Tanner and Patrick. I wonder, did you know if did John Giroux or Tanner get through that heat? Can you remember that one?
I don't know. Look, there it is, that layback snap. He just, he faded at the start of that wave too. Maybe that put him out of sync with that whole wave.
Sure.
If he didn't fade, he raced, he might have got a turn and then an end turn.
Maybe, yeah. It is very hard to read the playing field here today, folks, for the Super Saturday at Surfest. Around about 17 minutes on the clock. Hope you're enjoying the action, and particularly a big shout out to those people. It's televised on the Oceanic Cable Channel in Hawaii. So aloha to all our friends over there. Thanks for watching, and hope that you're enjoying the competition, that you can sort of remotely understand what Matt Hoy and I are saying in our native Australian tongue. It's not really English, is it?
No.
It's not really the Queen's English.
No chance it is. Thank God. No, I'm joking. I wish I could speak that good of English, but, you only can do what you can do.
It's very much an Australiana town, Newcastle, isn't it?
For sure. Like I said the other day, we've got the Newcastle drool.
Yes, yeah. It is, when you think about people who come from overseas and go, I find it hard to understand Australian people speaking, slow down.
Yeah.
Because we always speak quickly. We've got so many slang words here in Newcastle. And it really is, it's almost the epicentre of Australiana these days.
A town called Average. Town called Average, apparently.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, actually, Michael Crawley posted it out to me. He said, saw it in the paper, and it said a town called Average, and they test a lot of advertising and stuff. Yeah, in Newcastle, because they think it's like level.
Yes.
And if it works in Newcastle,
it's
going to
work anywhere.
Yeah.
I know that because I work in radio, and I've been in radio for 27 years, and that's one of the things that a lot of companies come, and they come with a new product. They'll launch it in Newcastle. If it works here, then they'll continue the run and launch it nationally.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work here, then it won't work anywhere. And the reason is because Newcastle people are very. They know about good value for money. They're very honest with their opinions. Very much country people, and so they can get a really nice kind of feel for what the truth is about the product.
Yeah.
And the guys from the radio station actually paid me a really nice compliment the other day, and they said, Tazza, in this market, to be on the radio for 27 years is a real testament to you, mate. Because, if you're no good, you would have been gone a long time ago in the old Newcastle.
Exactly.
I just don't think anyone else wants to do the work.
Well, they
get
don't,
up
obviously.
I tried to offer it to you. I tried to offer it to Jesse. I've been trying to wriggle out of this gig for the last 5 years.
The last 27 years.
No, it's unreal. It's a great job, and I love doing the surf reports here in Newcastle. And you know what? I get up.
It's a tradition, mate.
Mate,
it's a surf report.
5:15 every morning for the last 27 years. I've got up 7 days a week.
Whoa.
Yeah, and that includes big nights and everything, Sometimes I just didn't even go to bed.
I can imagine. I'm sure there's a few of them.
So, but it's unreal, and it's got me to see some beautiful sunrises, and the mornings are just the best part of the day. Well, finally, something for Paddy Gdauskas. Sets the rail on this one. This is a better combo.
Wow.
Oh! Double pump rock and roll floater. That is beautiful stuff.
They say floaters are dead, but that's pretty sick.
that-
I agree. Floaters they say that they don't score them anymore or whatever. I think floaters is one of the most difficult manoeuvres, and put your body on the line.
Yeah.
And they, I don't know.
Well, let's have a look at the angle. When we're going to see the replay on this one, here we go. Let's check the angle of attack. He went vertically up into this manoeuvre. So, nice little first turn to set it up.
Big turn there. Watch this photo. With the lip up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I liked it.
Lovely. He not only got that rock and roll kind of feel on it, but he also stomped the tail so the nose kind of came up.
Yeah.
And then he came down like big tail first landing. That was beautiful.
Yeah, sick.
That takes good control to do that sort of stuff on a wave like that. And that was a combination of major manoeuvres too, because he did the first one, went straight with flow into the second. You've got to be thinking, well, undoubtedly that's going to be the best wave of the heat, because prior to that, Paddy Gdauskas had only had a 3.67, which was the best wave of the heat. So that's got to be sort of 6.5 point range or something like that.
I'm interested to see.
What would you score it?
Well, I'd score it. Here we go. We're going to watch it again.
This is for the judges.
Yeah, okay.
So they even want to have a good look at it, Hoya, because once again they're going to go, it was only a floater, and the guy's probably going, but have a look at the floater.
Yeah, well, this is a first good, nice hack there at the start, and then this floater hits the lip and then floats and then comes down with the lip. I liked it.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
good.
if it's going to be a huge score, but I think it's good. And they say floaters are dead, but I don't agree.
No, not at all. And of course, the floaters were pretty much invented by Avoca Beach local and legend Mark Sanger Sainsbury. You know what? Look at this. They're going up on this. It's going to be 717.
Yeah, bring him back. That's the way I like it.
You'll be back on tour if they do that.
No, I was hopeless at him.
That's right. It's like if they're going to score cutbacks big,
they're dead too.
Be back on tour.
They're dead as well. So.
No, I don't think they're the old cutback or the floater for that matter. And you know, a lot of these traditional manoeuvres, when they're done in the right part of the wave, they can still score really big.
Well, there it is. That's perfect. That's a perfect score for that wave. I'm stoked they judged it well.
All right, so it looks like Patrick Gudauskas is keeping the pedal onto the medal. You didn't hear the result from the Jean Duroux one because I hear he's a quickie bloke, so I thought you might have.
I didn't. I missed that.
Right, I might jump my phone and see if I can get the result of that one. Big shout out to Colin Law from the Commonwealth Bank. Colin was the driving force behind the crowdfunding for the women's event. Also, thank you very much to Brett Derwin and also Danielle McCosker, who was instrumental in making it all happen. And of course it was Taggart, the business advisors got their name pulled out. They do accounting and mentoring and all that sort of business stuff, and ended up with the naming rights for the QS 6000, the Taggart Women's Pro. So 72 different businesses put in $1,650 each. Everyone was then given a surfer. If your surfer wins the contest, you get $6,000 back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No.
Oh, cool.
How cool's that?
Yeah.
This is why people went in it.
Yeah, okay.
So one of the persons got their name pulled out and they could get the naming right. That was Taggart.
Yeah.
Everybody else gets allocated a surfer with a random electronic trying to draw. If your surfer wins, you get $6,000 back. If it gets second, it's $4. Third is like $2, and you get your money back if they come fourth.
Oh, how good's that?
Really good model. Really good model that the WSL are looking at and looking to possibly recreate around the world.
Really?
Yeah.
From town called Average, there it is again. Test it here first.
Newcastle does it again. Newcastle is such a parochial town, and the people are so into supporting each other here that it was. Yeah, it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna work anywhere else. I don't know, but I'm sure there's more parochial towns in the world.
Well, you know, it's a good model to test, and if it works here, and it can work everywhere else. It's good to have other places have a go at it as well. Like I said before, it brings in $1.5 million to the town. So as if local businesses aren't going to support it, they should be supporting it.
That's right. It was something like 25 million over the duration of the competition that it's contributed towards the town of Newcastle. So it is definitely, and the amount of people, the sheer volume of people that come here to compete. You know, we're talking about 550 people in the across the contest, and then you've got all the tag team stuff and that as well. I mean, it's about 800 competitors. And it goes over a week, so it's a very substantial economic impact on the local economy. That was a substantial big hit there from Paddy Goudang, but he couldn't hang on to it.
That would have been a big score. There was a massive turn, and that wave looked like it was going to wall back up for him too. Just come unstuck at the end there. It was a big turn though.
Great to see him going for it though, and always a very much the entertainment machine from the USA. Patrick Gudauskas, he's in the lead at the moment. Jesse Mendez is the boy from Brazil. He's chasing a 9.34, but effectively Jesse's heat hasn't begun. He's had a 1.5 and a 1.0. This has got to be probably the lamest, 17 minutes that Jesse Mendez has ever had to deal with. He hasn't had too much to play with out there at the moment.
No, he hasn't at all. He got one just in the break there. He just did one big turn and then flicked out of it because he knew it wasn't going to wall up. But the paddle is going to get even harder. The tide's dropping, and that in-between bit on the bank is going to be thumping. And the same thing in those outside sets are going to break another 200, 300 metres out. So it's going to be interesting the last few heats.
2 more heats remaining, folks. Heat number 7, Josh Menez from Hawaii and David Silva from Brazil. And in the final heat of the day, Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy will take on Hawaii's Ezekiel Lau. So very good stuff, and I think Johnny Shimika will be sneaking back into the booth along with Luke Kennedy or Jesse Adam, or just a cavalcade of commentary stars will be working their way in with Johnny. And he'll be stoked because there's a couple of Hawaiians in the last.
Exactly.
You were sort of
Hawaiian on Hawaii.
You came through that whole Johnny Shimika era. You and that same you went competing against. Did you ever beat him?
No. No chance.
Yeah.
I had fun with him.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's not go there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a family show. So, yeah, 7 minutes left on the clock. So, Shamil will be taking us through the last two heats of the day. As I said, Josh Moniz versus David Silva. And then Leo Fioravanti takes on Ezekiel Lau. Lots of very cool surfing coming your way here at Surfest for the Super Saturday. Tomorrow, the swell is expected to be a little smaller, but still around the 3 to 4, maybe 5 feet mark. And wind's going to be lighter. Everything's going to be more lined up because we had a real mishmash of swells this morning. I think what we're going to have tomorrow is some more defined lines, and that's going to allow for some really high performance surfing.
Yeah, it might move back out to Merewether 2A off the rocks, maybe, if the swell straightens up a bit more.
I think so, and I'd like to see it there because when these guys surf down the beach, it's cool, but it's kind of fragments the competition somewhat.
For sure.
What about last year? We had the whole contest was down at Dixon Park.
It was a skeleton crew up this end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just like a couple of tumbleweeds blowing down like through the food vents. Take that. All right, so 6 minutes on the clock, and Paddy Gadauskas with a 3.67 and a 7.17. Thank goodness he's got one good score in there, because otherwise, Jesse Mendez now needing a 7.08. Jesse got a little 3.77 as a bit of a backup shot. Here we go. Nice split peak scenario. And the camera's not too sure which way to go. Mendez is off that one real quick. And we saw on the right-hander Patrick Gadauskas, he got into that one, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty good wave for you.
I know. I think they both just flicked straight out.
Okay.
Just both got 0.5s.
Well, there you go. They both must have exited the same waves at the same time.
Went the same wave, exited at the same time, get the same score. Oh, no, 0.6, 0.5.
All right, so Paddy Gooding actually got the priority then, so he must have got out there and a little bit before Jesse Mendez. So 5.20 on the clock. Mendez chasing a 7.08 to take the lead from Patrick Gadauskas. Worst wave 3.67 for Pat. First priority red. Second priority is black.
That's what you're saying about moving the comp. The boys I saw a few of the surfers say, you know what the best thing about this comp? If there's waves somewhere else, they'll move it. It's not mobile, but it is.
Yep.
You know? But they always pick the best waves they can.
Well, Smithy's very mindful about looking after the surfers. I mean, when we were around at Newcastle Beach, it was, and we, in the glory days of Surfest, when we had really big budgets to work with. Warren used to feed the competitors breakfast, lunch, and tea.
Yeah.
You used to get like a little band, and you go up the top and you'd just be treated like an absolute king. And
it was one of the only events in the world then to do it too.
That's right, and people used to come here because they'd have to save hard, particularly some of the Brazilians, for instance, where it's a long way to come, very expensive ticket, so they'd save their dollars and they'd get out here to Surfest, and they'd know that when they got here, once they paid their entry fee, if they could find somewhere cheap to crash, and Warren had put half of them up on his own floor, then they were sweet. They had their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All they had to do was surf really good, try and make some money, and get to the next competition. So Surfest has always been a contest that's been designed for surfers first and foremost, and that's what they still do to this day.
Yeah, it's good. Like you said, that was one of the only contests in the world that gave you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now all of them do it pretty much.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that's what the hospitality in Newcastle was brilliant.
Absolutely. No, brilliant stuff.
Brilliant.
Brilliante. We are down to 3 minutes 45 on the clock. So it's been a bit of a quiet one, this one, apart from the 7.17 from Paddy Gadauskas. It's been nothing really to write home about. It's kind of backed right off out there at the moment. The tide is receding. We're coming off a I think it was like a 1.6 metre high tide around 12:30 today. So I thought that we may have seen a little more action. What's in fact happening is it's also coinciding with the drop in swell.
Yeah,
so it's getting
everything's decreasing.
Yeah, so it's just a little less action than we would have really hoped for, folks. But thanks for hanging in there with us, and hopefully some of these little stories and life lessons that Matthew High and myself have told throughout these last two heats, or help to keep you hanging around.
Exactly. Another thing about coming to Newcastle too, the boys used to like the nightlife too.
Oh my goodness!
One of the boys said, "What's that place called? Fanny's?" I was like, "Yeah, that was the joint."
What a classic, eh? It's the only town in the world that could have, one nightclub was called Fanny's, the other one was called the Shaft. Put that together. honestly, it's a classic.
Exactly. Only in Newcastle, it's
Yeah.
called average.
Well, I tell you, this is a true story. Even a better one than that was that right behind Fanny's. Remember, they had that boat there that used to.
Yeah.
And that was called the Windward Passage. So, what's the chance of something being called the Windward Passage being right next to Fanny's? What's going on with that? That's a true story.
It's true too.
It was a famous boat that was in the Sydney to Hobart yacht race, and you could go and sit on the boat.
Yeah, in the boat, yeah.
And sit in the boat, and you could get served, glasses
Coronas,
of wine and stuff. Yeah,
drink there, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Here goes Mendez. Finally, something for Jesse Mendez to sink his teeth into, and. Okay, rightio. Now we got a game on our hands. Mendez looking for a little something on the inside.
Get out of there, mate.
He's got 140 on the clock. He's trying to consolidate. He might even have enough time for another wave here because...
This is going to be very interesting. He needs a 7.08. Well, he's barred it. He's not going to have another go. He's gone, no worries. If it's not on that, I'm not getting it.
How is that, eh?
Yeah,
He's just gone, you know what, I'm so over it. I sat there for 30 minutes and got one decent
Well,
wave.
here it is. Here's the replay of that wave.
Oh, my goodness. Have a look at the scores coming through.
Goodness me. Great first turn there. Nice big snap. And this next turn, he stalled off the bottom. Big snap on the end of that one. And here's the score. First score is looking really good, Tez.
Yeah, he needed a 7.08. And, well, he succeeded that by judge number 3 so far, just tapping in the scores here on our screen. So we'll probably have to wait out the last minute here and see what happens. But
how is that? 29 minutes he took to get that. His next best waves are 3.77, and he's got a 1.5 he was counting.
Paddy Gooding is going to be just blowing
well,
up.
Here we go.
Here goes Pat, who picked up this one during that moment.
Oh, this could change everything too.
It could, mate. And if he stomps this and he's going to...
Yep, this changes everything.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, he needed a better 3.67. This is going to be very interesting. So Jesse Mendez on his last wave got the score at 8.07.
Yep.
And we're waiting for that score of Pat Gudauskas. Needs a 4.68.
Yeah. It needs to be better than the 4.68. You got to be thinking. He got a couple of turns on that outside section. He didn't put the magic sauce on the end of it, but Paddy Gooding. Wow, man.
This is going to be really close.
It's going to come down to the wire. There's the hooter in the background. So that heat has officially concluded. Just waiting for the last wave scores for Patrick Gudauskas from the USA. Pat did go down into second. Here's the replay for the last wave scores for Paddy Gudauskas, and take us through this one, Hoyer.
What do you reckon? Does a big cutback at the start. Little what's he do here? Just one snap, big snap there, and then I think he fits another one in here at the end.
No, he goes over the back.
That's right. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is going to be real.
Oh, this is where you'd hate to be a judge.
Exactly.
I got a feeling. I don't know.
I reckon I'll put it out there. He's going to get a 4.5.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I'll say 5.5.
All right, sweet. We'll see how we go.
See how we go. It's, we never quote on that. You look at Boyo. First score.
They're listening to me.
What a classic.
Yeah, that's just going through the heat. That's what I reckon. Whoa.
Hold the phone, Hoy. He needed a 4.68, and last wave scores are just coming through. And
this is going to be really close.
Paddy Gudauskas has already signed an autograph. He's pretty confident, isn't he? Little cheeky bugger there, and he's 4.70. Pat Gudauskas needed 4.68, got a 4.70. See you later, Jesse Mendez. He's leaving Newcastle and heading south to Manly as we speak.
Good heat. Good.
Awesome.
That all come down to the wire last minute.
Well, Paddy Gooding knew already. He was signing autographs before the result even came through. Good on you, champion. We'll see him in action tomorrow here at Surfest. We're going to take a short break, and coming back and joining us next in the commentary booth will be Johnny Shamook and Jesse Adams. So hang in there, folks, and we'll be back real soon.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane teacher.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road Road trip.
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. The final two heats, John Shimoka, Jesse Adams, and here we go. This is the Hawaiian Joshua Moniz on his backhand, rips one off the top, fades down off the bottom, and negotiates that little bit of a fat section there. The wave just flattens out, and he kicks out the Hawaiian. So he draws first blood up against the Brazilian David Silva. Jesse, final two heats of the day. Your observation, summary so far? Not too bad.
Awesome surfing. I mean, conditions, they've been tough, but there's been some really good waves. And this is David Silva. I can actually hear the crowd going berserk on the outside of our little commentary booth here. I think he's got a lot of support down here. And yeah, it's good to see the fellow countrymen getting behind each other. Here's the replay of Josh Moniz. And gets a little hung there. That wave didn't really cooperate too much, so he gets out. A couple of scores on the board, pretty much one or two turns apiece, and we'll get some scores into the system.
Have a look at this thing from David Silva, though. Jesus, it was a solid wave. Just when you think the swell's dying, you see something like this.
He had to cover so much ground to get around that first section, didn't he? He was going so fast, and he was just kind of casually, planing across the face to get to that section. He did a nice turn, but unfortunately for David, he didn't get that last crucial last turn to bump that score up.
All right, well, as we wait for some bigger scores, a 3.40 for the man in black, David Silva, and Joshua Moniz opened up with a 2.93. 26 minutes on the clock. We're going to go down to the beach and talk with one happy Gudauskis brother.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm just down here with Pat. Pat, that was a pretty hectic end to the heat. I think he needed a high 7, he got an 8, and then you needed, a 4, and you got like a high 4. I'm not even sure what the exact scores were, but I'm sure you were feeling nervous. How was it?
Yeah, that's not how I like to end heats normally. I was in a pretty commanding position, like I had priority and stuff, but the lefts are just really challenging. Like they look like they're going out to sea, and where we were sitting, I knew where we were at, and it looked like it was going in the hole. So I gave him the wave. I was like, oh, it doesn't look that good. And I saw his second turn. Somehow the wave just came out, and he just hammered it. And I mean, Jesse's he's an incredible surfer. We've had a lot of good battles actually last year, so I know he's probably a little bit disappointed to not get that one, but I'm stoked. I mean, I feel like I'm surfing good and trying to make it into the finals day. So
you must be surfing all right. You've made it this far. Made it to the quarters. How are you feeling just about surfing in the middle of the beach now instead of on the rocks? I'm sure you've probably been surfing right on the rocks there all week. So
it's funny. I've been here a long time. I actually came like a week before the event. So when it was like it was actually a lot bigger than this even, and so I kind of knew that could be in the cards. And it's been fun. I swear every day we show up and it's a different thing. So we've been trying to just be students of Mother Nature and just find the honey hole and get psyched.
And if you were to make a final here, who would you want it to be with?
Gosh, I don't even know. It'd be sick with Ryan Callahan. He's the local boy. He's surfing so good, and but I think we might be on the same side of the draw. So either way, it'll be fun. Just kind of make it happen. It'd be sick.
Okay, well we might see you there, but we'll definitely see you tomorrow.
All right,
Thank
cheers.
you.
Thank you.
These Gudauskis brothers, Jesse, do they ever get sad? Do they get mad?
I don't think so. Positive vibe warriors. They are just the most positive dudes on the planet, and it just shines through their whole being, doesn't it? They're just always smiling, always looking on the brighter side, positivity. Even when they lose, they sound the same.
Must
They
be
sound super
something.
stoked.
Must be something in the water in San Clemente. I mean, like you said, you just never see them angry or upset. Nothing phases them in and out of the water. It's great to see such positivity from a very elated Patrick Gadauskas defeating Jesse Mendez. So with 23 minutes 45 seconds, let's say, on the clock, it's the Brazilian out to a very slim lead over Joshua Muniz. Another heat, a really great heat to finish off the day here at Surfest 2016. Leonardo Fioravante of Italy takes on the big Hawaiian Superman Ezekiel Lau. That is going to be, I'm looking forward to that heat.
It's going to be a good one, yeah. I think both these guys are going to revel in these conditions. Yeah, so we're going to have a really tightly fought battle, I feel, on our hands for that last hit of the day. And as we said earlier, stablemates, staying in the same camp, with the same coach, on the same team, all that stuff. So it's going to be a little bit more than just a shallow invested interest in this one. I think it's going to be more than points and money. There's going to be a bit of pride on at stake here.
We should talk to Jake Patterson, because he coaches both of them. What he says to each individual before they go out, or does he just stay neutral and say nothing? And boys, you're good enough to figure it out. That'd be an interesting question to ask Jake. What's his approach when you got the guys that you're coaching staying in the same place, basically almost eating the same food? What do you tell them if they're up against each other? Right now, one of those guys could be up against this guy right here, the happy Hawaiian, Joshua Muniz. And I'm sure Tammy and Tony and the rest of the Muniz clan watching over there on Oceanic Cable Surf Channel in Hawaii. Aloha to the Muniz family. Well, Joshua making short work of that wave there, putting up some nice backhand turns the Hawaiian style way that he knows how. Open up with a 2.93. Let's see what the judges think of that second wave. Take us through this one, Jess.
Yeah, nice mid-size wave, and that's what we've been speaking about. Some of these mid-size runners give you ample opportunity to get a few manoeuvres done. He did a nice vertical turn and a second nice backside re-entry there, and works hard to get around that foamy section, but not to be on that occasion. Nonetheless, two good outside manoeuvres. He's going to net himself a good mid-range score.
Yeah, that second turn was the money one, as you pointed out. The first one, very strong, set him up for the second turn. The judges, they liked it. A respectable 5.83 was what they wrote down. They average out the high and the low, and 5.83 was what they came out with. So Joshua Muniz, the Hawaiian, takes the lead from David Silva, who now needs a 5.37. And we can see that swell tomorrow. We've been talking about it the last few heats. Still promising signs that it's going to be sticking around for tomorrow, Super Sunday, final Sunday, if you like, here at Surfest. We got the Taggart Women's Pro. We've got some great matchups on the ladies' side of the draw, and then the men's side of the draw, no different. We will have a very talented lineup of surfers, all really excited about starting off 2016 with big results.
Totally. I mean, it's such an important event in the scheme of things. I mean, it's the start of the year, so it's sort of like anything is possible sort of situation, but every year you'd have to think that people would reflect back on the year they had at the end of the year when they need one more result and think, if only I made one more heat at Merewether when I lost by 0.01.
Well, I think that was the case with Mick Fanning and Julian Wilson. For obvious reasons, J-Bay was called off. But that could have been the difference between his world title and non-world title in 2015.
I
so
know. For both of them, really.
Hindsight and reflection is a crazy thing, isn't it?
It's definitely, you got to try and move past that and not look back at that and look to the future and look at what you can do from there on out. But it is hard not to have a look back and, if, buts and maybes always creep into the back of the mind. That's why you got to take the best of your ability and make it count here in Newcastle. It's a big event. It's a QS 6000. A lot of points and money on the line. You got to take your chances and go for it.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about that, that consistency, that mental attitude, that have fun spirit that you need to have with this sport in particular when you're going out and competing. All around the world, you get to travel, and people see the luxurious side of surfing. You're going to different countries, riding different waves, and wow, you're living the dream. Yes, you are, but there is a job side of it, a competitive component that you must stay focused on. How hard, difficult, or easy is it, Jesse Adams, to maintain the creativity, the fun, and looking what's in front of you rather than behind you in reflection if you're on a sort of a bad run?
Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to get yourself out of a hole once you've sort of dug yourself in there. It's even just, like you said, to keep it interesting. I mean, it's the most fun, thrill-seeking, amazing, world-traveling job in the world. Like you said, from the outside, it just looks like nothing but, sunshine and perfect waves. But like you hear them on the webcast, they think that these conditions are great. There's size, there's swell. They get a lot of average conditions on the grind. As we see Black utilising priority, great-looking left-hander, big front-side hit. And another nice snap in the closeout section and gets out off that one. So another 2-turn wave. We'll allow that score to fall into the system before we dissect the situation there.
Yeah, let's compare on this replay Joshua's second ride, the 5.83. Once we get it up on screen there, here it is. Joshua having a look, but David had priority. Let's compare this one to his 5.83. Big first turn. Well, I think he could have went a little bit more vert there, but that second turn was the money turn. Exactly the same as Joshua Moniz's turn. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges think, how they scale it in terms of size of turn.
I think the thing that's in Black's advantage here and David Silver's advantage was the wave quality. I mean, I think both surf very well. Like you said, decent first turn, really good second turn. I think the wave quality of David's wave that he had to use priority to take, it had a much more cleaner, bowly face rather than a tough to deal with section. Here's a nice bowly wave for Josh, and that's a bigger turn. Straight up into it again, and he's going to get a third here as he snaps in front of the closeout. And there you go. Working through this inside here, Shmoo, and this is going to be a great wave.
Wow. Yeah, the Hawaiian answers back. And that last turn was very smart surfing from him. He knows a lot of water moving, the section coming at him. It's going to be very hard to hang on. So he turned that little bit earlier. We'll see that on the replay. And I think out of that exchange, Joshua Moniz is the winner. Here we go. Have a look at this one, Jesse. He takes off. And look at how he transitions straight out of this turn right into the next one. The judges will pick up on that. They'll love it. And then he sees this section coming at him. Boom. Turn a little bit earlier just to make sure I can hold on. Well done, Joshua Moniz, and he will be getting a pretty decent-sized score, in my opinion.
I think so, for sure. Just gets the wobbly shoes on for that last section, but the damage was done, as you said. Those first two manoeuvres, that combination of turns there, the fluidity between the two manoeuvres, I think the judge is going to pick up on that for sure. And they're going to throw down what is arguably going to be the best wave of the heat for sure.
Yeah, and those little intricate details, right? A lot of you kids at home watching the live broadcast here at Surfest 2016, you need to pick up on that because the judging criteria, it talks about flow. It talks about variation. And I think that was a good way of showcasing that from Joshua Moniz there. He went straight from that first turn, nearly lost the nose there, but picked it back up and then went straight. Had still that momentum, that speed, that drive off the bottom, straight into that next turn.
He picked up the nose that nicely that it was almost unnoticeable until you watched on the replay. Like he buried the whole board, but just about, and scooped it out with like flowing out of it. It was a really good recovery there, and like you said, I think the flow part of that wave is going to be the major scorer, and I think it's been a theme of the event because I think just about every competitor in that sort of 50 and up in the seed list, I mean, they've all got speed and power. But that flow part of the criteria is what has been separating the competitors just that little bit and giving certain competitors an edge.
Yep.
And I think that's going to give Josh an edge in this breakdown of scores.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. So David Silva's score coming in with 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Joshua will follow his the Brazilian score here. The judges are going to look at those two ways very carefully because it could really have a massive implication on the actual end result. There it is. It's a 5.93, so 0.10 of a difference between Joshua's second ride. Now the interesting score is coming next. That's Joshua's third ride, where we saw that speed, flow, and variation on, especially on that third turn, come into play. What the judges will give him, I'm going to go, again, I'll reiterate this 100 times, I'm a really bad judge, but I'm going to say it's got to be 7.5 plus.
I think so. I think north of 7, and certainly into that sort of mid to high 7 range could be a possibility, and we're starting to see the indications. There you go, you were pretty much right on it there, 7.83. So the judges did love it. They loved the speed, power, flow, parts of the criteria that he managed to tick. And I think it was those first two sections that really netted that majority of that score.
Yeah, where do I sign up, right, to be a judge? I don't want that.
We got one. We got a score in the bank. We got it right.
Yeah, we finally got one almost right. But 7.83, a good score there for the Hawaiian. That means David Silva now chasing a 7.74 with just on 14 minutes. The Brazilian with priority. That means Joshua Muniz has second priority, and you can see, well, he's asking the situation here. You can see him on screen. Both surfers actually going, hey, what's happening out here? A lot of surfers now don't really utilize a watch. They really rely on those beach commentators to give them all the situation updates, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. And some of the really, really critical, parts of information that you need to, adapt your sort of strategy out there is you can't even do it with a watch. A priority, if you can't see the markers, I mean, you'd like to hear who has priority potentially, especially if someone just lost the priority. And also, I mean, obviously time you get from your watch, but score updates, your last score, what you need to progress is probably the biggest one, knowing exactly what you require. Like right now, David Silva needs a 7.74. If he knows that piece of information, that'll dictate which wave he takes. Because if he thinks he needs a 5, he might take a less than ideal wave and not get the score. So it's pretty critical being able to hear out there. And unfortunately, this afternoon, with that little bit of wind, the distance between the contest setup and where they're surfing, it's making it really hard to hear.
Well, this is what I think. I'm going to go way out on a limb here. And the watchmakers of the world, the surf watchmakers of the world, hopefully they're listening into the live
I've had this
broadcast.
idea too, I can guarantee it.
And I tell you what, because of the conditions, the wind, the weather, and all sorts of other variations, it's only a matter of time before one of the brands is going to come up with a watch that can tell you priority as it changes, and also live commentary. Or the beach commentary switches on into Bluetooth mode and captures that. Because I think that could be a really important component to anyone. A lot of time is spent trying to evaluate what's going on out there. And when you have a hard time hearing from the beach commentators because the wind is blowing the wrong way or it's blowing onshore rather than offshore, you can't hear. And you spend time stopping, trying to listen, and it's sort of can throw off your game plan a little bit, but it's only a matter of time. So you watchmakers out there, take note of what me and Jesse are saying. We want a 10% cut.
Yeah, exactly, totally. We should go out and design it. Here we go. Red goes to float, but decides to get out. Realizes that wave doesn't have the right scoring potential for him to improve on his lowest score, 5.83. He has the lead. It's Josh Muniz out of Hawaii, and David Silva, the Brazilian, had a big year last year. And looking for another big result here in Newcastle. I believe he did win the Pro Junior in the previous couple of years here in Newcastle. Here's the replay of Red. This is where he starts to second guess his section. Decides to get out, gets a little hung up, gets sucked over the falls there. So Josh Muniz will make his way back out into the lineup. Hopefully he's not caught on that inside section there. And he'll make his way out to, attempt to improve on that 5.83. The lowest score in his scoreline there. That man on screen, David Silva, currently hunting a 7.74.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting final 10 minutes as we start to wind down Super Saturday here in Merewether. It's been an interesting day. I mean, from start to really finish here, where we started with just some almost out of control conditions there. The ladies did an amazing job holding it together. There's some pretty heavy hold downs and a few gnarly wipeouts, none crazier than yesterday in Hawaii, but still, on the bank here, on its day, Merewether, she can hold her own.
It's got a lot of push. I mean, I've had a few, before my first couple of seasons on the North Shore, I had a few conversations with the King, Mark Richards, the King of Newcastle, and he said, mate, if you can handle a good wipeout off the third reef at the back of Merewether when it's got that intense groundswell, if you can handle that, then obviously it's a completely different world over there. But he said, don't worry about it. If you can survive that, go over there, surf normal size conditions, you can handle that. So I mean, there is a lot of power for this part of the world, I guess. I mean, it's not one of those parts of the world that's known for the intense power like Hawaii or Western Australia or some parts of Indonesia. But, I mean, it does get super heavy, and I can guarantee out there in the middle of the bank there would be a lot of water moving, and it would be very, very difficult to get back out after a long wave. That's for sure.
It's one of the things we need to point out to our viewers is there's so many different variables that you have to take into consideration. It's not just about riding the wave and performing, which is ultimately what you do. It's about, position, the conditions, the size of wave, the tides, the bank, making sure you stay on the peak. Don't ever paddle off the peak, right, is what they say. But and this place here, Merewether, has multiple peaks. So today, obviously, utilizing a little bit of a northern peak there that works better on this east swell, but on a beautiful southerly swell with some nice offshore westerly winds here. This place is one of the best waves in the world, and no better testament to you than yourself and Mark Richards and Matt Hoy, Simon Laws, Luke Egan's, Ryan Callahan's, Philippa Anderson's, Craig Anderson's.
Yeah.
You guys can all testify that.
We heard Pat Gadauskas in that post-heat interview. He said he hasn't had a single day that was exactly the same. That's the first thing he said. There's been 1 to 6 foot sort of different winds, swell directions, everything. And he also said that he stayed a week prior to the event starting, and I surfed with him a lot. And there was a few days, 2 or 3 days of, he said, bigger than this. It was easily 6 to 8 foot plus, and that's conservative. There was some really, really big size sets. The southern side of the beach, the point, what you would call, it's not necessarily point break, but Merewether Point was lining up through 3 separate waves. The third set of reefs out the back, all the way through the ladies, all the way through to the rocks on the beach. And you honestly couldn't get back out. You had to get in, do a 15-minute run at the beach, jump off the back of the ocean bars to get back out. It was serious stuff, and I thought we were leading into something of that nature for the event. And we were all so excited to see that. Unfortunately, we did get Cyclone Winston just coming into the mix and just absolutely obliterating the sand up onto the rock shelf and completely changed it. I mean, if you were here at the start of the week and then here at the end of the week, you wouldn't believe how different this coastline looks due to that wind and swell. But at the same time, it's kept it very interesting. There's been different conditions, as he said, every day, and we've seen some amazing surfing no matter what it's been like.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Merewether. She can throw up some different conditions on a daily basis. And right now, throwing up first place in this heat between Joshua Muniz and David Silva of Brazil is the Hawaiian, who is out in front with 7 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. The Hawaiian, Joshua Muniz, holds on to second priority. That means the Brazilian has control of the lineup. You can see him on screen there. An interesting story about jumping off, or behind the pools there at the Baz. I did that when I was 16 years old, straight into a 10-foot set because I timed it wrong, and it backfired dramatically.
Oh, it can be honestly one of the dangerous jumps that out there. I'm sure you've been there. I think a few people have, and a few local people have, and it's honestly it's dangerous. It's you're risking your life potentially in that situation.
I was thinking about life in general, yes. When
you must have been.
I got washed back up on the rocks there.
It's hard to put into perspective for the viewers. I mean, for you, who's had this much experience as a past professional surfer, I mean, and in some of the heaviest conditions in the world, coming from Hawaii, I mean, for you to say that it was to actually consider and think about your life in that moment, that's a heavy situation to be in.
Yeah, it was not pretty, but that was many moons ago, and it still happens today. So, Merewether, she's got a lot of power, and you got to respect this wave, and all these surfers have so far, because they are now, vying for spots in the quarterfinals here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pros for 2016. We will crown champions tomorrow, which is absolutely fantastic. We have a big day of surfing and celebration. The Big King himself will be down here handing the trophies over, and that's a monumental day in every year, in every event here at Surfest, and this year it will be no different. It's always an amazing presence to have MR on the beach. I still get sort of goosebumps when I see him. He's a great mate, he's a great shaper, he's a great champion, he's a great ambassador, and it will be great to have him tomorrow here on the beach. But right now, we've got 6 minutes to go, and it has not changed, where the Hawaiian Joshua Muniz leads the Brazilian David Silva. Coming up next will be Italy v. Hawaii. Ezekiel Lau takes on Leonardo Fioravanti, and I know that once Stephen Belly Bell will definitely be up in Europe. Right now, it's probably around 9 o'clock in the morning Saturday over there in Europe. So Belly will be having his first cup of coffee. Hello, Belly, and all the Euroglass crew over there. Aloha to our friends in Hawaii watching on Oceanic Cable, the surf channel there. Aloha to you, our viewers there. Obviously, the West Coast and the East Coast of Americas, and all through Asia and the Middle Eastern Europe countries. Hello and welcome to this wonderful part of the world, Merewether Beach, 2.5 hours north of Sydney, in the beautiful Hunter region. The Hunter Valley, if you want to come here, thanks to Destination New South Wales, as we see. Whoa, a little barrel. Whoa.
Yes, that was insane.
Wow.
You're kidding. Look at this wave. Josh Moniz has just absolutely shut the gate on this heat. Have a look at that.
And he rides out on the Okole, or the bum, if you like, the Hawaiian. Where did that come from, Jesse?
We were just having a good old chat, just thinking nothing. I was about to say, I wonder if, Josh Moniz's total of 13.66 is going to be the winning total. But
Wow.
he just about, before I even got it out, he just lucks into probably one of the best looking waves of the entire day.
If anyone's going to sniff out a tube, it's a Hawaiian. Joshua Moniz has just put on one of the best performances of the day, in my view. Look at this thing, nice and clean. Just grabs the face of that wave, slows himself down, pulls into the barrel, comes out, and watch this turn. Just whips that one around. But this is where it gets really interesting. Just lays one down and rides out of it. Yeah, well, you got.
And then the whitewash knocks him off, but and he nearly miraculously kind of rides out of that thing. But yep, a classic frontside tube up the beach there, and a couple of nice rail turns, and I mean that's got to go so high into the excellent range. It's got to go near sort of. We haven't even had a perfect 10 of the event, have we?
I don't think so. No, a 9.90 from Stephanie Gilmore earlier today. But I tell you what, the size, the quality of the ride were just right up there. And I tell you, the whole he's probably surprised himself.
Yeah, wow.
That thing stood up where it did.
Little mini back door right there.
Well, like I said, I stand by what I say. If anyone can sniff out a tube anywhere in the world, it would be a Hawaiian. Because you go to Hawaii, you expect to ride tubes. Born and bred with one of the best tube riders and best big wave riders in the world. That's his dad, Tony Moniz. So he knows how to find a barrel. And well done to Joshua Moniz. Really going to apply the pressure to David Silva, who prior to that wave was looking for a 7.74. This will make things even more difficult.
It's going to be very interesting to see how there's a score there. One judge threw down a 9, but the average pans out at an 8.43. Have a look at this wave stand up. Just pulls up into the tube and gets quite a bit of cover. Then he gouges this wall apart with these 2 rail turns. This thing here in the foam is just massive, and you know what? He nearly rides out of this crazy explosion in when he goes to layback. If he had stood up in the foam there and popped out miraculously, I reckon they would have thrown an even bigger score at him.
Yeah, I still think it was a little bit underscored, but I mean, still an 8.43.
Excellent score.
Excellent scoring ride. If we had another camera angle the judges could have looked at, they would have saw how deep he was in that tube.
I think it's the first, genuinely, probably the first legitimate barrel of the event, and sometimes it's kind of hard. I can't imagine the job for the judges just to recalibrate and go, whoa, someone just got a tube. Like, what do we actually do here? Like, do we throw a gigantic score at this, or does it deserve that kind of number? It's kind of like a hard one to sort of really think about when there hasn't been much of it. I mean, I actually, to get into this event, I didn't have enough seeding points to personally get into this contest, but I went to Sydney and surfed a trials event that Surfing New South Wales put on to vie for 2 possible wildcards, one for the Australian Open of Surfing in Manly and one for here. I did okay, and I won the by chance I won the wild card for Newcastle. A friend of mine, Joe Sear from Cronulla, won the wild card for Manly, so he'll be in the Manly event. And in the final, I got this weird tube that was really long. It was small waves, but it was just out of nowhere, and I got this really long tube, and somehow made it, and I could not believe it. I nearly claimed it, and I've never claimed anything in a contest in my whole life. And I thought, that's going to be a 6 or a 10. Because I don't know what they're going to actually think of that. And plus, I was on that same angle, up the beach, to the north. The judges had to look at the backside angle, because they get the replay that we just saw, but in real time, they're looking to the north, and it would have looked like, hey, he might have been a little bit wider than what it appeared. So I think their vision may have necessarily been perfect, and I think that might have affected the score a little bit.
The score,
I think it's a similar situation to what I'd experienced, because I'm with you. I think that could have been north of an 8.43.
Yeah. I was wondering where you were going there, Jesse, with that. I was wondering if you were applying for sponsorship or something.
No. But it was exactly the same. It was exactly the same. It was like the same situation. A tube, a good wave that happened in the middle of a heat where there's absolutely no chance, basically, of getting a tube.
You're dead right. You're dead right, and I think what happened to you is what happened just there.
Like, he must have been. I wonder what he was thinking. It would be nice to ask that question in the post-it interview. What did you think of that wave? Like, was it a great tube, or were you thinking, 8's appropriate? Here we go to the air. Huge front side hang time. Josh Moniz getting a bit of confidence towards the dying seconds of that heat as we count this one out. And he is absolutely convincingly going to take this one. 16.26 total, massive total. and looking very strong going into the quarterfinals is this man.
Yeah, definitely. He's just doing a victory lap there, just landing in the flats on that big old air with a lot of hang time, as Jesse Adams pointed out. It will be the Hawaiian, one of two in the final two heats of today's action. That man on your screen going into the quarterfinals. He'll meet the winner of the upcoming heat between Leonardo Fivaranti and Ezekiel Lau. That's coming up next from here at Surfest right after the break.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Right on, welcome back, Merewether Beach, and the final heat of the day coming your way. This is round number 5 of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro QS 6000 rated event on the qualifying series. Very important points and cash up for grabs. Stakes are high, and this last heat will decide our final quarterfinal for Super Surfest Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, as we see here, this looks like potentially a replay here of the Italian, Leonardo Fivaranti, just getting caught up in the whitewater there. But we do know that we have one Hawaiian in the quarterfinals, and we're still a little bit baffled by what we saw on that that high point ride from Joshua Moniz. We were talking about that off during the break.
Yep.
And, well, you know...
nonetheless, he won the heat.
Well, he won the heat.
Yeah.
And it was a great ride and one that we hadn't seen all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And finally we see a nice-looking barrel ride. And, well, Joshua Moniz then put the pressure on a little bit too much for the Brazilian David Silva. And he was in a combination situation for the last 3 minutes and was never really going to get out of that. But a great performance by the Hawaiian.
Yeah, definitely absolutely ripping that entire heat. Threw down 3 or 4 really good scores. And we haven't really seen that in the last few heats. We've just seen, 2, 3, 4 good waves max in a 30-minute heat, and usually one surfer grabbing onto majority of those waves, hence winning the heat and leaving the other opponent behind. But he had 4 or 5 good waves himself, and 2 of them being huge and netting a giant total, 16.26. Pretty much puts 2 excellent scores on the board, which is really great for these conditions. I mean, the waves are pumping. There's really good waves on offer, but very, very difficult to find the best waves.
Here's what scares me, though. The other Hawaiian, Ezekiel Lau, probably saw what Joshua Moniz produced on that tube ride, and maybe he's thinking,
it's starting to get good,
and I'm going to go tube hunting, where it could turn out detrimental for his heat campaign should he do so.
Yeah.
I think in conditions like this, if it comes to you, take it.
Exactly. I think that's what happened. I think he paddled into that wave, and I honestly don't think he was thinking about a tube until he literally got to his feet and was falling out of the sky and thought, I better get under the curtain here, because I can't imagine hunting a tube down out there today. It's really glassy. Like you can see on your screen, the winds come down a lot, and it's a nice smooth face once the wave starts to bowl up. But earlier on in the day, it was sideways. The wind was wrong. It was choppy. It was bumpy. It was even harder. And as we predicted earlier on in the day, it has organised itself. The swell, it's less bumpy, less wobbly, and arguably more opportunities throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I was chatting with Ezekiel Lau in the athletes area just about a half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, and he seemed very relaxed, very calm, but also very distant from Leonardo. So they found their spaces, and they just said, hey, you know, it's game on. I gotta concentrate on what I need to do, and you gotta concentrate on what you need to do, and we're just gonna go at it for 25 minutes or 30 minutes and see who may the best man win. So it's interesting to see, you know, this morning when they rocked up, they're hanging out. Yesterday they're hanging out together before heats, and then a couple heats before, Zeke sits on one side of the competitors area, and Leonardo's on the other side, and it's game on.
Yep, friends, best mates on land, and downright enemies in the lineup, and that's how it has to be. You got to take your battles into the water and leave them in the water when you make your way in, because you know, it's just going to happen. There's been some classic battles in the past, and you know, friends are always going to eventually, at some point, you know, especially when they're making finals and down to the bubble, they're going to meet each other eventually.
Yeah, I've had a few of those with my very, very good friend and brother Sonny Garcia over the years, even as far back as our amateur days. And, you know, on land we're the best of friends, like brothers. In the water, he wanted to rip my head off, and I wanted to do very much the same. But it's just interesting how the different game plans and the strategy is. But one thing is the same, is that you need to find your zone, so you go off into your own, you go off your own ways and do so, which both Leonardo and Ezekiel did. So we should be in for some fireworks with 23 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Leonardo did open up with a 1:17 as we saw in the replay, so that means Ezekiel out now of Hawaii does have first priority. And I wonder if his good buddy Keanu Singh, who was in this event earlier in the week, who just jetted off to Snapper Rocks to get some practice in, is watching on the live broadcast. If you are watching, Keanu, aloha to you, as well as aloha to all of our Hawaiian viewers watching one of Hawaii's young guns of the sport, Ezekiel Lau, take on the Italian Leonardo Fiorente. All right, let's go down to the beach and talk to another Hawaiian, Joshua Muniz.
Thank you. Yes, I'm down here with Josh. You got that nice little barrel there. How was that? A bit exciting?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It's a loaded barrel. I don't even know what I got for it, but yeah, I just seen it kind of sucking up, and I knew I would have been too late if I did a turn, so I just thought I should pull in.
I'm pretty sure that's like the only real legit barrel of the whole event, not only just the day. Did that get the adrenaline pumping? How were you feeling? Was it psyching you up a little bit?
Yeah, I was psyched. When I seen the wave coming in, I knew it was going to be good, and then, yeah, I was psyched. I'm always happy to get a little barrel. That's my favorite thing to do in surfing, so yeah.
And I've just noticed, like, the last heat kind of, and you guys have moved south on the beach, just right in front of the judges again. At the same time, I saw a massive set, an absolutely pumping set come through at Dixon where the boys were surfing earlier. Did you see that one? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I seen that one coming. Yeah, I was psyched. I think the boys right now they look like they're super far out, so hopefully they can get a couple. And I think the tide's dropping, so it's moving further back there. It's just with all the current and water moving, it's hard to get back there.
I'm pretty sure you might have even worn that set on the head. I think you took like the first wave and got the rest.
Yeah, I took the first one. I thought it was gonna be a good one, and then kind of like it wasn't too good, and yeah, I got washed to the beach on that one.
Well, you still won the heat, and we wish you best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah,
thank you.
Well,
you were right. It's his favourite thing to do.
Well, you know,
isn't it everybody's?
It is, but you know, growing up in Hawaii, you tend to become sort of a tube hound, if you like, growing up in reef breaks, and there's not too many sandbars there, although the sandbars in Hawaii still do have very good tubes on offer, but it's more or less 80% reef, and you get a lot of tube rides. So yeah, you know, I got one right.
Yeah, you did. You definitely got one right. And it's interesting to note, because we've got such tight vision here. I mean, you just see them hunting waves, and you don't really see the broad scope. I mean, we do pan out and show every now and then where they're at, but apparently they're situated further south, so they've moved further down right in front of the judges. That was the first heat to do so, because the previous heat to that, they were sitting well north up towards Dixon Park, almost too far. They were heading right up the beach, right out of the judges' vision. They've moved significantly further south, right to the top left of screen is where they were sitting earlier, and that's what Fiona was trying to note in that post-heat interview, that there was a really good giant set wave up the beach to the north there that they couldn't get to because they were sitting well and truly further south of that other spot where the boys were sitting earlier. And interesting to know that Josh caught a smaller inside wave that was lackluster and turned around and wore the next one on the head. That is so typically Dixon Park. It's not funny. If you live here and you've surfed Dixon Park more than once, you've certainly looked at a wave or taken an average wave and had to wear something solid on the head. It's pretty much classic Dixon Park behaviour. It's pretty much what happens every time you surf there at size. So I wasn't surprised to hear Josh saying that he had to look at a wave and then had to wear the consequences.
Yeah, well, it looks like the swell is actually pulsing a little bit more here in the late afternoon hours, and the boys are reaping the benefits of it, and Josh certainly did, Joshua. So hopefully we can see maybe one, maybe two more barrel rides before we finalize this heat or finish it out. 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Only the one ride. Interesting, only the one ride is from that man right there, the Italian Leonardo Fioravanti. Riding that 1.17, got stuck up in the lip there.
Yeah, it's a shame that he kind of really mistimed that section. He had a big, deep, long bottom turn. He kind of lost all his speed on it and couldn't get off the top. If he had a time that the way he would 99 times out of 100 and hit that section and got a couple more turns, he'd be sort of in a pretty commanding position if he finished off with a half-decent score, because we've seen 10, 11 minutes go in this one, and there's nothing happening other than that one ride.
That kind of leads me to believe that Jake would have maybe potentially told him the same thing. Be patient. And they are. They're being very patient.
They're waiting, yeah.
So, being coached by the same guy can have serious repercussions because they're both thinking the same way, which is probably a good thing to say. Hey, there's good ways out there. Be patient. Don't just, go for anything that comes your way. And so far, with 10 minutes already being 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes elapsing in this heat, Ezekiel hasn't even ridden a wave yet, whereas Leonardo caught that first wave because he thought it was going to be good, but he made a little bit of a mistake by going too far to the bottom. So it'll be interesting. It would be interesting to hear what Jake did say to both those boys, but my assumption is be patient, boys. There's good ways out there. We saw Joshua Manise catch his first good ride early on in the heat. Then he waited, caught a couple of backup waves, and then struck late in the heat. So potentially that's what Jake said to them, and they're following instructions, which is a good thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a good coach. He's a very experienced ex-World Tour competitor, very decorated champion, and to have him in your corner is a great thing. I mean, everyone these days has a good coach or support crew network of people that helps them at every event, and it seems to be the norm. So to have someone like that by your side, that's a massive advantage. And it's funny that they've got the equal playing field in terms of having that caliber of person behind you and in your corner, and it's going to make for a nice even fought battle here. And Leo just scouring the inside, looking to the beach for some direction. It seems like the boys could be a little bit lost on the peak, but in saying that, it's hard to decipher what's going on because they've trained themselves to believe, don't take off on anything that I can't get a score on. Because what's the point of taking off on a wave that looks like a 3 or a 4 upon takeoff when you're not going to count a 3 or a 4 at the end, come the end of the heat? I mean, potentially you might need it in a really bad heat, but really, the aim is, 2 sevens or greater, as we see Black. Zeke Lau's first wave, a lot of speed down the line, absolutely gigantic maneuver. That was crazy.
How was the lip line where he rode along the lip line and then just absolutely smashed that oncoming section? We're going to see this on replay. This was huge.
He almost laid back into it too, like put all his pressure on his back foot. Surprised the board's in one piece. Check this out. That was intense.
Wow, that was probably the biggest turn of the day.
That was crazy, yeah. I mean, if he had got 1 or 2, like just in another world, a couple of small maneuvers or maneuvers on the outside just to get some variety in there, that would have been giant, that score. And I'm still intrigued to see, what the judges are going to throw at that one maneuver.
I'd love to see that slowed down. Just to give the people, the viewers out there, just how technically perfect that turn was. He drove into it. He was almost a mid-face bottom turn and just rode up on the lip line, rode it, started the turn midway through the lip line ride, and then just smashed that section. Here we go. Let's have a look. Let's have a real good look at it. And the judges are going to look at this right here. Have a look.
No, so they're going to show it in real time because the judges need to see it again. And wow. Like I said, laid into it, laid back in it. Not a layback, not a typical layback, but laid into it so hard. All the weight was distributed onto his back foot, and it forced him to kind of pull himself forward. And, he almost rode out of it still with pressure on his back foot, and I think that allowed him to steady himself out into the flat. It was just a crazy, as you said, technically perfect maneuver on a very difficult section to read, to be honest. Yeah.
At the end result, one turn, 6.33. So
huge.
To your point, had there been a little bit more open face, nines, and who knows, the world was his oyster on that one. So Zeke Lau opens up with a 6.33 over the Italian Leonardo Fioravanti, the junior world champion, coming off having a broken back surgery from
Crazy.
pipeline wipeout, months and months of rehabilitation, and now he is starting off 2016 here at Surfest with a pretty respectable so far result should he bow out of the contest. But what a comeback for Leonardo.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, it's probably, in the scheme of things, a confidence booster for all our other, World Tour athletes at the moment that are currently out on, very serious injuries. And, they've got a long road to recovery in front of them. But to look at someone like Leo that's also had a major injury at pipeline, a heavy slam that led to a crazy major injury, a broken back is just... it's such an intense, I can imagine how intense it is to go through that kind of injury and rehabilitate yourself from that injury. It just must be such a grueling process. And for Leo to come back strong like this into the first event of the year with a good result, testament to his strength inside and out.
Yeah, definitely. He's got great people behind him, great equipment under his feet, and, I think he's reaping the rewards of that. It's so important these days with the caliber and quality of surfing that both the men and the women are producing, is to have that support, and Leo's got tons of it with his coach to Quicksilver behind him, and everyone else, all his friends, his mates, his mom.
The whole country of Italy.
Yeah, well, representing Italy. Italy's got its first world surfing champion, junior world surfing champion, and eventually Leonardo will be on the tour, barring any significant injuries or setbacks. I have no doubt he will be the first representative on the WSL tour in the next few years. Here he goes. Speaking of Italy.
Here he is using first priority, backside hit out of the top, strong. And he was opting to stick with this one, even though it goes a bit frothy. He does kick out of that one. After you have a little murmur like that, you kind of, 9 times out of 10, you see them get out of there and try and work on something a little greater. But, the first sign of something nice coming from Leo there, a nice backside vertical re-entry. There's Zeke Lau on screen. He's opened up with the 6.33. He's calling for the situation. Although, it's tough going out there to be able to hear. You have to have some sort of bionic ear to cut that sound through the wind.
Yeah, definitely. So with 12 and a half to go, interesting 3.17 for Leonardo. 6.33 is Ezekiel Lau's one and only ride, so the Hawaiian's still out in front. The Italian looking for a 3.17. Plenty of time left. There he is on screen. That's the Hawaiian leading the heat. Zeke Lau would love nothing more than to meet up with his Hawaiian partner and countryman in the quarterfinal. That'll be quarterfinal number 4. So the quarterfinals look like Matt Wilkinson takes on Connor O'Leary. Joan Daru takes on Matt Banting in quarter number 2. Ryan Callahan meets Patrick Gadaskis. Joshua Moniz in quarterfinal number 4, will take on the winner of this heat.
Yep, could be dual Hawaiian quarterfinal, that one.
And it's been a while since, I don't know if Hawaii has ever won this event here. I'm just looking through the honor roll.
Oh, for sure, there'd be something in there, 31 years.
Well, no, there's never been a Hawaiian that's won it. No, all Australia, Brazilians. Taylor Knox in 1999, Kelly Slater in 2004.
Here we go, Zeke. Sorry to interrupt you there. I just saw a backside re-entry from Zeke, but he gets out of there. We can continue to look at the list as he locks in a backup score. But I'm shocked because I've seen a lot of Hawaiians do very, very well over the course of the years. I mean, in my short time doing the broadcast here and competing, I've seen numerous Hawaiian competitors do really well. I'd be surprised to show the list of second and third and fourth place finalists over the years. I reckon it'd be tons because there has been a lot of really incredible surfers. I think if we look at the ladies list, it's got to be
Malia Manuel was the last Hawaiian to win it in 2014. Yep.
There you go.
So there has been a Hawaiian that has won on the women's side, but on the men's side, no. It's USA, Australia, and Brazil only. So it'd be great to have a Hawaiian win, but there's still a few heats to go before we see just that. That's Ezekiel out, taking off late, trying to keep himself very busy. His last ride, a 2.93. That gives Leonardo the priority nod with 10.5 minutes to go as Ezekiel wears that one on the head. So the Hawaiian's still out in front here in the final heat of the day. And the Italian having a go.
Here he is, backside on the outside peak. Snaps halfway up the face, up into the lip for a big closeout hit and sticks it. And you can hear the crowd applauding there for Leonardo. So kind of half approach on that first maneuver, but the second maneuver was money. He had a big, meaty section to deal with and used his board perfectly to stomp that one. With 10 minutes on the clock, a couple of scores to filter on through, and let's load up the replay of Leonardo's last wave.
Yeah, look at this one from the Italian. Drives into this first section, a little half turn just to get some speed, and goes for it on that last re-entry. Well-timed, well-executed backside re-entry for the young Italian. And scores are coming in. The judges seem to like it. It's going to come up in right around the 5-point range, so he's going to narrow the margin between himself and first place, which is held by Ezekiel Lau of Hawaii. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The Hawaiian with priority now as Leonardo makes his way back out. And there it is, just under 5 points. A 4.93, Jesse. He now needs a 4.34. But a 2.93 is in Ezekiel Lau's scoreline, so he'll be working towards getting rid of that one and replacing it with another high score.
Exactly. I mean, in terms of this heat, I mean, I've enjoyed watching it, to be honest, but in terms of waves and what's been happening, there hasn't been a lot on offer for these guys, unfortunately. I mean, really, if you sum up Zeke's heat, it's one turn. I mean, he's in the lead and he's done one turn, pretty much. He's done that crazy big front side jam, looking in a 6.33 for one maneuver, and that's pretty much the hero and pretty much the only thing he's really done, and he's holding the lead. That's how good quality that one turn was, and I cannot wait to see Zeke get onto some open face and let loose again, because he's going to throw down another big number, and it's going to be up to that man on screen, Leonardo Fioravanti behind the whitewash. He's got to open up with something, you know, in that range, north of 6 points. He's got to get something of that kind of nature in these final minutes in order to, you know, even have a shot, because you know that Zeke's going to grab onto something in the next 8 minutes.
Well, that's right. If he utilizes his priority, he will, Zeke Lau. However, if he makes a mistake, don't think for 1 second the Italian right there waving his hands will not pounce on the opportunity to post a 4.34, which is basically get up and do one solid turn.
For these guys,
yeah,
for
for
sure.
these guys, for sure. And, well, with 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go, it is still open for any one of these two to meet up with Joshua Moniz in quarterfinal number 4 tomorrow on a Super Sunday here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro, and of course all part of Surfest 2016. We'll be here. I know that. We'll be here on finals day.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
No way in the world would we miss this great event, because we know there's going to be a few things that are working in our favor. The sun will be out, the surf will be up, the people will be on the beach, and I know our friends listening and watching on the live broadcast will be there as well. And I'll tell you what, the surfers will turn up and perform.
Oh, definitely. You can expect fireworks at a minimum for tomorrow. I mean, we're going to have swell. We're going to have very hungry, very keen surfers for victory, and we're going to see a massive showdown of gargantuous proportions in both the ladies and the men's field, as we see Red taking off and under priority here, and he gets a nice little outside turn in the open face, lines up this section, gets under the lip, can't get one more. I was hoping for his sake he'd get one more closeout re-entry, because that would have really put him back into the mix, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It would have brought him right back into the heat. Although he did get 2 nice solid turns, it'll be interesting to see how the judges look at his previous 4.93 and compare it to what they're going to score him. Let's take a look. Here he goes. He sort of waits for this one to build up there. He sort of fades off the bottom. Now he drives into that first section. That's a nice, good turn on the backhand from the Italian, straight under the lip there. And then that wave just closes out around him. So, you know, I think it's going to be right around that same 4.93, maybe a 5-point ride, only because it looked very similar to the wave before.
It did, didn't it? Honestly, being so critical, like hyper critical, I think there's some guys in the draw that would have hit that 3 times. He stood and waited for the ideal moment to turn both turns, and I think if he had to just cut even one of those turns a little shorter and not gone as hard, I mean, if you're going to just set up 2 turns, jam them as hard as you can, but if you're going to go normal pace, I mean, he could have got one last closeout hit, and I think it would have inflated that score a great deal. That's being so hypercritical from an air-conditioned box. So it's a tough one to call, but we're here to break it down. We're here to analyse, and I think as a coach, I mean, that's what I would be suggesting. A 5.1 last for Leo, and well, he does go into the lead oh so narrowly. Black now, hoping he can hear. He only requires a 3.7, so small score required. 5 minutes to go. Surely he'll get an opportunity.
Well, you'd think so with 5 minutes on the clock. Zeke Lau holding on to priority. Well, he's going to take... Well, he's had a look.
He had a look, yeah.
But Leonardo might not be out in the lineup.
I don't think so, yeah. I think that's why he kind of chanced having a look at that one. And,
well, he's taking a look back at the disc there.
I think he wants to know... actually, yeah, he's probably looking for priority. There's no other reason really to look back in, is there? Interesting. I don't think Leo's back out in the lineup yet, though. He took that wave inside, and he surfed it quite a way in, and it looks like he's just shy of kind of reaching the takeoff zone. As you see, he has to get under this one. So I don't think he's beyond the what the head judge or the priority caller would say, the invisible line. So, I mean, we get a lot of questions about how do they decide the priority, because there's multiple spots on the bank you can sit. There is an invisible line that they draw that they have to cross. Here we go. Zeke Lau floats the boat. Huge.
Wow.
Drop out of the top.
Wow. That was a board breaker, that one. And let's see if the board's in one piece. It looks like it is. And Zeke Lau chanced his luck on that wave, utilizing priority with 4 minutes to go.
Wow.
The Italian takes the lead. Zeke uses his priority.
Just gets rolled by that set too. He's just right in the trough, and that's what I mean. That wave wasn't giant, but there's a lot of power and a lot of water moving on that bank. I can tell. I haven't even been out. I can look. I know exactly what that felt like, that wave there for Zeke. He got just caught under it. Let's take another look, Shmoo. Let's analyze this floater. It was pretty giant.
It was massive. Look at him go, and he just drives up into this big, steep section. And when he landed, he actually landed as the wave exploded back up. So it really took his board from under his feet.
He got the bounce.
Yeah, got the bounce. It exploded him off his surfboard. And, well, he really paid the price for utilizing his priority there. And that could fall right into the favor of Leonardo Fiorante, who is out in front narrowly over the Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau, now with 3.70. Do you go and sit on Zeke?
Oh, of course. Oh, I mean, it would be a scary thing to do because he's a giant guy.
But it's part of it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I know. You would have to, like I said, battle out in the water, leave it in the water, and go into the landers mates. But yeah, I'd definitely be covering him for sure. I mean, you got first priority. You don't have a great deal of points. He needs a tiny score. I mean,
you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. But at the same time, there's not really another option for Leo other than improving. I mean, he needs to improve. I'm still certain with 2.5 minutes that Zeke's going to get a 3.7. You got to improve on your 4.93 every 1 point. If he gets a 6 right now, Zeke needs a 4.7. So like he needs to improve on a score. He needs to take a wave, but at the same time, you got to hold him off a wave too. So you got to get close to him.
That's right. Well, we saw Leo making a move towards the south from what it looked like where we were sitting, and Zeke is down around that area.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Here's Leo having a look at a right-hander. Front side. Has he got a section in front of him? Look at this section. Jams a humongous front side hit. Just holds onto it. Carves back into the pocket. If he gets a finisher here, this could be deadly. Little under the lip snap. And up into the foam one more time, and he gets a bonus. Jeez, he kind of hit safety mode there, but he managed to get the job done for probably his best wave of the heat.
Well, if a 5.10 for his last ride is what was given to him, I think this one will trump that by 2 or 3 points. And it was lost opportunities for Ezekiel Lau should he go on to lose this heat. A great use of priority for Leonardo. He's done this how many heats now? 2 or 3?
Yeah.
He's waited to the last minute.
He's
a clutch surfer, isn't he?
Nerves of steel. Here we go, Ezekiel Lau having a look. No ride. 1 minute, 16 seconds to go. And priority not a matter now. Leonardo's on the beach. Job done. Locked in the score. And, the judges are having another look at this one. This turn was just so close to falling. Look, snaps it. Falls back onto the back foot. Just holds on by the skin of his teeth. And he goes into safety mode here. He hits it below the foam. That's uncharacteristic. Misses this section completely just about. Manages to float it. And barely makes the last float. He honestly, I reckon he was just trying to finish the wave.
Yeah, well, he's going to get rewarded for it. It's looking right, well, 7.83, 40 seconds to go. The Italian edges further away from the Hawaiian. Ezekiel Lau now needs a 6.61. He's got to go, and he's got to go now.
30 seconds, a 6.61, very achievable. 2 good turns for Zeke Lau. 3 turns, certainly. He just needs a wave. If he can get a wave that offers him at least 2 sections, he gets himself an opportunity. There's a small lump coming his way. There's 14 seconds to go. He can't take that one. He must take this next small wave. He's got no other choice. We're counting this one out. Can he find it?
Oh, he's got to go. He's got to go. He's run out of time. He's absolutely run out of time.
No.
Don't tell me this is the wave either. For the Hawaiian, Ezekiel Lau, who led for the most part of this heat. Fortunately for him, he's going to be upset, but he's not going to be too upset in the fact that that wave might have come a couple seconds too late. But it's the Italian. He's done it for the last 3 rounds, has come from behind in the dying minutes of every single heat. Clutch surfing has seen him make the quarterfinals. We're talking about Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy defeats the Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau.
He called the only good wave of the heat.
He did.
There was 1 good wave in 30 minutes, and he got it, and it was in the dying seconds. Zeke Lau, 1 turn. He needed 1 more wave. If he had a bad priority and got that wave, he would have won. It was simple as that.
And it's as simple as it's been a great day here at Surfest 2016. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. We hope you have too there at home. And we're going to come back tomorrow, Jesse Adams, for Super Sunday here. Thanks to all of our friends at Surfest. Thanks to Telstra for bringing us the capacity to broadcast around the world. And we are gearing up for what is going to be one sensational day here Sunday in Merewether. Don't miss out. Come back and join us first thing tomorrow morning, Sunday, Australia time. Having said that, Jesse Adams, great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, ladies and gents, and can't wait to bring you live action tomorrow. See you then.